Alrighty then. I have news for you. I have discovered the best game known to mankind. I forgot that this was made. It was made a while ago. And yesterday, I rediscovered what peak gaming looks like. And no, it's not World of Warcraft. I also, later in stream today, will probably make... If I have energy today, we'll see. If I have energy today, I would like to make the best beginner tank tier list. It's going to be a really good one. I've been thinking about making this for a while. I was kind of just waiting a little bit closer to the season. And that is a video I'm passionate about. Because I have a lot to say and some interesting little factoids that might interest people. But let's go ahead and get set up. As we get set up, I'm going to tell you the best game known to mankind. Literally, I don't think there's ever been a game that is better. I forgot about it. That's how I actually... It's like a crime that I've forgotten about it this long, to be honest with you. But now I remember. All right. It's in San Aquarium Deluxe, by the way. That is the game. You can play it on your phone. That's really good. All right. Let's title stream... I have a lot of things to do today. I might have to go back and forth. I'm going to set up my UI first. Kitty's gone for the weekend, which means I need to get the door if it answers. I actually need to take care of the cats, need to do things. But since Kitty's also gone for the weekend, maybe long streams. Because I'm kind of bored. I miss her when she's gone. I'm going to be home alone. Home alone. And I've got my actual work, of course, but... Yep, that's it. I already recorded the podcast episode for tomorrow. And next week, I'm ahead of schedule. What? And I got some videos to record as well, but otherwise, doing good. I have no desire to do 22s. Otherwise, we'll see what's up. I want to set up my UI today. What's up, Master? Hello. Good morning. Good morning. Let me open all the stream setup stuff. And as we get started with stream, there is a potential new sponsor. And every time you hear a streamer talk about a new sponsor, I know for a lot of people it's like, oh man, I'm going to have to sit through a whole sponsored ad thingy. But you should be very happy. Every time I see one of my favorite streamers get a sponsor, I'm like, yes, like you go, man. Like you get it, because that's really impactful. It is a very easy way to support streamers and people that you like online. It is by far the best way, in fact. So here, if you want to support me, that right there is a free link to a gaming browser. It's called Opera GX, and that is my sponsor this month. But I might have another one, which would be super cool, which would be awesome. So that's nice. Hey, Kendrick, how's it going? Hello. Hello. What's up, Married? On YouTube, he said officially hit 3,400 on your blood decay yesterday. Nice. Your first 3K season was last season. Push a little higher this time. Nice. What a blast those higher keys are. I think it's good that keys are punishing. A lot of people think that they should make keys significantly easier. I actually disagree with that. I don't agree with that. Yeah, let me put a little Discord notification out. There's a whole debate and conversation, wow, right, about whether they should make keys way easier, like take away, you know, everything's Resil, but Resil +1, maybe even just take away the timer or depletes in general. But part of what's fun about Mythic Plus is the challenge. I think that if there was no challenge in Mythic Plus, it just fundamentally wouldn't be nearly as enjoyable. I think it has to be hard. I think a better conversation of raid is too hard. I think sometimes a Mythic raid is hard for the sake of being hard instead of for the sake of being fun. That I wonder. I question that about Mythic raid sometimes. Yo, good morning, Vitsi. Having a good start of the day? So far, so good. I am taking care of myself. Yo, what's up, Big Grizzly? You remember that. That's the best way to start a conversation. It is actually fundamentally the best way to start a conversation. I'm excited for today's stream. Might be a long stream. I think if I have time and energy, I'll do it. I've been taking care of myself. Gym, I'm doing, gym, hydration, calories. I'm eating well. I'm moving. We're getting my health back. This health comeback, you have no idea how personal it is. I am sick and tired of being sick and tired. So the last 3 months, we're putting it behind us. We're moving forward. That's it. It is what it is. What's up, Disco Panda? That's a good name, by the way. I've never seen a panda disco, but that is a solid name right there. Yeah, health forward. We go up. We go the other direction. I'm tired of feeling tired, you know? So I've been taking care of myself, doing all right. We'll see exactly how much energy I have. I'm walking, I'm getting my steps in. I've got my compression leggings on. There was a random old medical finding. My mom called me yesterday, and she was like, I was looking at one of your scans from 12 years ago, and they actually noted that you might have a heart condition. And I was like, ah, oh, not another one. No, no more conditions. No more conditions. Forward. Forward. Yeah, so, you know, honestly, sometimes you just have to pretend you live in Egypt and ride the river. You know, occasionally, I actually, no joke, don't think that's actually a terrible piece of advice. Sometimes you actually do just have to say to yourself, not today, not tomorrow either. So first things first, while we kind of just get settled in the stream, we're not going to start the tier list just yet. We'll do it a little bit. What's up, Rosen? Hey, Mavina, scrubbed in. Hey, Mavina. Pretty good. Bears butts in your face? It is. That's true. I want to set up a new UI. I'm going to swap to Ellesmere, I think, next season. I think it's time. I should have done it this season, to be honest. What's up, Greshimus? Good morning, good morning. Hi, and gone. All right. So I had a little one for me. Feech. I have really interesting takes about first tank to play in WoW. I'll be tanking a little bit. I mean, we'll see what friends are on. I went and I looked. Arson, actually, all of my top friends are in a key right now. So Kent is playing with Arson and Echo and Caleb. So I logged in and I was like, who needs 21s? I have no real, like, I see Banchers on. I see Mr. Benji. I see all these people doing like their 23s and 24s, but I have no real interest in going that far right now. Yeah, I'm not. I have zero desire. I stopped in May. I'm chilling. I got my 4K like 3 months ago. I have had zero desire to push into 22s. I'm very okay with the 1% this season. I'll just chill here. I never even finished my Sporefall on retail. I was gonna play PTR with some people today. My PTR client bricked, so I have to repair it or something. Why so many people on your requests? Because your friends list is capped at 600, and you actually can't add more than 600 people on your friends list. This is the real end game. Like, I don't think people understand that this is actually the real end game of World of Warcraft. People, seriously, and like, let me explain just how impactful it is to just look at this. Okay, so Waldo has Resil 20. He's almost Resil 23. What's 42, 44? What's up, Darch? Yeah, I think Ellesmere is. I gotta set up Ellesmere today. But yeah, because this is the end, you want people on your B tag, man. Like, do I know Waldo that well? No, but if I messaged him and I was like, hey, like, I really want to be able to do some 23s right now, like, could I try to tank some for you? He might say yes. And if I just do that to everybody on here, is actually, like, the way. What's up, Shaw? Dude, I was looking at top tanks on US for a little video. You were on there. I saw a little Shachi action. Hi, Shaw. How you going? How's it doing? How would be? You've been putting out hella content. It's good videos. I started watching the Is Brewmaster Dead, and then I got distracted by the best game ever made. What do you guys think? Obviously, we're a little biased here, but I'm telling you, it's not World of Warcraft. What do you guys think is the best game that has just ever been made, period, nonstop? Just dead stop. That's it. RuneScape, all right. All of you are wrong. None of you are going to guess this. There's a right answer to this. Minecraft. The answer, as I found yesterday, Insanaquarium Deluxe. The answer is Insanaquarium Deluxe. I've been playing it pretty much nonstop on my phone. I was legit late to stream specifically because I was playing Insanaquarium Deluxe. Do you know what this game is? I'm being like half facetious, but I'm also just like, it's the most nostalgia I think I think I had more nostalgia playing Insanaquarium Deluxe than I did playing like RuneScape or something. There's no wrong answer, by the way. It's not like there's a wrong answer to this. All right, oh, music in the background. Let's play. I like this playlist. This playlist made me happy. We're gonna play this for stream. So it's like it's like an old PopCap game. I saw it on the iPhone store and I spent money immediately. It wasn't even a question. I spent money so fast on that game. All right, we'll link this. Cool. Now, let's set up a new UI, I think, before anything else. And then we're going to make sure that my AC is on because it doesn't feel very cold in here and I don't want to sweat too much. What's up, Hurglar? Also, what is Millsberry? What's that game? I'm not familiar. Also, hi, the legend behind the cow. The legend behind the cow. Are you still there for a second? I've got something to tell. I got something to tell you. You had me on your podcast many moons ago. 'Twas many moons ago, in fact. And I have just started my own podcast. Kind of. No, I wouldn't say kind of at this point. No, hold up. I have started my own podcast. It's going well. That's what I would say. I've really enjoyed the episodes. Takes a lot of time. And the only thing about it right now is that it does take a lot of time, so I'm just trying to make sure I can do it, though. Yeah, it's super cool, but that was my first ever experience on a podcast. And the weirdest thing about me, so a little bit of lore for people watching, Legend Behind the Cow, you had a YouTube channel. I don't know if you still upload. And like, soon after, you had me on the podcast, and I did want to name my podcast The Chair. I really wanted to, Darge. You have no idea. You don't understand my sense of humor. It was incredibly difficult for me to not name it The Chair. I mean, it was staring at me literally in the face. Resisting that was one of the hardest things I've ever had to do in my life. No. It's called, I named it WoW Unfiltered because the whole point of it is that it is literally unfiltered. There's no show notes. I just call somebody and I say, let's yap about WoW. I give them a general direction. Like, let's talk about this or whatever. Okay, so we're going to see what's conflicting here. And let's see what Ellesmere looks like. It is unfiltered to the degree that we won't get banned. I should caveat the fact that we're not allowed to get banned. Name it The Chair. The camera just points out The Chair. Well, The Chair is like a triple entendre. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like The Chair is good. All right. I have to disable. Does this disable it for me? We have to disable pretty much everything, right? All right. Add-ons. We have to disable my action bars. We have to disable my chat add-on. We have to disable Platinator as well to set up this new UI. That's okay. But I think this is definitely worth it. Tomorrow, I have an episode with Banshers about how to improve at Mythic Plus. It's pretty good. It's a good one. Would you like to read... Chuck, let me just hold up. For the people who are watching on the main stream, I have to fill them in on this comment I've just read on YouTube. Because I'm a little... I don't know how to answer this. You guys... All right, hold up. I don't know if I can answer this. You have to answer this for me. Chuck And on YouTube says, would you like to read fan fiction about you and Shindig? Is it arrogant if I say yes? Like, is that cocky? Like, should I try to have like some humility and humble and be like, who would make fan fiction about me? Like little old me? But like, actually the answer is like, yeah, probably. Send it. Why not? I mean, like, I'm not going to like open videos or links or anything, but I mean, sure. Does that mean I have made it? Is this how you know that you've made it in the online content creation space when people start writing fan fiction about you? Damn. I thought for a long time I would write fan fiction. You're tapping out? That's very fair, Darge. It has been a life changer. Honestly, Darge, WoW is one of those games, for as much as I love it, and for what it's worth, as much as everybody loves it, I think that it's healthy to take breaks from it. Like, I think that it's actually important to take some time away from WoW. You can get really looped in really fast, and it's kind of like quicksand. Sometimes you don't realize you're sinking. You know what I mean? I really actually think that that's true. All right, so we got to get rid of a few other things that are in contention. Mythic plus timer. So we got to get rid of timer here. And then what was the other thing we needed to get rid of? I took a break, got a Switch and Pokemon. I think it's just cool to have fun. I think that there's actually a section of the player base. I don't think it's many, but I do think that there is a section of the player base who genuinely does feel as though they cannot play Pal World or enjoy a different game, just as an example, if they have to play WoW. Like, they have to progress. They've got to keep going. And I don't think that's healthy. I feel like Season 2... I don't know. I don't know if I think Season 2 is more relaxed as a tank. Relaxed. I wouldn't use the word relaxed. I think that the tank is more frequently going to be not the first person to die, which I think is good. There are cons to that as well. There are pros and cons that we pay for a season that does not check tanks as much. For what it is worth, it's not all positive. Like, I'm happier that there are less seemingly battle axe type pulls, that there's less bleeds like First Pull Algathar. Like, there's less of that. I think they've done a better job. The issue is that you will have many a times, because instead of that, they've put more checks for everyone else. And I find that to be a weird, like, give and take thing. Like, we can't balance the scale properly. On one hand, if tanks are super checked, then everybody feels bad because your tank dies all the time. But on the other hand, if the tank isn't checked, that means that the rest of your group is, and now your hunter and rep pally have jobs to do in a key. Which one do you want? So I don't know if relax is the word I would use. I think I might be more stressed next season, actually. I think me having to depend on my team is not something that I like. I mean, I'm going to be real with you. You want to have, like, an honest take? Dude, I'll give you a spicy take right now. Himsicle, you've come at exactly the right time. Hey, Nid. I'm taking care of myself. My health comeback right now, the way I'm taking care of myself makes me happy. Am I super healthy now? No. Like, I'm getting back, but people have no idea how actually indomitable I am. Like, people cannot appreciate the things that I've went through in my life and how much I value having good health today. The things I would do to prioritize my own well-being, mental health and physical health, there's nothing I wouldn't do. So I'm doing all the things, even though they're frustrating and they take a lot of effort. I'm putting my health is first, and I'm relaxing some other things in my life, and I'm proud of that, and that makes me happy. Not to say that I'm, like, perfect now, but I'm doing the things that will help me feel better in my life, if that makes sense. So, good. That's how I would respond to that. The spicy take. Hold on. Let me get back to it. Tanks being checked next season. Oh, right. Why do people tank? That was a spicy take I was going to give you. Okay. All right. I'll be honest with you. That's the thing. I'm going to keep it real. With you. And I don't know if other people will. The primary reason, the pipeline to tanking in World of Warcraft is control. That's what it is. Because most tank players actually start as DPS players. And they watch other tanks perform the dungeon, and they think to themselves, I could do better. And then you end up tanking. Relinquishing that control is difficult. That's the truth. Like, that's the God's honest truth, is that many tanks end up in the role of tank because they appreciate having more say in how things go, and they can't, like, it's hard for me sometimes. Like, I backseat tank. I do. Like, I try to be chill, but there's a part of my brain when I'm playing a DPS or like a healer that just goes, oh, no, not like that. Oh, no, other way. Oh, tank, faster. Oh, tank, slower. Like, there's a part of my brain that does that. It is absolutely a truth about the role of tanking in WoW. So if tanks have less responsibility, but your team has all the responsibility, I don't know if that's good. Does that make sense? Like, in a weird way, I don't know if that makes me more relaxed. I feel like that might make me more stressed. Because now I feel like the pressure is actually finding good DPS players, which are hard to find. I mean, I'm multi-streaming, but is it having a problem, Heroglar? Shouldn't be. You know, what's up, noob? All right, this is, by the way, my third Sunday today. As silly as it sounds, taking care of myself is actually just eating a lot. I lost too much weight. What's up, CR? I'm a main healer for over 20 years. I found a new perspective of the game. Get the 1,000. No, I'm going to get more Sundays. Bits equal even more Sunday. I already had 2 today as well. I'm going to do... It's basically... Dude, I'm so weird with money. You want to know how I calculate this, Unda? Well, I wasn't eating enough. Hi, Creeper. Yeah, I multi-stream always to Twitch and YouTube. Actually, I technically multi-stream other places too, but we don't talk about those. What's up, Nimor? You think Warrior will be solid? Yes. I think that Season 2 tank balance is not in a terrible spot after the next round of tuning that I assume they're going to do. To be fair, it is an assumption that they're going to balance one more before release. Technically, they might not, but I think the general consensus is that DK will be hit once more, and I think that Brew might be just elevated slightly, at least a little bit. I do think that Brew could use it. Then I would be very happy with tank balance. There's also the risk of a Guardian Druid nerf. I'm not even kidding that might happen. People are sandbagging that. The most Sundays? Does a buffet count? The most, like, ice cream I've eaten in one day? So everybody's different. I love the fact, Unda, that there are so many different human beings in this world. It keeps it fun and keeps it very nice. Keeps it intriguing. But I have this thing where I don't normally like to eat. Like, when I get stressed, I just stop eating. So I don't have a lot of weight to lose. In the last 3 months, I think I dropped something like 15 pounds. No, it wasn't quite that much. It was like 10. But I started getting too thin, and I was stressed and not recovering well. So I just needed literally to put on about 2% body fat, and then I can optimize a bit more. So recently it's been a game of how can I get however many calories I can get in a day. And ice cream is easy to eat. Like, it's pretty easy to eat, just like a tub of ice cream, which is a good source. I'm going to be Blood Decay Prop Pally and Guardian Druid. So Guardian Druid on PTR, people are not playing the build. It's so weird. People are playing the wrong build. The actual build does better. It's not meta, but it's strong. Democra. So I think that where tanks, I feel as though they are right now, which would be different if I rank them for a beginner tank. It's all about how easy it is to keep yourself alive and how well you can just tank the dungeon. Different. But in terms of meta, like top higher end meta, I think it's going to be group buff dependent. So if Arms gets nerfed, which it might, if Arms gets nerfed, oh shit, we already hit the ice cream goal. Fucking bet. All right, cool. Done. So that's going to be ice cream. I'm going to get a few right now. That sounds good to me. Thank you, Unda. You the real one, Unda. This is funding my weight gain. Nice. Solid. Thank you. Here's what I think. I think that tanks might actually be wanted for their group buff, given how the season is going right now. Prot Warrior always has the potential of, if dungeon design doesn't favor them, they might be in trouble for living at higher keys. I think that a lot of the checks next season, they'll be able to pass, no problem. But you had, like, if you're a Prot Warrior this season, you have first pull Algathar Academy. Doesn't feel great on Prot Warrior. You have things like the Nexus Defenders. The way that they engage, like, it's just not fun to be a Prot Warrior in Nexus Point, for example, whereas other tanks have an easier time with it. So I think dungeon mechanics affect that a lot. Okay, so with Ellesmere UI, I need to decide what I do or do not want. And one of the first things I don't like these frames. I've never liked these frames. I have always actually preferred the regular bars, but this one I'm not so sure about it. So we're gonna have to figure out how to customize this. I'm pretty specific with how I like stuff. So let's look at the resource bar first of all. And then let's figure out how to edit the position of things. What's up, Anda? You know, also, I was promised fan fiction about me and Shindig, but I never got the fan fiction. So I'm a little Whoa! Whoa! Wow, his UI is so good. All right, raid frames, player frame, like, so party frames are going to be here. My player frame doesn't matter then. Let's put that over here for now. So party frames will be here. And then my CDM, I don't actually play with CDM. Cast bar, class resource, power bar. Which one is rage? Is this one rage? So that's my rage bar. Class resource here. And then let's just position my action bars better so that this is, all right. We need to grow it. Man, you can just click grow. Why can't I have that in real life? Are you doing add-on setup? Yeah, I want to swap to Ellesmere UI, mostly for party frames and spell tracking in dungeons. I think that that's actually really very impactful to have. And my current UI is lacking that in particular. Start with disable things you don't need when you go to the add-ons. Okay, so first of all, let's just start messing with some stuff. Also, and I'm not sponsored by them yet, just to clarify. This is not currently a sponsor. I told them I would test it today. If this works, it'll be the most natural sponsor that I could have ever gotten for stream. I will test it first today. I'm going to do a key or two later, and we're going to test it. You guys know that I play with high ping from Thailand, yeah? You know what my ping is normally? And I've been using exit lag for a long time to stabilize my ping, but there's another one. It's about 200. I normally play the game with like 200, 220 ping, something like that. On OCE, I can get it down a little lower, maybe like 170, but it's never low. So there's another service. Is my stream lagging a lot? Why does it feel like so delayed today? Wait, say 1. Is there a weird lag with stream? 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know. That was like a 4-second delay. That was kind of a delay. All right. I'll look at settings in a second. Not very bad streaming. Doesn't seem to be lagging in here. All right. We'll see. Thank you. There's a new service. Let me test it today before I actually tell you anything about it. They're not requiring me, by the way. They don't want me to like sponsor it on stream. They just want me to do the YouTube video. But I would. This is one of those things where if this will actually reduce my ping even by 20 or 30, I mean, borderline, like, I don't even need them to reduce it that much. If it reduces it by like 30, I'd pay for that service. Even like 5 to 10 is borderline something I would probably pay for. All right, let's set up my meters. I normally like meters in the top left for me. So damage done. These are the damage meters he has. New window, healing done. So this one would be overall. This feels like old details. 200 MS on Algathar 20. I have done Algathar 20 and 21 at like to, I think, 280 MS at one point this season. It was not fun. Yeah, but look at my ping right now in the city. I have the new service on. They gave me a code to try for 7 days to see if I could do it. This is the lowest I've ever had. I'm pretty sure. Like, that thrash feels pretty smooth. That's 120 right now. Now, granted, I have to join a key and see what happens if I connect to NA. But if it reduces my ping, I would be ecstatic. That would be so good going into the new season. All right, so let's just do one thing at a time because I'm going to get distracted. So first of all, I need HPS meters here. So what it does is it stabilizes my ping because I have some screenshots. Before I started using these types of services, Cheeky, back in the day, there was a Knockout offensive. I have a screenshot. I got to 16,000 ping. Like, literally, I walked into the pack, and I was just like, wait a second. What's going on? I spiked to 16,000 mid-ping. Like, mid-key. So that's what has to happen. Like, playing from Asia, I have to have something that just stabilizes ping. There's an ad starting. All right, I'm ordering more ice cream. Under the sun. What if I told you? And since you have very graciously given your Prime sub, I happen to know that you're here through this ad that is playing. What if I told you that I'm going to order more ice cream sundaes because we have now hit this bid goal for today? But not only am I going to order more and potentially have to wait for the order to arrive, but in fact, I might be able. So I can order 4 more. That's what I'm going to do, by the way. I'm going to get 4 more for the freezer as well. Beautiful. 4 ice cream sundae. Bam, that's like minimum order. I can also reach with my left hand. I'm going to take left hand and I'm going to bring it forward, forward, forward. Bam. Just like that. I had it locked and loaded. I just felt like today was going to be a good stream. I knew it would work. I felt, yeah, this is some fast delivery that you have no idea. And it's like 50 cents for delivery too. It was there. It was ready. It was waiting the whole time. How excellent. How wonderful. So, by the way, don't get it yet. If we actually follow through, so if the service works, when I get into a key, I try NA Realms and OCE, and everything goes well, the service that actually reduced my ping would be Gear Up. If it works, I will gladly make a YouTube video or 2 for them. But I have to see first. I told them I have been offered at this point many sponsorships. Normally I say no. If the thing works with my whatever, then I would consider it. And I think that anything that helps me with my ping, I would pay money for, let alone be sponsored by them. So we'll see. I told them I would test it for a few days, and if it works, I'll get back to them, and then they'll draft up a contract or whatever, and I'll make a video for them. All right. But yeah, if, for what it's worth, if you like a certain content creator, like Shaw or Shindig or whatever, if you like somebody on stream and you see that their video has a sponsored read, sometimes it's annoying because I know that you see it all the time. For like the people who are, I don't know, Penguin Z or whatever, when you want to get to like the highest end, sure. But goddamn, I am so happy if I watch a Shaw video or a Shindig video, and that thing starts with a sponsor, I am so ecstatic for them. I'm like, you get it, man. You get it. I love to see it because I know at this point that is just such a, it's the best way to support content creation. It's like super, super, super good. I definitely think that that's a part of it, but there's a very real thing for me, which is that it significantly reduces ping. All right, so I got that Sunday here. I need to get one more of these meters. Where is add meter? There's got to be, I can get one more, right? Ellesmere's not capped on 2. How do I get a third meter on here? 3 inch of ping was, I know, simply, it happens all the time. Also, what's up, bitch? Okay, for people who don't know, I really need to clarify, because not everybody was here during that discussion. Thank you. If I start saying, what's up, bitch, to people, it's not rude, it's actually polite. Yes. It's polite. And you might be thinking to yourself, how is it polite? Allow me to explain. I got you. I have struggled with autoimmune conditions, and I won't make this long, okay? I'll keep it brief. Signal on top, plus signal. Mother... Am I dumb? Bro, I was looking for that. I was looking for like 5 minutes. I actually have been sitting here and I was like, where is the plus button? I couldn't figure it out. Damn. All right. Normally I like 3 meters. I like current, overall, and then healing done. That's normally what I do. Yeah. Thank you, Ashlands. Much appreciated. Thanks for looking out for me. What I was going to say was that if people have struggled with different autoimmune conditions or just any chronic condition, it's actually kind of frustrating when people come in and they're a little bit too, like, they treat you like you're suffering, like you're sick. Like, oh, hey, how are you? And it's like, I'm hanging in there. And they're like, are you feeling better than yesterday? And it's like, no. And they go, ooh, I hope you feel better. It's like everybody knows that conversation, and that conversation is actually really annoying. But you can't ever get mad at people. Well, you can't get mad at people for asking how you're doing, because like that obviously that's coming from a place of care. And so you think to yourself, oh, man, I'll go through the loop again. But if you put yourself out there, everybody who talks to you that knows that you're struggling with any health condition is basically going to consistently just, like come at you like this, right? And so you have to constantly be explaining that, like, no, I don't feel well. And sometimes you'd rather not. That being said, to overcome this issue, what you really want, if you've actually struggled for a long time with anything, what you really want is for people to treat you completely normal and almost like bypass the whole you're sick conversation and just go, what's up, bitch? Like, no joke, you have a friend and you're not like total strangers with them, although I'm pretty sure it would work. Anybody, chronic illness, they're struggling. If you just get them and you're like, what's up, bitch? Like, they're going to be like, whoa, I like you, Mr. Person. Like, they're going to like you a lot. So that's I said that the other day, and now people are coming in here and saying that to me. So I appreciate it that you remember that conversation, by the way. Big Grizzly, Simply Dawn. I do genuinely appreciate that. That's the type of video I still wish I could just put on YouTube, because I swear it would help so many people. People don't know. I mean, it's not their fault. They don't know what it's like or how to talk to somebody sometimes who's sick. It's not always clear. But everybody knows that feeling of like you get a text and you're like, I don't want to respond to this right now. Yeah, I genuinely, yeah, it's just like, oh, that's super cool. Second, any tips for 18? Pull safe. Don't over pull. I think there's only 2 real ways you lose a key right now as a tank. One of them is you die because you're not planning your defensives. Big one. 2, overpull. Don't overpull. Damage should be all right on 18. There are certain pulls that are worth it, like I think triple lasher on Algathar, but otherwise don't. Yeah, Dot. I A tip for 21s? I do have a tip for 21s. I was wrong. Although we'll see in the last, was it 4 days now, for the 1%, I thought for sure that the 1% was going to be around 4K IO. But if I look at the US ranking for 1%, it's 39.25. Good night, Unda. Thank you for the ice cream. I actually have ordered it. I seriously am going to get more ice cream. I appreciate you funding the ice cream today. It's very interesting. I thought it would be higher than this, to be honest. I genuinely thought last week we would see more inflation of this, considering there's a mount attached to it. It's a cool mount. People want the mount. I thought in the US it was going to be closer to 4K, and I thought that EU was going to be higher as well. So in EU, it is going to be around there, but the US is slacking. I don't know. Maybe cheeky. Maybe that's where I was wrong. The EU is currently at 39.74. So I might not be the best person to ask because I was straight up wrong before. Yeah, it's climbing on EU for sure. I feel as though the EU, if I had to guess, would be either just shy of 21 Algathar. So that would be like, what, 39.95 between that and 4K. Or it will actually be Brazil 21. I almost fell off the treadmill. It'll be high. But I think that, Cheeky, I think you're right. The idea of boosting kind of comes from the 0.1%, where it's easier to move the margin because not as many people. Yeah. 4010. I want to say, Dot, that 4010 must be fine for EU 1%. I think it would be, yeah. Also, sorry, you asked me a question about Ellesmere UI. I was distracted. Bye, Simply. Now, I might do long streams the next few days. We'll see. All depends on my health. Health first. I'll put my health first. Today, I already did most of what I got to do, so it's no gym. I have time to just game and stream, so I'm not that fussed. All right. So we're going to keep setting up his UI. Currently, the action bars, I don't mind them, but let's go target some stuff and just see what it looks like. What do you think NA ends at? Because it's 39.25 right now, I actually don't know. I think 21 AA and seat were honestly the only real checks. So what does this look like? I'm not entirely against it. The action bars don't shake like my bartender used to. I feel like I like bartender more than I like this. I like my previous action bars a lot. So we're going to move my Iron Fur tracker. We have this in the middle. That's fine. So we still have an Iron Fur tracker middle on my screen. My rage bar is... I need to edit it because I don't want it to be percentage based. It's not bad. I just want to see party frames now. And then this is enemy unit frames. How do I color code them? Do they color code in a dungeon with Ellesmere? Interesting. So NA 25 points the next 4 days would be what, 39.50? But honestly, if you were asking Pedro, the advice for 21, you got to find people to play with. It's the best advice. No, like I actually though, absolute best advice. Any amount of consistency that you can get. There is a video, if you really want to get a more in-depth look at this, completely free on Patreon. It is the best Mythic Plus advice. Even in the podcast that I did with Shaw, easily the best piece. I have a podcast coming out tomorrow with Banshers. Do you know who Banshers is? The Giga Hunter in Physical Godcom. Plays with Squish, Nox, Walks, Ornamist. You familiar with Banshers? And even talking to him, the more high-level players that you actually get to meet in WoW, the more consistently you'll hear how important networking and consistency is. You should play with the same people. And the advice is actually how do you find those people more than anything else. It really does become a how do you find those people type thing. All right. So add-ons. Wait, where's Ellesmere UI? Where does UI go? What? Did his UI bug? Or open Ellesmere UI? Cannot. Oh, it's the combat bug. Damn, lame. It's even more consistent with 50 gold. He shouldn't have to pay for it. It's combat bug. I see. In terms of the meta tank next season, I have a weird feeling that we're going to actually have this, though. Do you have a network for pushing into Season 2? If I wanted to push more, like, seriously, Big Grizzly, the very first thing I would do is open my friends list, and I would start messaging people. That's the very first thing I would do. It would actually just be an immediate whisper, 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 whisper. Hey, I know I didn't play in Season 1. I'd like to play a little bit harder in Season 2. And I would just see who would take me. I intended to play harder in this season right now, but when you just add people, look, if you go to my friends list right now and you just start scrolling down, first person on here is 3950. Second person right here is Shank. He's been title pusher for a while. He's 4193. Third person on here is 4330 IO with a plus 24. I met this guy in a key this season, early on. Then I have Banchers, 4340. Holy. Then I got Benji. He's 4343. And then I have Caesar, 4192. And then I have this guy, 4138. You see, like, the whole point is that if I were to message 20 people on the friends list, somebody is going to say yes. Like, at some point, somebody will be like, yeah, sure, we could play. And then, voila. And because of how Resil works, if in the next 4 days, I wanted to try to push for 0.1%, is that enough time? Probably not. I'd have to learn. I'd be the bottleneck for sure. Good. Yeah. And that was the Farok flavor. I have the... I gotta get a combat. It's actually just a bug for Druid, my character. Whew. What's up, Alden? Was it good? I'll get an ice cream today. We've already ordered some, and I've already had a bunch. Taking care of myself. I'm getting a bunch of steps in right now. I think I want to do it sporadically throughout stream instead of all at once. And then you guys will keep me accountable. Don't need to. I'm taking my health seriously. I'm proud of myself for putting my health first. And I'm setting up a new UI. Plus, I want to make a little tier list today. So let's do that. I think that was enough steps for now. Let's sit down for a bit. We're going to go back and forth. Yep. We won't do all the walking at once. So that means I just need to put the treadmill back over here. Health first. But my comeback right now is damn real. I am so determined to feel better. Depleted second pull, chef's kiss. Well, at least it was fast. Yep. At least it was fast. All right. I don't think I need... I think I want the class resource bar. I like this one. Okay. So now we need to keep looking here. And we need to just basically set up some stuff. I think I don't want his action bars. I think I want bartender. So I might disable the action bars and re-enable bartender. But let me sit down for a second. We go back and forth. Also, maybe, I'm not promising anything. I would say for NA, I think my guess would be around 3950. 3950 or 60. What's up, Tom? Love your recent collab with your boy Obly. He was cool. Yeah, Obly and I get along. We chat for a while whenever we do collab. If you like that, Tom Daly, you'll really like a week and 1 day from now. There may or may not, potentially, be a 1.5 hour podcast between the two of us. A quite contrarian podcast, by the way. It was openly a debate, in fact. And I liked it. It was fun. It was a genuine debate. It wasn't even like one of those, let's talk about the same thing and have the same perspective. It was straight up like, we're opening this with some hot takes. Like, you and me, let's go at it, bro. Let's go at it. Ring the bell. Who's going to win in a fight? No, I added him on Discord, but I haven't actually messaged him yet. But basically, I'm home alone. I'm home alone all week. If you make a tier list of the funnest tank, I don't mind talking about what tanks are fun, but I actually think, Cyril, that if I was going to rank tanks for fun, I would rather give you a personality playstyle and have you determine what's fun for you. Because fun is pretty relative, right? All right. Yoga ball for a little bit or chair? Let's do bouncing. Like, I could rank the tanks based on personality. That is a thing. You can totally do that. There was a video I made like 6 months ago on Patreon and YouTube members. I don't think I ever made it public. But it was basically saying you can identify what tank you might want to start with based entirely off of what you like to do in gaming and what your personality is. And you're going to be mostly right on it. No, I forgot, Malden. I'm busy. Busy. Am I part of Daddy Boosting? You know, Cheeky, they invited me to Daddy Boosting LLC, and I never got a follow-up. What's up with that? How come? Yeah, they never followed up with me. It was rude. I was so excited to be part of Daddy. Ugh, hold up. I have a testicle sandwich right now. 1 second. Okay. That's a little better. What treadmill are you using? I don't know. I'd have to ask Kitty. It's hers. I just borrowed it from her. It's like, is it Kingsmith, I think? I don't know what the brand is. It's very nice, though. It's very quiet. You can't even hear it, and it's very easy to use. Okay. Takes me forever to do stuff. Macro is here? Bet. All right, I gotta go get the door. You already left, Kitty? I have to get the door and put some stuff away. There's like a few kilos of chicken and whatnot. Okay, I'm getting it. I'm home alone. Entertain yourselves. Perfect timing, actually. We hadn't started anything yet. When I get back, Cyril, I will try to answer the question a little bit better about what tank you might enjoy. Sound good? Uno momento, por favor. We have been debated. There is no delivery here yet, so I'll have to get it later. Ooh. I do, however, have a cat. I don't think he will like bouncing very much, though. Should we find out? Let's see. He's not gonna like this. I foresee I'm projecting myself 30 seconds into the future. And I don't think he's gonna like this very much. He's chilling for now, but give him about 10 more seconds. Are you just happy to get some attention? Are you sad that mom is gone for the weekend? Yeah. That's what I thought. I'm just so alone. He's happy because he got 2 breakfasts today. He persuaded us and convinced us that he did not have breakfast yet. So he got 2. I don't know my keys, so I'm forced to buy in for myself in keys. There's like 30 reps. I might be something. You know what, Tom? I think that keys are a natural way to get some fitness in, actually. I do think that. Because if you tell yourself that basically every key you do, that you're going to just stand up at a minimum, or if you're, do 10 squats or something, you'll end up doing a fair bit of movement throughout the day. Look, this is my cat who is now annoyed. I told you he would not like the bouncing. He, in fact, does not like the bouncing. Now the delivery is here. All right. The tier list today is going to be cool. I promise. I'll be back. 1 second. Now the ad is actually, now the thing is here. Once I get this, there's not much more to do today. All right, now I'll be right back real quick. Come on, buddy. Downstairs we go. explain. Let me explain what just happened. I have cheese now. Bro, that took way longer than it should have. Allow me to explain. So in Thailand, you can get everything delivered. All right, hold up 1 second. I don't know where to start. The delivery driver, he did find it eventually. He first crashed into a wall slightly, like down the road, couldn't find the house. He eventually found the house. I think he found everything else on the list. I mean, to be honest with you, he didn't really seem to know what was going on. Then the wall was fine. And then he kept picking up the same he was like, yogurt. And I was like, I don't think we ordered yogurt. And he was like, and he put it back. And then he picked it up again. And he handed me yogurt. And I was like, I swear, I just don't feel like that's something we would have ordered. And then he put it back. And he was like, and I was like, no, like we were missing, like we ordered like chicken, like cheese, like there's some other things we didn't get yet. And he goes, And then he goes back and he looked in the same container that the yogurt was in and tried to hand me the yogurt again. Thai people have this mentality. It's called sabai sabai, but sometimes they take sabai sabai a little bit too far. I apologize. That was way longer than I thought it would take. But I'm back now, and I have cheese, which is nice. Hi, Banchers. Sorry I wasn't here for that. Well, if anyone is still listening, there is a podcast coming out with Banchers tomorrow. Oh well. Normally, when I'm streaming, Kitty takes care of the house stuff. But since I'm home all alone, I get to open the cheese in my own way and have some cheese. That is the best thing that has come out of this situation. Okay. Haven't had this cheese in a while. Nice. I actually like cheese. Good. Good. I believe we have gotten and received our groceries. Now, I was supposed to set up my UI, and then I was supposed to make this tier list. Let's see what we're going on right now. The UI is coming along. I still like Bartender more than I liked his actual thing. So we're going to go to Options, and we're going to re-enable Bartender. Mostly with his UI, I wanted nameplates. That was like the biggest thing I wanted. That was good. Nice. Not a UI tier list. Just the tier list is gonna be good. Listen, I feel like everybody in the WoW space knows tier lists are frustrating. They make a lot of people very upset. And to be honest, I understand why. It makes sense. Like, it really does. That being said, the tier list I make today will help people. No, it's a block of cheese. Yeah, it's like Edam cheese. Sharper than most. Mainland cheese. Yeah, it's a block of cheese. It says tasty. It does, it's tasty. Yeah. I've also eaten a block of butter, but it's not as enjoyable. I don't really like raw butter. Ah. Well, like a good snack. I'm not going to eat all the cheese, but No, it's not a block of butter. It's cheese. There's like half a kilo of cheese. It's basically 1 pound of cheese. Cheese is old butter. It's fair, actually. Frustrating is when people following tier lists or meta don't even benefit them. That is what today's tier list will accomplish. What? Trust. When I make this tier list today, it is going to help people. Not good cheese tier list? If the cheese smells like your mom's feet instead of your dad's feet, lower on the tier list. You want it to have a particular smell reminiscent of an early childhood memory that you've tried to forget. That's high tier, high quality cheese right now. Paves. I wanted to try out, you said on YouTube, I wanted to try out the Druid of the Claw no raise build that Yoda was running. You got the build there? Yeah. That build, I think it's competitive in terms of living. Like, I think it'll be all right, but I still don't think I'm not sold that will be the meta build. I don't think so. I think that the Guardian Druid build I've been playing on PTR, I don't know why I haven't seen Yoda play it or Kira play it or whatever. I swear it's almost a little bit too good, and I think it's going to get nerfed. I had some like conspiracy level theories about this. There's a build. I swear it is currently the best performing build. But I have seen almost 0 logs with this build. I have no idea why. Yo, what's up, Arson? Arson, you've come at the perfect time. I was just outside. Somebody crashed into a wall, and now I'm eating a block of cheese. Tears from Bat? No. The one I'm making today is good. No. The one I'm making today will help people. Overall, though. Is this because you're an Aflock? Do I think the new bear is better? I do think the new bear is better. They all say that. That's a fair point, Arson. I accept your criticism. I take it upon myself. You are correct. You're not wrong. I think that good night, Arson. I think the meta perception in WoW is really bad. I had somebody in Discord today ask me if they could play Aflock next season. And I was like, I mean, of course you can play Aflog. It is kind of a tough life. Like, do you have friends? Like, how high do you want to go? Like, if you're really curious about going as high as possible, I'm not so sure. The one talent EP? No, it's full Apex, man. That recap broke. That's what happened. That's exactly, I'm telling this thing, and now I eat a block of cheese. Well, I'm not going to eat all the cheese, because I already had 4 ice cream sundaes today. So today is going to be like a relatively not block of cheese type day. Want Billy Ryan? It's in my Discord. You can find it. It's EC full Apex. I have not had a it's not only is it super tanky, it does decent damage. Here. Go to Midnight. I'm re-updating my Discord soon, but if you go to here. No, lactose intolerant, bro. For my dad's 50th birthday, Gura, what happened was he got this really fancy cheese. It was like the level of cheese that I had never seen as like a 10-year-old myself. And I was young, and I was trying to help out because it was a big day. It was his 50th birthday, you know? So I was trying to be like a good kid, and I was cleaning up the kitchen a little bit, and I opened the fridge, and I was just affronted. I was overwhelmed by the smell. I opened the fridge, and I was like, oh my God, like so bad. So I looked at the cheese, and it was like blue, kind of green. It didn't look good. And I was like, I'm going to make sure that they don't have to deal with this. So I threw it out. Threw all of it out. And I was really proud of myself. Yeah. Bro, why is there a window capture on? Wait, where did this window capture come from? Has that been on the whole stream? Holy, wait, there's just been this thing in the right. Has that been on the whole stream, or is it because I just opened Discord? God, I didn't leak any DMs, right? How much was that? That was just my general of Discord. Why was that linked? Dude, I hope I never leak Discord DMs. Sometimes I pretend that I'm actually a normal dude and try to engage in a group chat. And basically, like, normal dude group chats are just sending gifts and seeing who can outdo the other person, pretty much. Yeah. So anyways, now I'm eating this. I have no idea how much that cheese was worth. All I know was that it was a big day. I was supposed to throw up. Yeah, you're not allowed to read my DMs. I can't go on PTR right now because PTR is brick for me. I'm getting the incompatible error and I can't fix it. I was going to reinstall. I tried to reinstall everything this morning and I couldn't get on PTR. I'm getting the No Realms compatible bug. I hope it fixes itself. So, we're on retail. We're setting up Ellesmere UI and we'll chill. Could be a long stream today. We'll see. I'm home alone. Kitty's gone for the week. The weekend. It's Friday here. Oh, like 3-4 minutes. Oh, fantastic. That's good. Yep, that's smart. That's good. That's good. That's good. Also, for the tier list today, the intent. Many people want to try tanking in WoW. Tanking can be very overwhelming. And it can be complicated to start, even though it shouldn't be. It's not technically that hard to tank, but it's just so overwhelming to start. And I think that a lot of people end up making the wrong choice with what tank to start with. Genuinely. I think that there are tanks that are better than others for a friendlier first experience. Like, imagine your first tank is a VDH. For anybody who plays tank, just like imagine that you accidentally roll and you're like, oh, this looks super edgy. And that's your first experience tanking in WoW. I think that'd be pretty tough. So there are some tanks that allow you a better experience. Okay, so I've got my damage meters here. I think I like them. This is fine for Ellesmere. And then I want to go into a party and see somebody's party frame. So let me just see who's on. I'm going to ninja invite this person and just see what this looks like. Let's see if I get drafts in here for like 2 seconds. I want to see what my party frames look like. No, so it's like ninja invite you, like Ansas. All right, so this is what party frames look like. I need those to be way bigger. Go on Turbofar. I feel like brew totems aren't more common. Shit, like brew totems. What do you mean by brew totems? Follower dungeons. Oh, that's a good point, Ashens. Follower dungeons would be a good point. Thank you, Drabs. Nameplates. I need them to be bigger. Party frames should be way bigger. Unit frames. Border size, visibility options. Wait, no, party frames. Nameplates. Oh, that makes sense, actually. I should go to a follower dungeon. What's up, anti-pet? Hello. Okay, so there's tank threat. There's this. This is nameplates. This is enemy nameplates. I need... Where are party frames? Is there a search bar? Oh, nice. Dude, his UI is so good. Party frames. Raid frames. Frame size. 20-man frames. There's got to be party frame. Okay, it's right here. Got it. Thank you, Epso. Hey, Oslo. So, hold up. Frame width. Did I lose your abs? Okay, so here. Oh, this is the preview. Perfect. Look at that. We have a preview right here. So, I want them to be bigger. I like my frames big. Horizontal frame? No, I like vertical frames. Frame height? Yeah, that's better. Yep. Correct. Actually, I made a video with Obley yesterday. It's on his channel. It's not on my channel, so you won't find it uploaded to my YouTube. But if you want my thoughts about Blood DK next season, there was a 10-minute video I made with him talking about, I think, some of the problems with Blood DK. Because I have some different takes. I think about Blood DK from the perspective of how is this going to play in a 1% pug key instead of just how is it going to play in a world first plus 25. And Blood DK has issues with gather. Okay, so this is not bad. Auto resize icons, self position first. That makes sense. Frame growth. Targeted spells, always. This is one of the main reasons that right there is why I wanted his UI. Because my UI didn't show this, and I am actually the type of person who normally is very aware of who is getting casted on in my team. So icon position center, that makes sense to me. Oh, Black Ox statue. That's one thing I mentioned in the video. I swear they should just give all tanks. I think they should just pretty much give all tanks a AoE taunt on a 130 cooldown. I think it would solve a lot of problems, genuinely. Like, I actually think that would help a lot. Like, if you just... not with a CC attached to it. Yes, correct. Big Grizzly. What if they gave Blood DK 5 yards extra on Blood Boil? 5 extra yards. Because what happens is you have to get close enough to tag. And close enough to tag equals death. I think that's the issue. And a lot of tanks are bad at gathering. That's like the hardest. It's like an art to gather properly. And it's very difficult to explain it. I'm going to try, but I think it's actually like a massive barrier to tanking. When you get to high enough and challenging enough content, you just die. Because you have to get close enough. I don't even think you need more charges. I think it's up pretty frequently. I think the Blood DK rotation is pretty fluid. I also don't think that Blood DK is that hard to play decently. But I think that an AoE taunt for every tank would be pretty harmless. Like 130. Like, make it a cooldown, but I think it'd be good. Yeah. Not anymore, Suko. Blood DK will be fine next season. The way that next season is going to be structured for keys is different than this season. And I don't know if I like or hate that. Like, you know, if you're from Arson Stream, girl, Algathar Academy, did he ever get it? Did he ever get the 21 Algathar? We should have had it so many times, man. Like, we should have had that key so many times. He got it. Oh, thank God. All right. Oh, yes. Good for him. Like, that would have haunted everyone, I think, if he never actually ended up getting it for the whole season. Good. From my PTR testing, I wonder what Arson thinks about it. He's actually tested more PTR than me. I think that next season, more keys will feel like Algathar, aside from the tank getting clapped on battle axes or first pull. But I think that the next season will be heavily gated by your DPS. Like, just, there's only so much you can do if your DPS are simply not doing the damage that is required. Sometimes Algathar just feels impossible. Like, as you get up in that, it's so hard to do Algathar well because you can tank it like an expert. But that doesn't mean you're going to time it. Just because of the way it's designed. No, it's not a stick of butter. It's actually a stick of cheese. It's like a pound of cheese, basically. Yeah. Basically, every tank and every healer should just start making a macro that goes DPS, question mark? Oh. Nom, nom, nom. I'm not going to eat this whole thing. I've actually done pretty well on my food today. So, not bad. Done? Macro into your smite. Oh, there it is. Okay, so I don't need my cooldown manager. Cooldown manager. I actually just play without it on bear. I think that next season it might be slightly more important because we won't have as much of a fluidity, but... Dude, Gura, I don't want to be negative. I really like this game, and I want everybody to play and be able to play what they want. It genuinely bothers me that Arson, at any point this entire last season, felt bad for playing Affliction Warlock. At any point. Like, I really dislike the pressure of what I dislike, you don't have to be the best. I don't ever like the feeling that I'm trolling by playing the thing I want to play. That is not cool with me. It's like, if you're 5% below the best, that's okay. But sometimes the game is balanced in a way where you're actually like 30% behind. It feels like that at the very least. Even if it's not quite that bad, it feels like that. And it just creates so many weird feelings, man. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I hope that it's better next season. But I also think you're going to feel it next season. Like, what I can tell you is that based on my current testing, you're going to feel it. Augs, if there was one spec in World of Warcraft that could probably just be deleted, that being said, it's Aug. I don't like Augmentation Evoker. What's up, Diavolo? Oh, sawadee krap. Ben kon Thai mai? Wait a second. We have a Thai person in here. Yes. All right, speak Thai with me. Hello. Hi. Are you Thai, actually? Because my Thai is really bad. I need to practice my Thai. You are Thai. Oh, that's sweet. Because, put pasang de tamai ka? Can you speak English? I love Thai tea. Thai tea is actually one of the best drinks that you will ever have in your life. You can? Fantastic. Diavolo, can I ask you, where did you find me? How'd you find stream today? Because seriously, there's just not a lot of Thai people. I don't know if you play WoW or you found it somewhere else. I do have my stream linked other places, for what it's worth. But it's very rare to find Thai people who play WoW. There's just not that many. I'm in the Thai guild actually. There's a guild I'm in that's supposed to be the Thai guild, but there's still not that many people. I just want to play tank. Oh, nice. I'm going to make that tier list soon. I really think that video will help people, hopefully. And thank you for saying hi. Yeah. Yep. I'm excited. I think that this... You can see that the Thai doesn't actually register, so whenever they speak in Thai, I don't have the Thai in game, so it just shows up at the other language. Basically, Gura, I don't like AUG either. I think that AUG takes away from a lot of people's enjoyment, and it's complicated. You never know. If an AUG is in your key and you're doing Algathar as an example, you don't know, like, are they bad? Is the group bad? Like, is everybody good? Is the AUG actually pumping? Is the AUG top damage? Like, is he really good? Like, it's really hard to identify how well they're playing. And I do think that at a certain level, performance matters, you know? What's up, Mr. Daddy Ops? Yo, hold up. Wait a second. Now, wait just a second. There's a little check mark next to that name. What's this? I see a little purple check mark next to that name. Ooh. Did you get it? I saw that you applied. I saw in your stream title at one point you said you applied. It happened, homie. Congratulations. That's nice. You got a little check mark. I feel good. Yo. What's up, Justic Darman? What verse in Hay should I be for 21-22s on Bear right now? I can give you two answers to that question, Justic. May I actually answer the question about secondary stats? And also, if you want Diavolo, and if I get distracted and I just don't do it, I will upload whatever tier list from today. I'll upload it to YouTube later. So if for some reason I just get distracted and I don't do it for a little bit, just remember that though. Yo, just know you can find it on the YouTube channel. I'll probably just clip it directly and post it there. Hopefully I have enough energy. If I get too tired, then I get too tired. Do you like cheese, Mr. Daddy Ops? I was enjoying some of the finer luxuries in life, like this block of cheese. You know, technically, this is a harder cheese. And yeah, that's how I eat cheese. Well, how else are you supposed to eat it? What do you want me to do? Be some sort of cool Australian and like cut the apple with a knife? You want me to be cool like that? I'm not coordinated enough for this. Well, of course, no problem. Just, what's your main language? Hey man, if it works, it works. Heathen? Me? That's correct. I'm not going to try to defend myself, it's true. What do you want me to do? Pretend it's a lie? Myanmar. I do know Myanmar. I can't speak the language, though. I wouldn't be able to talk to you in that. What's up, Colin? Okay. I will answer your question. For right now, 21, 22 for Guardian Druid. Your stats don't matter that much. If you truly want to min-max, there are other things that will matter more than your secondary stat. When I try to parse in Raid, I have 99.9% average parse. I try to play with less haste. Because although haste is good for Guardian, it's not like it's the absolute best stat, 200% value over anything else. I actually try to play less haste when I parse as Guardian. So I'll swap my weapon, and I'll swap a few pieces of gear to try to get as little haste as possible. When I play keys, I want slightly more haste. And I never finish my Sporefall gearing, so I'm missing the chest and the headpiece. But the decision to hold Incarn, smart. Right now, Incarn does not give you that much single target damage, so it is okay to hold it at the end of a boss fight for the next pack if you want. You can send it on the boss. It's a little bit of single target, but it's not crazy damage, boss damage. So sometimes it's a good idea to hold it. You have to make that choice. Normally, Con, if you live in Thailand and somebody calls you that, it's a completely different meaning, by the way. Now, I don't actually know Mr. Daddy Ops that well, but I was in his stream yesterday. And do people just really like children in his stream? Because everybody was referring to each other as Mommy Kieran, Daddy Ops. Everybody was a parent. So is it just a place where like the older crowd hangs out, or is there like a reason? Is there like a grandpa Ops or like a granny Ops? God, I hope he's still here for that. What did motivate me to move to Thailand? As personal performance, my point is just for more overall damage. I prefer Verse because during Incarn, you won't get an extra Thrash. I explained this before with a specific Guardian Druid secondary. During Incarn, your rotation is so set that there's a cap on how much haste will benefit you. You technically get over the dungeon more cast, but I don't think it as much value. I think that I just want to hit harder during Incarn. Because when I go in here and I have Lunar Beam and I Thrash, Incarn, Thrash, every alternating global is going to be Thrash, Global, Thrash, Global. Me having more haste does not mean that I get to Thrash, Thrash. So it's still going to be Thrash, Lunar Beam on cooldown, Thrash, Global. And there's a point where, for me, with my ping that I play with, having more haste doesn't help me. Especially during the Incarn window. So if you want like a bigger peak during Incarn, crit and verse are your primary options for secondary stats. Does that make sense? Now, outside of Incarn, it might allow you with enough haste value to get to basically 2 globals for each Thrash, but this is some very technical stuff. But if you really want to get the best that you can on Bear, it's if you can get your haste value to 1 global plus then 2, you know? There's specific. I think you have to mark your stream for that, TH. I mean, if you want something that's a little bit more on... I actually, if you recall, I'd love to answer the Thailand question. Do you remember I told you that last year, it works on the dot tick. It doesn't give you that much more rage for lower Incarn cooldown because you normally... It depends. Well, what's up, Leorg did nothing wrong. I love seeing your name because that was a very funny day. And I'm still proud of myself for getting you. Does hate notably increase your survivability? Technically, it depends on the context. Haste will give you more cooldowns throughout a key because of Lunar Beam cooldown reduction and Incarn Rage Gen. But the Incarn Rage Gen is not nearly as much as people think it is with X amount of haste. Like 20% haste versus 30% haste is not going to give you crazy more. It does give you more Lunar Beam because you'll just get more globals. You get a few more Moonfires in the key. That being said, yeah, there's not a tank guide. That's next week, Lou. Don't worry, I got you. Next week. This today is we're going to rank the tanks for best beginner tank. And I've got some really good takes when we do it. But the idea is for your Incarn and your Lunar Beam, you want to be able to commit them. Lunar Beam is on cooldown right now. Even if you're playing with 15% or 20% haste, you just Lunar Beam on cooldown. If the pack's at 20%, I still Lunar Beam, because Lunar Beam is up constantly. One of the biggest things right now for Guardian Druid in this current season, if you were to send me a log, I would look at 2 things. And I can tell you what I would look at right now, by the way. Good question, TH. Number 1 is your Thrash per minute. I would look at the amount of times you hit Thrash. And if you're missing Thrash casts. Number 2 is Lunar Beam uptime. If your Lunar Beam uptime is low, you're missing out on so much damage. Oh, nice job, Leork. Congratulations. That's good. That feels good to be... Resil 21, if you're on US, that's super safe. I'm surprised that the 1% on US is not higher. The EU, we'll see in the next few days if it gets up there, but if you're on US, that's super safe. When I hit Lunar Beam as a Guardian Druid right now, you have to understand that it's not just... Like, you know what Mastery gives me? You can look at this. It's pretty cool. Is the UI kind of bricked? Can I not... Is it not showing me what my Mastery actually does? What's this? Did I uncover a bug with Elismir UI? I can't quite see it. It's not quite loading up here. Interesting. Yo, thank you for the subs. I appreciate that. It's actually just nice to meet you if you're a Thai player. Do you live in Thailand, Diavolo? And if you do, what ping do you play with? You can combat with a dummy. Oh, is it just a combat bug? Is that actually... I am in combat right now. It won't show if I'm... There it is. Thank you. Yeah. I think Diavolo... Huajai Ben Kon Thai. I can't speak Thai very well, but I've lived here. This is my life. I mean, I've lived here... long time now. Bed Bilao. A while. It's just the weird thing is because I don't look like this, right? Here's the thing. Yeah, because I look the way I look, when people see me in Thailand, they just assume Farang, obviously, right? But then occasionally I'll try to like speak Thai or do something and they'll be like, what the hell? Well, before you pay for that, TH, that's one of the things I'm testing today. Now, hold up. Possible. There is something better than exit lag. I can't tell you yet because it's not actually we haven't signed the contract. It's not official sponsor. And plus, even if they sponsor me, it won't be for stream regardless. So, to be fair, yeah. I have to test it. I want to go into a key today on NA Realms and try it. Right now in the city, my ping has been a little better. There's another service, and they reached out if I wanted to sponsor them. I told them I have to try their product before I sponsor them. Very important for me. Can I see now? Good. Cool. So if it won't show me in combat, though, it means I probably can't show you if I actually just hit Lunar Beam. I'll show you about Lunar Beam in a second. First, I will tell you that if you're playing from Asia, yeah, I play with around 200, 220 ping Diavolo. That's normal for me. I have to use exit lag as well. There might be something better than exit lag. Yes. Now, if they sponsor me, they have specifically asked me to do a YouTube video. So I wouldn't even be sponsored by them on stream. But if it lowers my ping by even 10 or 20 seconds, dude, I would pay for that. Like even 10 or 20. If you could get me to 170 instead of 220, I would pay for that. So yeah, there's another one. Let me test it. I have to see if it works. No, it's okay. So basically, Lunar Beam is not just damage, because what you have to understand is attack power is damage. But it's not just that. Lunar Beam has all these factors. You want to learn something about Guardian Druid right now. You have penumbral swell and atmospheric exposure. So that's 16. This is 10% thrash. This is 10% moonfire. 10% arcane damage while Lunar Beam is active. You have atmospheric exposure, which is a guaranteed proc during Lunar Beam. And then on top of that, you have all these other effects. When you actually... Yeah, I'll tell you in a second why I moved here. When I hit Lunar Beam, if I can show it here, it's not going to calculate on Ellesmere UI. That's very funny. So I would have to actually disable it to show you. I get 25% max health, 25% increased healing received, which is kind of an underrated thing. That's a strong defensive. That's as strong as Incarn is, by the way, because Incarn gives me 30% max health. Lunar Beam basically gives me that as well. But on top of that, I also get near double damage on Thrash with all of those effects. So without Lunar Beam and no trinket procs, nothing up right now. My Thrash currently does 13,000 damage. Yeah? If I just get my Lunar Beam up, and I just get it here, observe. If I Lunar Beam before my Thrash, it goes from 13,000 Lunar Beam to almost 20,000. It's near double damage. Now, that's good for threat. Lunar Beam is also a Guardian Druid spell. It doesn't have any weird threat things. If I Lunar Beam and then Thrash, I cannot lose threat. It's one of the secrets to Guardian Druid threat, is many people don't understand how powerful it is to Lunar Beam before. The other thing is that Lunar Beam uptime in combat currently is like 65%. That is nerfed going into Season 2. That's how they nerfed Guardian. That's why Guardian is changing in Season 2. Because they took away that interaction. So Lunar Beam uptime will be locked. You don't get cooldown reduction on it anymore. But if you're playing Guardian right now, Lunar Beam is the key. Like, Lunar Beam enables how strong Guardian is. And it's probably the easiest thing to look at in a log. Thank you guys for the subs and stuff. If I was to take a look at your log at any level, I'd look at Lunar Beam first, probably more than Thrash. And just see, if it shows me it's like 30%, you're missing it. It's always the right button to hit. Yeah, Cinerak, I don't mind talking about it, but it's weird. People can't agree. A lot of the highest keys on PTR right now are being done with the Guardian Druid build that I swear I think there's a better build. I've been saying that since literally day one of beta. There are 2 rotational guides that I already made on YouTube members and Patreon from the first week of PTR testing. I think that EC Apex is going to be the premier build, but obviously you see a lot of videos about either keys are being done with no Apex, which still works, but I think the Apex version is better. And the other thing is... Dude, I'm not even trying to cook it up. I thought everybody would find this build. This isn't even a cook. It's not even a Guardian Druid cook. I swear it's not even a cook. It's just actually the build. It's not even that weird. It's just, I don't know why no one's playing it. I watched a Yoda video. He did 19 Altar of Fangs. And I was watching him play, and I checked his first boss damage on the logs and also in the VOD. And he was like... No, he was playing EC on that one. He's playing no Apex. And he was like, yo, 76k single target? Like, that's not even that bad. And I was like, bro, I'm doing like 85, 90k. I was like, the build that I'm playing is way more than that. If you put that into an actual comp and the key goes cleanly, it's hard to get a good clean PTR key. Dude, I swear the EC Apex is performing really well. And it plays very similarly. There's some nuance to it, but it's a little different, but it's not that different. We'll see. It's a cook. I still think they might nerf it, unfortunately. I wouldn't be surprised if Guardian was nerfed soon in the new thing. Yeah. Thank you for making great content, teaching yourself. You're welcome. I am glad that my content helps. I have some really cool things coming next week, and if I can make them. And I'll still be kind of resting a little bit, mostly. Like, I won't be too fussed about streaming as much in the next week. I think it's good to take some time off before when the season starts. I'm gonna want to be gaming. So, all right, how's my UI? You think we can test an actual key real quick? Do you think we can go test an actual key, or what are we doing? Quick join, 21 Windrunner Spire. I don't really care about doing anything. No. I just kind of want to test ping and the new UI in some keys. I think it would be fun to actually just walk into a key and do it real quick. How can we know on ability we're a spell? What I'm pressing, if you look down here, my rotation is always below me. So whenever I'm playing, if you look at my rotation behind me, it just appears here. These are what buttons I'm pressing. So if I go cap form, you can see cap form. If I go bear form, you can see bear form. But I stopped pushing in May, so I'm not doing the very high keys right now. Now, I might not. Like, I don't always enjoy them. But I swear, next season, there's a Guardian Druid. It's not a cook. It's actually just, I'm pretty sure it's what people would come up with anyways. Diavolo, if you are a new tank, hopefully the tier list I make today and some of the videos that I make will help you understand how to feel more comfortable with tanking. Because it can be so stressful, man. All right. Let me test something. I think we walk a bit more and I hydrate. Good. Glad my content helps. That's good. Now, tomorrow, it's not beginner friendly, I would say. I think he offers some good advice, but if you want... that's good. I got you, Just. I can explain this. No problem. This talent right here, Circle of the Wild versus Circle of the Heavens, is an example of how World of Warcraft is terrible at teaching you what the game actually means. This talent does not do what it says it does. I will try to explain simply. It says physical damage, but what it actually says is abilities. This is all Guardian Druid abilities buffed by 5%. And the other talent is all non-Guardian Druid abilities buffed by 5%. Because the key word is that it says abilities, not physical damage. And this one says spells, not magic damage. For Guardian Druid, your only spell is Moonfire. Everything else, even though it does magic damage, is a Guardian Druid ability, including Lunar Beam and Thrash. So this buffs Lunar Beam, Thrash. It used to buff Thorns of Iron when we had that. It buffs all physical... It buffs all Guardian Druid abilities. Don't know why. It's one of the worst tooltips ever. Does that make sense? Don't ask me why. Ask Blizzard. That's a Blizzard question. It's not a me question. All right, let's walk. Hopefully nothing disconnects here. Oh, how am I live? Oh, I'll tell you again. Wait. All right. Woo. Hydrate and move. Keeping myself healthy. But that's why. I think my UI is good enough. I don't want to do any actual keys, I don't think. I mean, you're going to do 21 Windrunner. I don't really mind, but I think just like going into an actual 20 or something would be good. Not terrace, not seat, a the key. Nah, I don't actually care about doing an action. I just want to test UI stuff. Let's do like a 20. Not Skyreach. Where's your cat? The cat is downstairs napping right now. Oh, there's no 20s. I guess we get to 21. I don't really mind. Oh, spellbook looks weird with Ellesmere UI. Interesting. Interesting. Main thing is I want to go on US realms and I want to test something for US realms. We can do a 20 Mysara. It doesn't matter to me. I just want to test something. This will be Brazilian realms. That's okay. I need to test ping. Because if this works, I will gladly sponsor them in a video. 100%. If there is a way to help ping and get me better results, I would gladly do it. We'll see. It's been a while since I've even played retail. All right, next thing. This says percentage, but I don't want it to say percentage. I'm sure there's a way for me to do this. If I go into here, yeah, it's like here. My player frame is all the way over here, but when I get into a party, my party frame should come up. And I just want to be able to see the targeted stuff. The main reason I'm going to swap is two things. One, absorb shields were not appearing properly on base UI. And two, I couldn't see targeted spells. Like in Mysara Caverns, whoever the bolt was on or whoever the throw spear was on, I couldn't actually tell that. Pulls on Gnarlden. I'll show you. Mysara, if we do it, well, first of all, let me get in. Oh no, I've fallen so far behind Leoric, I don't even get taken into a 20. You want to meet my cat? He's screaming outside. You want to see him? Here, hold up. Cat moment, 1 second. All right, buddy, come say hi real quick. Come on, buddy. Come on. Fine, say hi. Briefly. I know, buddy. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Here's the good boy, who is not a good boy. He's actually a menace. He's a little menace. There he is. There he is. All right, well, let's do Mysara right now. Oh, buddy, why are your feet wet? Buddy? Buddy, tell me that isn't what I think it is. No, not like this. Why is your foot soaking wet? What could have caused this? Why are you disgusting? Why are you so disgusting? Buddy. He smells bad too. What is this? I'm just gonna hope that you walked in your own water pool or something. I don't think it's pee. It's kind of yellow. What is this? What is this? This foot right here. What do you think that is? It's a little wet. It looks slightly yellowish, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna have to wash my hands. Buddy, why are you so disgusting? It's yogurt. What about? You live in Thailand? Yeah. Utini. I live here. I live in Thailand, yeah. Oh, buddy. They don't need food. Don't let them convince you. They had double breakfast today. Because I gave them breakfast at like 5:30 a.m. I was up. And then Kitty woke up and she gave them breakfast because she thought they didn't have breakfast because they lied. Because they're big liars. All right, fine. You will get some treats, but no more. There's also another cat down here, but let me just give him treats real quick. All right. Hello. I'm coming. So, the older cat is 15. She's basically turning 15, and she's kind of blind now. When you give her treats, you can't just like toss them. You actually have to put them underneath her nose so that she can find them. Otherwise, she can't find them. She's getting older. All right. Yeah, actually, Diablo, I want to do more in real life Thailand streams as well. I'd like to tank Mythic Plus, unsure of routes. If you come to Thailand, what do you mean if they come to Thailand? I mean, I'll show people Thailand in 7-Eleven. If you come to Thailand, you should get a cheese toastie. There are some things that are overhyped in Thailand, I will say. Cheese toastie is not overhyped. You know what is overhyped? Pad Thai. Pad Thai is overhyped. Okay, so these frames are way too big right now. No interest. Yeah. I think I did like a few of them in May. Pad Thai is good, but it's not, Pad CU is better. There's a dish that's called Pad CU, it's better. Instead of Pad Thai. Trust, I've lived here for a while. You gotta try it, yeah. Pad Thai is like the westernized version of Thai food. You actually have, like, most Thai people, I wouldn't say they eat Pad Thai very often. You know? Well, they're not overhyped. How long have I lived here now? Dude, it's been a while. 8+ years. Yeah, like 8+ years. A long time. I guess at this point, a third of my life. All right, Ellesmere UI. Unit frames, boss frames, party frames. So we go to raid frames, party. These are a little bit too big. No, you basically, even when I was married to a Thai person, well, Diablo, at one point I was married. Even when I was married, you don't get Thai citizenship. Very difficult. Yeah, basically my entire adult life. I moved here just before I turned 21, I guess. I'm 29. Been here a long time. But when I was married to a Thai, I still didn't have citizenship. I had to renew my visa every year. You had a marriage visa at that point. I had to be ethnically Thai. There is... I can't get into it too much, you know? Just, you're getting held for that. Justic... TH, please tell me you're here. I need advice. Any mod that is currently in stream will see the comment that has just been held. Thank you, TH. That's all I needed to hear. I appreciate that. You know, Justic, I can't answer your question. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's why I pay you the big bucks. Thank you. All I can say, thank you very much. Smart. Good job, TH. That's the right answer. That is correct. Exactly. Good job. Whew, that was close. So the problem is... yeah. I appreciate that. No, I also say what I was thinking, because the thing is, I almost answered your question. It's just... I can't answer the question. It's not something that I can actually talk about. I can't have the conversation. Okay. All right. Here we go. If English is your first language, you'll probably be able to follow what I'm about to say. Basically, let me put it like this. You know how there are red delicious apples and there are Granny Smith apples? There are also pink lady apples. And if you take a pink lady apple, just as an example, and then you were to combine that with something else, then you were to combine that type of apple with a particular type of cucumber, you would end up with a question that many people want to ask. But since I don't actually eat fiber and don't partake in fiber, it doesn't mean that I've never had fruits or vegetables in my life. So technically speaking, I do have an opinion on fruits and vegetables. I just can't share that opinion right now because it would be out of taste and out of season. I'd like to say I'm very proud of myself. Yeah. No, I can't eat fiber. I haven't had a single fruit or vegetable in a long time. It's kind of why I just have this block of cheese like this. You see this block of cheese right here? The reason I have a block of cheese with me is because I can't eat fiber. So when I need calories in a day, it's also why I have so much ice cream. Because basically I haven't had fiber in years of my life. Yeah. Is this OCE server? I have no idea. Oh, it's hit. I'm testing. I think it's NA. You know about the cheese that a Woo just takes bite out of the block? How else are you supposed to eat cheese? It doesn't make sense. I don't understand. Why wouldn't you not eat cheese like this? What am I supposed to do? You want me to cut it into little tiny pieces? The whole point of having a cheese block is to eat the cheese block. Wait till you see me bulk order sashimi. Actually, the most affordable way to get sashimi, they have like tuna blocks of sashimi, right? I'm not going to eat it daintily with a knife. So for example, if I get sashimi, I buy it in the kilo. And so there will just be like a kilo piece of sashimi and it's just a block. And you just eat it. You just pick it up, chomp, chomp, chomp. You just eat it. Like, does it taste a little better if you thinly slice it? Yeah, but you could just rich people things. Elassi. Well, I'm not poor necessarily. I wouldn't say I'm rich. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. That was fun. Slice a chunk off? No. Hitstick has seen my... Did you guys ever get to see... Wait a second. Well, because I live in Thailand. I calculate things. I'm just really smart with money. I like to think that I'm smart with money because I calculate based on calorie per cent. Like, I basically do calorie per dollar or like per percent. So, for example, if I spend $10 on McDonald's ice cream sundaes, how many calories is that per dollar versus butter versus this cheese versus chicken or steak or whatever else that I might do? Because I need to eat so much to just try to keep weight up. I have to eat like closer to 4,000 calories a day just to try to keep any amount of size and muscle and weight. It is weirdly hard. The link right there, if you want to support stream, it's a free download for a web browser. Shall we do key? Let me just get my treadmill up. What's up, Cankerous? I had a cankerous sore once, I'm pretty sure. The only concern with chomping is that if you don't eat the whole thing in one sitting, your saliva on there would cause bacteria to grow on it faster. Got a phone call. Answered about moving to Thailand, or is it because of marriage? No, I didn't move here to get married. That'd be crazy. No, I met my wife originally, and then we got divorced. So, Not married anymore. Probably an awkward way to slide that in there. Big Grizzly, I cannot answer that question. You're not allowed to talk about any of that. It's just all firm no. Can't answer it. Can't talk about it. I'd love to engage in an actual conversation. Can't talk about it. Who are these anime characters behind you? They're waiting for me. My Hero Academia, these 3 posters. Fairy Tail, Kenshin. And Naruto Lego over there. Plus a bunch of other anime things around the house. Sorry, 1 second. 1 minute. Is this key Brazil? This is Brazil, right? Oh, it's Deco in here. I didn't even see Deco. Oh, hi, Deco. Was this key Brazil? What's the middle one? Oh, sorry. What's the kettlebell? Oh, there's a kettlebell there. Fairy Tail, My Hero Academia, Kenshin. It was pretty much whatever the store had, to be honest. I am super excited. I want to see what my ping is like in this key. Dude, if my ping is lower, that would be insane. Like, what if this works? I'm so excited to test this. New UI, new testing. Let's find out. What was I going to do? Think about it. Think about it. Treadmill. I'm going to walk. Get some steps in while we do this key. That's what I'm doing. All right, smooth. I would love to answer your question properly. But let me get my treadmill rolling. I have to plug it in. Okay. So. Do you plan to go back to the US? No. I don't want to. Thailand's better. What prevents you from eating fiber? Pretty random. Oh, yeah, I don't mind sharing. There's actually, I wrote recently, because people ask me all the time, and I don't mind sharing it each time. But since people ask me all the time, I actually wrote a little bit of a medical backstory on Discord, if you're ever curious. It's just pinned. It's like my medical story. It actually covers a lot of the mental health things I went through. My childhood was super random and kind of impossible. Like, it doesn't make sense. I should not be alive today. There are many things that I had to go through as a kid. Like, even in my hands, you can see I have like a lot of scars and stuff that should be way worse. This is why I can't play with a Razer Naga and a gaming mouse, because my fingertips are numb from this injury down here. This was like 20 years ago at this point, almost. So I've just got a lot of random things. Okay, mark of the all my bags. Oh no. Okay, flask. This augment ruin. Oh, my whole UI has changed, you know. I hope this is Brazil in case something bad happens with my UI. Where is augment ruin? Is my talents good? Why aren't I playing this? You can actually swap this talent for here. Go tank. I'm sorry. 1 second. 1 second. Sorry. We're gonna time his key. And also, we're going left on the first pull. I need to get my treadmill rolling. Okay. I told myself I would take care of myself. Sorry. I hope this is Brazil. Yeah, don't. They didn't hear that. It's okay. It's going to work. Probably. All right. Speed settings. Fast. We go left first pull. All right, we go left first pull. WhatsApp? What do you mean WhatsApp? Oh, what's up? Oh, hi, Blinks. I was like, did I show my WhatsApp? How do you have my WhatsApp? Oh, what's up? I see. All right, this is going to work. I've totally got this. I don't know. I can't see anything properly because this is an entirely new UI, and this is my first actual test with this UI. Oh, there's no Apex. That's so weird. I've been playing PTR for so long. All right, ready? Surely I have the right gear on and stuff. I think this will work. I think this will go okay. My first pull of my Sara Caverns, though, is a little bit technical, so give me a second. Okay? So we're going to Thrash. The Lunar Beam is down. We go Wild Charge, Stag Form, Boomy the... Oh, I'm off for a second. Hit Stick is dead. That's not good. Because I was late with my this. And then we go here. We go Barkskin. Bam. We pull these Berserkers. We go here. We Incarn a second early just because of this. And then we Lunar Beam. Everything is nicely grouped here. It's beautiful. There's going to be like one range kick to get. I can't see. I like my old Platinator. I already can't see anything here. It's Ellesmere UI. My problem is that my old nameplates, I think my old nameplates were better. I'm going to have to customize this a little bit more. I think I liked Platinator. I also just missed my kicks. I can't see my cast. My Platinator was super clear. I think that my Platinator is better than these for my own personal liking, at least. Yeah. It's just going to take some customization. This is my first key with it. You can see, like, I miss my Vortex. I miss this. I can clearly see my Barkskin, at least. Like, I can see my defensive uptime at the very least. I think my party frames, I like them being bigger, though. I want to be able to see, like, I can see right now that the Pally just got that cast on him. I can see the absorb shields from things. Any Chi-Ji or Litany. Like, I like the absorb shield. And I can see the throw spears on the Hunter. If I was a healer, I can make split-seconds decisions for this, though. Yeah, I feel like I liked my Platinator more than this, though. Yeah, you can customize it, right? That's the whole reason to use it, is that you can actually just basically customize it. That's one of the coolest things about it. There's a few things I'd like to do going into next season. Lunar Beam here. Drag this in. Bark when they sink on you. You know how long it's been since I've done my Sara? I think I did one the other day. But I've been on PTR, and I also have just been taking time off of WoW. All right, you want to hear the Thailand story of why I moved to Thailand? Basically, it's hard to explain, especially if you're from a Western country. I grew up in the US, but I think it's important to clarify, I never had a home in the US. I moved around a lot. I was sent away to different treatment centers as a kid. I was sent away to different, basically, boarding schools. And so I never felt like I had a home base. I grew up in LA and then went to Colorado for 3 years on top of a mountain. I lived in Connecticut for a year, Ohio for 2 years. So I didn't really ever feel attached to one place in the US. And I absolutely do think that that is a huge part of it. I think that created a weird sense of I'm not particularly attached to where I'm living. That definitely contributed. But aside from that, I think that I was lied to. Straight up, growing up in the US, I was actually unequivocally lied to about what other countries were like, especially Asia. I was always told that Asia was super strict, that you had to be like everyone else, you had to conform, and it was this type of society and that type of thing. It was all wrong. When I came, yeah, I know, but like the infrastructure is better than any place I've ever been to. I don't need to drive in Thailand because I can just take public transportation. It's cheap, effective, affordable, and it'll arrive at my door in 5 minutes. I could take a bike or a taxi. I could even take the actual public transportation. Where growing up in LA, you couldn't really rely on the bus system that much. I mean, there is a bus system, but it's not very good. There's no traffic if you take public transportation because it runs vertically across the city. And there's also a subway system that runs beneath the city, which is smart. Like, it's built vertically. This is the most metropolitan city I have ever been to. I actually just found out that Bangkok has a LARPing scene. If I wanted to go LARPing, there's an entire group that I can go LARPing with right now. That's cool. It's not like I lose access. I think that what I was told basically was that if I were to move to somewhere like Thailand, you know, well, America has more. And I was like, but what? What do they have that I can't? Like, what could I do in America that I couldn't do here? And I realized I could not come up with a good answer to that. If I want to go to a board game meetup, I go to a board game meetup. If I want to go to conventions, they have great anime conventions and gaming conventions. If I want to go hunting, I live in Thailand, dude. You can go hunting here. Not that that's my thing. But but you could. That's fair, Lacus. Hi, Lacus. I think so, but I think that basically what I think Japan is, or maybe even some places in China, that I'm not familiar with. I've never been. But what I think I know about those places is probably what many people think about Thailand. The main thing is that if I show you Bangkok, you'd be like, what the hell? Like, this city is, it's actually basically the only, I think the closest city to Bangkok is New York. That would be the best way to explain Bangkok, actually. It's basically just New York, except less oppressive and nicer. Because New York people are always in a rush. Did I get the buff? New UI. Also, Zakath. My route, I made this route on beta, and it certainly was never adopted. I know that this is not the normal high key route, but it's what I've been using for my Sara. I timed 21 my Sara when? In a pug group, like, first week of May, a while ago. And this is the route I've been using ever since. I like this route. I think this route is basically, it puts all the pressure on me. So if I can live, then my team doesn't have to worry about as much, in my opinion. Like, there's no masks. You'll notice there's no masks. It's a lot of extra bears. But I like this pull. You get pretty good percentage by first boss. Matter? Yeah. I like to innovate my own strategies, though. I've always been like this. So this is a spin. I need to adjust this meter. How do I show overall? There you go. Nice. Basically, those are some basic answers, though, about, like, if you didn't know this about Thailand, it's actually a crazy metropolitan city. It's massive. You can do anything. Like, I don't feel limited by living here. I feel empowered by living here. But the main thing is the people. The thing I could not explain, and the thing that's most impactful and most important, is for sure it's just the people, man. That's why. The culture in Thailand is so different. First thoughts is that I like the unit frames. The primary reason that I swapped was actually specifically for party frames. Like, right now I can see the litany. And before, I had a hard time actually seeing a lot of what was happening to my party because Omni cooldown is no longer a thing. But I have always been the type of player to really care a lot about what's happening to my team. Because I actually play most specs in World of Warcraft, I can tell, like, what's going on. I wish we had Omni cooldown back. Not for the game, for me personally. Blizzard rain frame on the on the left, where you mean? On this one? Probably. I literally I set up his UI a few seconds before this key, so this is the first attempt at it. Also, though, my ping is pretty good right now. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I think this new service might be better than exit lag. Which is surprising. Like, I'm not expecting that, but hold up. Now wait just a second, man. Why does my ping seem better than it normally does? It's still the same world ping, but my home ping is 120, man. Now, hold up, wait a second. My home ping is 120. My world ping is still 220. But before, my world ping and my home ping were exactly the same. So this is better. That's what I really wanted to try today. It was the ping, man. That's the hardest part about living in Thailand, is that you just have to get used to playing WoW in some games that don't have Asian servers. You have to get used to playing them with very high ping. That sucks. Yeah, I think exit lag might have been beaten. Basically, a sponsor reached out to me. I don't mind telling you what it is, but don't get it yet. If it works, I told them I would test it before accepting the sponsorship. I will tell you what it is, but if you are going to try it, don't get it yet. Wait for me to actually get the link. Like, if you're going to do it, at least use my link. I will tell you what it is. But, you know, do me a solid, man. Do me a solid. And, Yeah. Like, wait for me to sign the contract. I told them basically that I would not recommend their service if it didn't actually work. Because it's something I talk about all the time, and I would not want to be like, oh, like, I'll just take some money. It's not crazy, but it's not like I want to take their money for no reason. However, if it works well, even if it was 20 or 30 less ping than I normally play with, like, I would pay for that. And it's basically the same price. It's not like more expensive than exit lag. Yeah, WoW is not very popular here. But right now my ping seems to be holding steady. I would want to test it for a few more days. But basically, they don't want me to do a stream integration. They want me to do a YouTube video. It's one of those, you know how like you have to do in the first part of the video, I'll tell you how it works. I don't mind, not this specific brand, but since I've started getting offered sponsorships for the YouTube channel, it's pretty funny. They send you like a 10-page PDF file, and they say, you must read it word for word like this. And I'm like, are you sure you want me to do that? Like, can I make it more natural? Can I just do it my way? And they're like, maybe. You know? But anyways, if you ever see a streamer that you like or a YouTuber and they're like they have a sponsorship, be happy for them. It's a very cool way to support streamers, and it costs you nothing except 30 seconds of your time to watch it. Now, you asked me, I don't know if you're still here. You asked me about the Gnarldens. Are you still here? You said you're from Myanmar, but I already forgot your name. It's because I don't remember this, though. That's what it is, by the way. That is what it is, Lacus. But I need to test it. Yeah, I have a real job. This is not my real job. That's exactly what it is, but I have to continue testing it before I really go over it. The way to deal with Gnarldens, especially if you have a Mistweaver, is just don't pull the first one. Yeah, it seems to work a little bit better right now than exit lag, but this is just the first test, so not sure. Foos. Yeah, I have been building my career for over a decade. I am extremely good at my job. I'm very good at my job. And I like my job. If I won the lottery, I would still have pretty much all the clients that I have right now. I would probably not take anyone else unless I really wanted to help them. Occasionally I get sold like a sucker punch type story where I'm like, oh, like, you really should work with me because I'm going to actually change your life. And then I'll take you, but I'll take you for free if I won the lottery. Yeah. I get to work with basically cool medical conditions and help people with interesting problems. I used to be a very aesthetically based personal trainer. That used to be my thing, where I was like, hey, when I did fitness modeling, it was kind of all about, this was like now at this point 7 years ago, 8 years ago, where it was just about getting abs and getting ripped and looking a certain way. But then my health crashed, my life changed, and I continued studying basically to learn more about how to actually help people and the neurological side of autoimmune conditions, chronic illness, and whatnot. And it's pretty wild when you actually start learning about that stuff. So now I get to help people. But I work as a treadmill. Why stop? Why stop, treadmill? You're ruining my flow. You're ruining my flow. I was in the jam. I was moving and grooving. Automatic mode. What'd I do? Did the wire hit? Standing in front of the treadmill will automatically start the device. Oh, one of the wires crossed. Close. Ah, man. No, I got hit by this. Hold up. Hold to stop. Hold up. Go. Automatic mode entered. Start the device as shown in the front area of the walking belt. Oh my god. Oh, it's starting. Ah! What is going on? Keep the screen. What is happening? Oh, I think my treadmill bricked. I'm tanking the key, but also I'm taking the key. Have you used it, by the way, for WoW, Lacus? And have you noticed the difference? I don't know if you're playing WoW right now at all. Hold up. Yeah, I can fix this. Play? It's like, I need to be standing in a particular spot. Did I walk too far back? Maybe it sensed that I... No, stop turning off. Holy... All right, one second. We're going to time this. Don't worry. I have full faith in our team. I'm just going to position this like... That's probably going to do it. Like that. Start. Go. Yeah? Probably 4 or 5 months. Oh, okay, got you. I was going to say, because I was wondering if anybody has used gear up before. But yeah, wait. I might make a video for them in a little bit. You know what? In a 20, let's just pull this guy. And we'll group back on the caster. So without Platinator, I'm having a hard time telling where everything is. Like, I can't see this caster nearly as well, and I'm missing a lot of kicks in this dungeon. Mostly because I think that my Platinator is super clear with where the casters are. You can't miss them. So... Oh, I was thinking we were talking about a treadmill. No, I am also talking about a treadmill, but I meant what was your experience playing World of Warcraft with that? Okay, I probably just like turn it off and on again. Technology in this house is not my friend currently. Wait, I was telling you about Thailand. Are you still here? Can I finish that story? I never got to finish the story. For DPS? It's for everybody. It's not like role specific. Okay, I think my treadmill's working again. That's good. Speed settings. Fast. Fast as fuck, boy. Oh, so it's a matter of setting it up. That's what I think too. Yeah, I'm probably just haven't set it up. Oh my god, he's too fast. He's too fast. I've exceeded my limit. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Behind the paywall? No. It's in my Discord. Oh, I hit the wrong button again. Oh, no, I'm trolling. No, you get it. Just go to Discord. See you by the time to run. Bye. Juggin. I always pronounce that word wrong. Thanks for hanging out. It was cool to actually speak Thai for a second. Come back anytime. Well, I was thinking about if I could make something to put behind a paywall. I mean, hold up. Now, just blinks. I had a thought yesterday. I was sitting at my computer, and I was recording a podcast episode about the Season 2 gearing changes. And I was sitting here, and I was like, if I was going to put something behind a paywall, what would I put? And I came up with a few options, but ultimately I was like, I just have a lot of exclusive videos. The only things that are behind paywall for me is I have, like, at this point, I think... maybe not 100, but I think it's like 50 plus videos about tanking, about each spec, about rotation, about guides, about helpful Mythic Plus advice, a whole bunch of stuff on Patreon and YouTube members. Because that is definitely a really helpful way to support streamers. So I do have some stuff locked behind a paywall. At the same time, if there's a video that you see pop up on YouTube members and you cannot afford a few dollars a month to support, just ask me and I will probably give it to you or tell you about it. It's not like I tried to keep it a secret. Well, the podcast is free. The podcast is out there. It takes a lot of time, though. I have to think about how I'm going to manage the time of the podcast a little bit. Because in my actual job... it's a little bit hard for me to justify sometimes. It's not like I could fill all the hours either, because like streaming for me is kind of a passion. But Foos, you asked me earlier about my actual job. In my actual job, I'm pretty much minimum $75 an hour. Like, I'll go a little lower if you can't afford that. And I can take people according to what I want, basically. Like, if I want to work with you, I'll just work with you. So that's fine. But I make decent money, and I get to help people. That being said, in one 30 to 45 minute call, I will make more money than like an entire day of stream. So it's a little hard to justify sometimes why I spend so much time streaming. And that's just because my life has transformed drastically where now I'm old and I used to be fucking young. And when I was younger, man, I was just kind of like, you got to pay rent and then you got to do this and then you got to like save a little bit of money, but it's fine. And now all of a sudden I'm like, index funds and some shit like that. You know what I'm talking about? Now I have to actually think about my future and my life, and like saving a little bit of money is not the same as actually saving money and generating wealth over your lifespan. And what if I have kids one day, et cetera, et cetera? It's like, shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm like, fucking hell, man. All of a sudden, I don't do that well for myself. So now I'm like, should I really be streaming? I have had those thoughts recently. I've really started to kind of think about that a little bit. And I was like, I spend a lot of time on this streaming thing. I probably lose a lot of money. But overall, it's something that I think enhances my quality of life. And as long as I'm testing Ellesmere UI right now. And I think if I keep working hard at it, eventually it'll be kind of like an equilibrium. It'll earn enough that I don't feel bad about it. But we're not necessarily there yet. Whoa, that's bad for my Mistweaver. Do I off heal right now? You know what? He had us there. Oh, that was rough. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I don't want my entire life to be about making money. At the same time, we're kind of not young, right? Like, that's the problem, Lacus, is that I look at myself and I'm like, holy shit, bro, I have Itachi lines. My whole life, I was a Sasuke-looking, sort of lean, edgy, emo, a little bit, like not really emo, kind of like the emo that listened to My Chemical Romance and thought that I was emo, but not really. But now, I'm Itachi. And I don't know how to contend with that. Like, it's a very different world, you know? I'm 29. I'm not trying to make a huge deal out of this. I'm just not 20 anymore. Yeah. I'm 29. And I have a girlfriend that likes nice things, okay? Like, Kitty likes nice things. I am super comfortable eating effectively ground beef and eggs for the rest of my life. Like, that's chill with me. That don't bother me. But it do kind of bother her. She want nice things. I want to be able to give her nice things. Yeah. But when you talk so much about money, it can be a little bit this, you know? It can be a little bit like, ooh. You can feel a little bit like, ooh, you know? Like a lot of ooh. So instead of ooh, let's think about why I moved to Thailand. Because I was in the middle of that story and I hadn't actually finished that story yet. No, I'm the one that wants Wagyu, actually. What's our percentage at? Is good. Cool. So basically, I was telling you about the actual city and just the fact that you have so much access here. You can be whoever you want to be, and Thai people, they just don't care. Like, their ability to accept you for you is actually crazy high. That's his anti-capacity. I should buy a Mountain of Timu package every week to satisfy. Well, Ilasi, I will say that it's easy, depending on your own experiences, to kind of lump some people together, right? Like, it's a lot of people absolutely love generalizations in 2026. However, I would make a strong argument that people are more unique nowadays than we give them credit for. We have this unending desire to just put people into boxes, and there are exceptions to every rule. you can, it's not that you can never generalize. It's not that you can't make any stereotypes or anything like that. I just think it's pretty critical to understand. Hey, why is my percentage low? Are we missing percentage? I think you can combine it with Platinator. Yeah, I think so, Insomniac. So I would just say, but there's a reason for it too? Fair enough. Yeah, I think you can combine it, and I think I would do that next. Hey, our percentage doesn't look good. Did I miss a pack? I honestly have been mostly focused on this conversation. It is highly possible that I have made... What's our percentage at? This guy is 2.25, so you need 1 point... You need 98.85. Because I couldn't really see with the new timer in this thing. Pally, please kick. He's fine, dude. What's our percentage? Is this... That says... I can't actually read it. It's covered by my chat. What does that say? Does that say 98 point... It's one bat, right? Yeah, it's just one bat that we need. Where is it? Only... No. I know. I never miss percentage. I never miss it. It's the new UI, I promise. It's not me. It's the... I blame the UI. All right, come up. It should be 98. It's 97. God, oh yeah. I think we need 2 bats. I think we need 2 bats. 97.8, so that's 0.81% for the bat. Plus this, you need to be a little bit higher than that. So I think that should be either perfect, because this guy is 1.16, 1.15, right? Is this perfect? Uh-oh. That timer looking a little bit suspicious. Ah, where's the GM? Where's the GM? I think we're good. I think we're okay. So, for example, though, I will say, so, Lussie, I'm actually kind of right there with you. I personally will never take offense to people making whatever, right? Yeah, I did actually. I knew that there was... I knew it. I knew for a fact that we needed another bat. Oh, and the Pally died. That's not good. That's less than ideal. Uh-oh. Oh, no. My B-Res is not bound. It's not looking good. Hold up. This is looking suspicious. Because I can't get percentage during boss. Hold up. Oh, no. Oh, this is a rough key back, guys. Oh, no. Okay. First of all, my B-Res is... I didn't actually set up this UI. It's not doing it. Oh, no. No, wait. I wild charge back, skull back. There you go. Wild charge it back. Don't die. We have time to kill this boss and then get percentage afterward. All right? How are you doing? Yo, what's up? Hi. What did you do that made me happy? You know what actually made me happy today, Fluffy? I'm taking care of myself. I'm taking care of myself, and that makes me feel really happy. It's not always about being perfect, but I'm prioritizing my health in the way that I should have been doing for a while now. And for what it is worth, I don't mind actually like working hard and prioritizing making some money. But I also inherently don't believe that that's the purpose of my life. I mean, there's a large part of me that wants to make money and be successful, kind of just to prove that somebody like me could do it. Like, there's a part of me for sure that still has that, you know? Oh, yeah, that's what that icon in the center says. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, tank it. We have enough time to get a bat. There's like one more bat over there. Aren't you already making money from the boys? No, so after what Starlight did, Vought basically terminated my contract, and I had to find other gainful employment. So I basically started streaming on Twitch, and you know, it's going all right, but it's nothing compared to what I was making back in the 7, you know. And this new podcast, it just isn't the same without Noir. Someone like me can be successful. Ooh, Zakath. Careful. Careful. You know I say careful. You don't know my story. Again, very easy to put people into boxes, and there's a reason why you should not put people into boxes. Read it. I posted a little bit about it. Read like one paragraph of the thing that I wrote up in Discord. No, I mean, I'm not referring to that specifically. Kill boss, kill boss, kill boss, because we need percentage. Go, kill boss, kill boss. Dots. Dots. He's at 1 mil. Hunter pet 900k. 850k. Oh, no, we gotta walk all the way back. All right, get there faster. Go, 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 go. Go. He's at 500k. He's at 0%. He's at 0%. The hunter has said percentage in chat. He's letting us know that we don't have percentage. The hunter is making sure that we know. He wants to time this key real bad. All right, I'm gonna go down here. Yeah, we kill the boss. Boom. I'm all the way down here now. I've got the movement speed. Here's a bat. It's easy. This is no problem. It wasn't even close. I knew. Where's the bat? Bat, come here. Bat, no. No, that bat's not even. Bat, no. Where's the other? Oh, god damn it. All right. Plot twist. Kill this. No, wait a second. All right, we're going to kill one of these guys. This is the fastest percentage. I don't know why that bat didn't. The bat ignored me. Go, 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 go. Kill the skull target. Prio target. Prio damage. No, the pally's dead. It's not good. Oh, there are 2 bats now. What is this? No. We have time, right? wait. No, we're good. Combat potion. I'm going to combat potion. I kick. It's okay. There you go. I wasn't even concerned. Easy. Oh my god, everybody's dead. I knew it would work. Yeah. Were you guys worried? Were you worried? I wasn't worried. Well, seriously though, what was that? I don't know what happened, actually. I don't know how I missed percentage. I thought I did everything I needed to do. If we actually missed time, I would have felt bad about the treadmill incident, to be honest. This route is sus as fuck. Thank you, Hunter. Thank you. My game is kaput itself. 1 second. My computer is trying to load World of Warcraft. It might actually brick. Oh, uno momento, por favor. Peak scripted. You think that was scripted? I don't think that was scripted. Trust me, I couldn't script that even if I wanted to. Hold up. My WoW is my... Claro que sí. Oh. ¿Cómo está? ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? Well, well, how can I swap party? Move to new window. Can I show you this? Yeah, he got. Yeah. I don't think it was close. I knew we were gonna win. So, anyways, the reason I moved to Thailand, the people. You want to see Thailand? Can I show you the city just to clarify? Dude, he never does anything genuine. First of all, do you remember I told you, by the way, Pixel, it is a very passionate language, isn't it? Yeah. Here's the thing. Do you remember I told you that last year I was on a dating show? Do you remember what I told you happened on the dating show? Guess who was just sent a year later? The file of this clip. My stories, they ain't cap. There's no Y2K. I don't know how to speak young. Here's the thing. When I wasn't like a big dating show. It was a pilot episode, to clarify. It wasn't like a big show. But it was a professional studio and whatnot. So I was invited to be on a dating show in Bangkok. And they asked me at one point, it was actually after we filmed the whole thing, to be fair. It was at the end. And they said, what's one thing that you should not talk about on a first date? And the person, we didn't really get along. The person that was across from me, she said, politics. was a good answer. And then they asked me, oh, woo. Well, they called me Steven, to be fair. But they were like, Steven, what's one thing that you should never talk about on a first date? And I was like, oh, that's easy. Necrophilia. And they were like, say what? And now they're like, oh, is that your answer? And I was like, yeah, it was the first thing I thought about. I mean, it's true. It's a pretty good first rule. Because the thing is, if you're right, that doesn't quite work. But basically, it's a good answer. Now, here's the problem with this. Because it's TV, they made you had to do the same line like 10 times because they had to swap the camera angle and they had to get different expressions and they had to basically get like different perspectives on the face. So they were like, okay, say it again. And I was like, and they were like, now give a little expression. And I was like, and they're like, again. And I was like, and they're like, now do it with the straight face. So there's just a 2-minute clip of me staring straight into a professional camera being like, necrophilia, like that. It was just the whole time. And then they asked me for a second answer in case they needed a second one. And they're like, what's another thing that you should not talk about on a first date? And she said, religion. And I said, cannibalism. I'm not kidding. The thing you have to understand about my stories is they're not cap. Like this is a real story. I have the clip. I have it. I'm not even kidding. Like I literally have it on my computer right now. I can pull it up. Show us? I'm allowed to show you the clip. I can't show you the whole thing and I can't show you any other details about it, but technically speaking, I can show you the clip. It's both simultaneously better and not as good as you think. Technically, I have some of the actual show as well. The first thing I started watching it, I was like, absolutely not. You will never see this. You will literally never, ever, ever see this. All right, that's the first thing I'll tell you. Honestly, this is kind of like once in a lifetime type footage because it's not like I'll ever be on a show like this again. I do feel as though I should almost put this for a sub redeem, but since we're telling the story now, at least this is like I'll never get to do this again. But I remember telling this story last year and people were just like, I don't think they believe me. All right, let me find it. And it's like, I don't think you understand. I don't lie about this stuff. It's literally just called Steven Interview. Oh my God. All right, let me see. Oh, it's so awkward. It's so awkward. There's also like a 5-minute sequence of me holding a flower and being like, all right, fine. Here. You win. Window capture. Yeah, because they wanted. No. I'll just show it to you. Let me just get the window capture. Because there was like a whole 10-minute. They needed background footage, so they were asking me for a background footage basically. Oh, not this. Media player. Dude, I swear. I'm not even kidding about this story, right? All right. Let me filter it. Properties. Let me listen to it real quick. Let me just triple check. One second. I'm gonna load it. I'm just making sure that I don't say anything that I'm not supposed to say in this. All right, that's fine. That's a good starting place. All right, here we go. All right, fine. Here, fine. Here. No one will ever, literally all of you will know. What are you talking about? Literally all of you will know. That's like the whole point. Literally everyone here. All right, fine. It's very quiet though. Tell me if you can hear it. Window capture here. All right, Fluffy. Here we go, Fluffy. Thank you. I'll accept that. Thank you. I'll take more ice cream and the bits. Here we are. I kid you not. The thing is, you have to understand that these are not These are real things. Here we go. Oh, fuck, it's the same shirt. Oh, boy. Yeah. Yeah. Here we go. All right. It's literally just 2 minutes of it. And he said, straight face. And then, because he needs to get it from all the angles. Which camera to look at? So anyways, this file exists. So anyways, that's a real thing that happened. Yep, that's a real thing that happened. You know, they give Fluffy. You have to understand that, like, I know it seems like a lot of my stories are actually not true, but they're literally true. This happened. Oh, yeah. It's so funny that that actually happened. The best part is that that's not even all of it. If you think that is, hi, Fluffy. Thank you. Fluffy, I will put the bits. We're sitting well today on the bits. 3,000. I already have 4 ice cream. I might have to log these ice creams for another day. That's got to be worth a sub. Thank you. I'd like to think that it is as well. Thank you. What people don't understand about me is that I am identical in real life as I am on stream. That's why I like streaming. The reason I like streaming is because I get to be myself on stream. That's like my favorite part about stream. Is that perhaps one day I can be an even greater source of income or whatever, but I don't actually have to filter. Thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you, Skeezy. I actually just get to be myself. When I'm in person, I'm confident enough that I'm identical. I was really hoping to go to BlizzCon so that people could meet me in real life. But I won't get to do that, though. The funniest thing, it might not be exactly the same, to be fair, because I just have several of the green shirts. But this is my shirt that I wear if I know I'm going to do something nice. So since I knew I was going to make the tier list today, I wore my green shirt because I was trying to dress up. Green shirt is I'm trying to impress. Blue shirt is second option. And then gray shirt is normal. And then I have a red version, which I only have like 1 or 2 of them. But I have like 23 of the same shirt. I change it because I sweat, obviously, in Thailand. Yeah. Not to derail story time, but I'm curious. Yeah, what's up? Kind of. I kind of look loose. Do you use the Xbox add-on for your trash and boss timers? That was my first key with Ellesmere, and I'm learning still about Ellesmere. I think that this UI is fair. Can I repair, please? Yes, I can. Thank you guys for the subs. I'm glad you guys think that's funny. To be honest with you, though, all of us are now on a list because we just laughed at that. So if you did find the last 5 minutes of stream funny, we're all like, I'll see you in hell. Like, I hate to be the one to break this to you, but the good news, you won't be lonely. And being alone sucks. So, it's not all bad. You know the worst thing is? That actually, what I just showed you, that's not even the worst of it. To be honest with you, the worst of it is the fact that there's a 10-minute absolutely silent... Oh, yeah. Here, I'll show you this. Let me see if I can find the folder. I was wondering what this file called Steven Dancing No Audio, what this was. And it's way worse than I thought it was. All I can tell you is if you thought the last little bit was bad... This is significantly worse because like I said, I am exactly the same in real life. I do not try to hide or mask, but have you ever watched Love Island or anything like that? Oh my God, it's the damn Rose. All right, listen, I'm going to show you this to say thank you for the subs, and we're going to cringe at this together. Are you ready? The only thing I desire is for you and me to appreciate the fact that not only does this footage exist, but I am not the sole owner of it. So, it's rough. This one I had a hard time watching. The other one was just funny. This one is tough because what they were asking me to do was give stock footage for, like, you know, the intermission of the thing? It's like there's like a 3-second window where they go, hey, they feature you talking in a chair and then they like flash to an expression. And they just wanted B-roll of the expressions. Now, I did used to work as a model, so I have some idea about how to do expressions, but at this point in my life, I'm a little bit autistic. At least a little bit. Here we go. So what you can observe here is a 10-minute file of me doing random expressions. And it's way worse than you think it is. Observe. Ooh, there's no audio to this, which honestly makes it worse. The problem is if there was audio, this would honestly be better. The fact that there's no audio makes this significantly worse. It stabs me through the heart, trust me. Oh my God, look, I couldn't even handle it. It tasted bad, I remember that. But so all I can tell you is that it's way worse than you think it is. Like, I don't know what I was trying to be. The Rose ones, they just didn't work the way that I wanted them to work, to be honest. Yeah, I'll admit that I could have done significantly better on the Rose. I felt like that was decent. That's rough. Every time I do that, I shit myself a little bit. It's tough. You know, there's the flex. Oh boy. All right. See, we're going to stop this here. And there's 10 more minutes of this. Here's the problem. There is a solid 10-minute video of nonstop that. And it was tough to watch. Yeah. Nice us. It's rough. No, that's what we're gonna, yeah, wait. I mean, eventually what I could do is if you really wanted, listen, if you really wanted the actual meat and potatoes, quote unquote, of this, the actual show is hilarious. The whole point of the show was that you're not facing the person. You are basically back to back. Like there's a chair facing this way and a chair facing this way. And your partner, the person you're on the show with, you don't see them. And they were actually super strict on this. I will tell you, that was 100% legit. This was a pilot, by the way. I don't know if it'll ever get aired because it's a pilot. So some guy just hired people to do it. And facing away from each other, I was blindfolded when I was walked into the room, so I don't know what they look like and they don't know what I look like. Then they hand me cards to read to the other person. and we read questions to each other. And then at the end of the show, basically, we have to decide if we're going to be friends, if we're going to date, or if we're going to fuck. That's basically the three options. And I don't think that me and my partner got along very well. Like, there was just some fundamental questions that we had disagreements on. That was the whole point of the show, though. Like, that was the premise. And without ever seeing each other. So it's kind of like a Love is Blind sort of thing, but not nearly as good. And the questions were rough. The questions were really tough. Like, one of them was like, I had to basically read it, but pretend it was natural. And I remember at one point, I had to say something like, if a guy was really nice, devilishly handsome, treated you well, but had a small penis, would you still consider him a viable option? You know, like, I had to say, like, it was basically, like, you know, like, I was like, see, that's just not me. I'm not nice. Like, I don't know where they're getting this from. Like, I'm kind of rude, you know? So I don't know where they were getting that. I remember there was some, like, stupid stuff like that, basically, but it was a funny day. I mostly went for the experience. It wasn't even that much money. Yeah, that's the thing, right? You didn't even get paid that much. I went for the experience and the experience alone. It was hilarious. And believe it or not, that is not anywhere near the cringiest thing I've ever done in my life. Yo, should we rank the tanks? I meant to do this today. I think I have enough energy. I'm actually, look at me, 3 hours, 15 minutes through stream, and I'm not actually that fatigued right now. That's huge. Fluffy pausey. Instead of ice cream, can I show you a different treat that I have today? I would like to show you. And thank you for the bits. Observe. So what I have is this block of cheese. And it's like a special treat because I normally don't eat cheese, actually. So I don't always get cheese. And it's really cool. I'm not going to eat that much of it. Now, it's good. But it's like a solid pound of cheese, half a kilo. So I'm going to make sure I save some. Yeah. I still don't understand why that's weird. No, that's the thing. I don't understand. If I unpack it, what am I going to hold? If I unpack the cheese, what am I going to hold? I have to be able to hold something without getting my hands dirty. I'm not chewing the package. I'm chewing this part. Because then my hands will get dirty. And what am I going to hold? Like a aged cheese smelly hand on this? No, I'm not biting the pack. I'm biting inside. You go inside, like. Right. What if I slice it? Why? I don't see the need. That means more dishes. Now hold the cheese. It tastes the same. It's the same as when you slice it or not slice it. You just eat it. I mean, unless you're gonna make it with something and then you need like proportions. But there's no proportions here. It's just autism. I mean, thank you, Jesse. I've been making content for a little bit now. I have the cat social medias and stuff, which are also doing fairly well. But the thing is, since I started uploading YouTube content, I've noticed that a bunch of people over time, like over the last year, because it's been a year and a half now since I've had my YouTube, and many people have tried to copy me. I've realized this, like pretty directly. Like I'll post something and then all of a sudden I notice like a week later that somebody else copies the concept. But I don't worry about it because I'm pretty sure that I'm sort of uncopyable. Like I think that I'm a pretty unique person. And believe it or not, the perspectives I have on this game, like the beginner tank thing I'm about to do, they're my own. They're not built from other people. I didn't watch somebody else's tier list and go, ah, that's the one, which a lot of people do. Like, I've seen the meta tier list that people have made, and ultimately I think you can relatively agree on most of that stuff. But like this tier list today is mostly based off of having tanked in WoW for a long time, but also kind of having a general idea about what people go through as new tanks. But I don't think it's possible to copy me. Hi, Sturry. Thank you for the Prime sub. Do you like cheese, Sturry? I told myself I wasn't going to eat that much of it. It will give me a little bit of an upset tummy. Yeah, I don't mind trying new things. You like cheese? It's good, huh? This is a treat. What kind of cheese is it? Tasty. Oh, man. Thank you, Tom. Yeah, there you have it, folks. The thing is, Jesse just blinks. Bingers, I don't know if I recognize your name as much, to be honest. Lacus, you've known me for a while. Zanzibar, I learned about you the other day. To be honest, before I get into the tier list, which we're going to make in a second, I do, Sturry. Give me a second. I want to make this point first. My health has been rough the last 3 months. There are a lot of health conditions that many people don't know I deal with, and they flared up. I got the flu in May, and it was super frustrated. I didn't do anything wrong, but that flu just seemed to trigger an absolute near cataclysmic response. Like, I didn't end up in the hospital. I managed to keep myself together, but it barely. And I have been so fatigued on stream, and I just haven't really felt like myself. It's been something I've learned to navigate because you have to. Like, if you've struggled with chronic illness or any sort of health condition for a long time, you can't stop living. And I had to take a month and a half off stream. And then even when I was streaming, I've been kind of not negative, just I've been irritated and salty. And if that has come out in my content, which of course it does because it's a reflection of me. So if I'm feeling super bad, then I imagine my takes and stuff will also be affected by that. Even though I try very hard to keep them unbiased, I'm starting to feel better. But it's a lot of hard work. Like, it's incredibly hard work and going and doing the right things for my health. So I'm just starting to pick back up a little bit. Probably take a bit more time. I'm happy, very happy that I'm starting to feel better. But fuck, dude, it's been tough. Like, I've been so angry. I remember at one point, I was outside a few weeks ago, actually, and I filmed a 10-minute video that I didn't post because I thought it was too negative. It was a 10-minute video about what it's like to actually have autoimmune conditions, and I didn't post it because it was honestly just me venting. It wasn't, I didn't have any solutions. I didn't have any sort of take. I was just upset. What am I with Evoker, and how much would you say roughly on average? Not that much, Jeff. Evoker for tank damage, it will appear on your details that you get bombardment, and I think blistering scale still attributes as well. But keep in mind that a group buff, they don't have one. And so a group buff would also give you damage. Like, a warrior buff is 4.7%. If you just have a warrior in your group, you'll do a lot more damage too. So keep in mind that group buffs, and also there are other factors for overall damage and keys, if that makes sense. All right, to set up the tier list, let's do it. I'm probably going to stop walking. But yeah, it's for me, the things that actually take care of me are stuff. Also create max level character. No. No, it is not. And it should be, but it is absolutely crazy. Sagunar. No. You cannot create a max level character on PTR. As far as I know, you have to copy it. Now, granted, I haven't had to contend with this in a long time because I have almost every character max, but you know? No. The answer is no. You cannot. And I don't know why. That doesn't really make a lot of sense to me, to be honest. I don't know why that is. I think that, yes. So there is one here. Let me go to Tank Tierlist. Wow. Tier list maker. You're welcome, of course. Yeah, and all the times I've played PTR or beta, you just can't do it. I really don't know why. Okay, so right away, when we actually look at the tier list here, and I'll just have to get set up by like sitting down and whatnot. But if I window capture, not me on the dating show, and we were to look, I think the very first thing, maybe next week I'll do my read on the meta thing. Thank you, Just Blinks. I want to make more videos like that, but I also don't know how. Dude, I haven't even been alive for 32 years. I was edged the other day, but that's a story for another day. I don't know how in depth to get with it sometimes, Just Blinks. Sometimes I want to go farther, but I can't, like, because there's a level of this game which you don't need to know, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's a little easier for rating and stuff. But let me show you an example, because, you know, I had Kyrasis on the podcast a few weeks ago. That dude is so smart. I mean, he is incredibly smart. You guys know who Kyrasis is, yeah? Just what a giga Chad. Like, incredibly smart, incredibly knowledgeable, super passionate. Wow. When he reached out to me, and I basically, when we were going to do the episode, I was like, I would love to talk to you all things tank, Blood DK for sure. Let's do it. He sent me a few graphs afterward, and I was like, respectfully, I don't think I can put this in. Like, I don't even think that it's allowed for me to actually put this in the podcast. I think it's too much. Let me show you some of the stuff he sent me just for fun. I don't want to spoil any DMs here. But if I pull up our chat, he was sending me these graphs, and I think that it's really cool, but Just Blinks, I think this is also, it's also to a certain degree just too much. Like, it's actually crazy how in-depth you can get about this game if you so desire. Here. Let me go make sure I don't actually spoil DMs here. Can you see this here? It's going to be on the corner. 1 second. I'll have to make it bigger. So he was sending me these charts to understand better about how they theory craft in sim tanks. And I was like, this is super cool to me, but I don't think that people will be able to follow the conversation. Like, I straight up was like, I think we have to generalize it more, because look at this. Look how crazy specific this game can get. If you want to take it this far, you can. I think this stuff is so cool that people actually know to this degree how things work. But I also just don't think that that helps the majority of people, because it's too far. Like, you can also just say Death Strike. Does that make sense? I think it's hard to strike that balance. Yeah, it is super cool, and perhaps another point we can dive deeper, but I feel like the balance is hard. Yeah. All right. Yes, but also the mathematics and statistics execution is the gap, Wotan. I don't want to say that any tank is truly bad, But I think there's actually only one tank. I think these are the 3 categories, to be honest. I don't even think that there's necessarily more than this. I think you rank the tanks like this, and you clarify also what hero talent, to be honest. I think the hero talent conversation is interesting, but... All right, let me go ahead and just get off the treadmill for a second. Go get a drink, hydrate, take care of myself. That was good. That right there, by the way, we've gotten on this treadmill today about 10,000 steps. But my leggings are starting to constrict blood flow a lot. Because this whole time I've been wearing these leggings, but they're super tight. They're really tight. Also, do you know what the best game ever designed is? Over the next few days, if I have energy and I'm feeling all right, I might do longer streams, by the way, because Kitty's out. Because Kitty is away the weekend. Do you know what it is? It's called, I figured it out yesterday. So I found this game on my phone, and I didn't realize you could play it. This is the best game by far. Now, I would love to show you mid-match, but I've just completed the level I was on. So it's going to be hard. Let me turn this on Do Not Disturb. Let me show you. I will literally show you right now. Okay? So we want to play Meryl, Prego, and probably like the snail. Observe. This was a PC game a long time ago. No. It's called Insane Aquarium Deluxe, and apparently you can play it on your phone. I was legit late to stream today because I was actually playing Insane Aquarium Deluxe. So basically you fill up your tank with these fish, and the fish poop coins, and you have to basically collect the coins, but then aliens come to invade your fish tank, and you have to shoot them with lasers, or feed them, or they shoot rockets, and you have to basically get the rockets out of the fish tank, otherwise they're going to kill all your fish. And the goal is to collect enough money from your fish that you basically level up. It is an unbelievably great game. Yeah, it's got to be one of the best games I've ever played in my life. Like, actually right now, I'm already kind of forgetting about streams. So let me put this down. Excuse me. I kind of want to play this a little bit, but I'm going to put this down. And let's get ready for this tier list. All right? I know you are here. I'm aware. Yeah, that's how it is. It is the Steam game, by the way. It's just I found it on my phone. I saw it on the App Store. It has a price. Immediately bought it. No regrets. No regrets whatsoever on this one. All right, hold up. Let me run a little ad right now. Oh, there's an ad running perfectly. Cool. Yeah, it's called Insane Aquarium Deluxe. It's a giga game. It's actually such a good game. All right, cool. So I do think the hero talents matter a lot. I play Sand Lane. Vampiric, yeah, that's an easy one. Deathbringer feels like B. Correct. I think that Deathbringer would be a good recommendation if Sand Lane is not too far ahead. I actually do think that that is true. Okay, so there was just an ad that was run. Let me go get a little snack. You're already tired of hero talents? I think hero talents are fine. I'm tired of Apex talents, though. Maybe because I'm a Guardian Druid. You put the cheese away. I'm going to go get a little snack, go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. And then we do that tier list. Yes, you got a new wait, you got a new furry? You got a new dog? Wait, you did? Let me see. Wait, you did? Let me see. Is this showing right now? Let me make sure the window capture's on. Where? I want a dog so bad. I'm actually, by the way, currently in negotiations. Oh, you got my dream dog. That's exactly the dog I want. Clip this for Kitty. I am literally negotiating with the owners of this house because we rent. They told us when we moved in we couldn't get a dog. This is exactly the type this is my dream dog. I have always for my entire life wanted a golden. Like this, basically this type of golden. Soon. A few months, Fluffy. I want a dog so bad. I want a dog so bad. A few months. I realize it's like, why? What's the point of actually succeeding in life if you're not going to get a dog? I have the cats. The cats are super cute. Don't get me wrong, but I'm a dog person at heart. Like I am at the end of the day a dog person. I love your new dog. I'm a little jealous. I'll be right back. We were just talking about how good dogs are. Don't be annoying. Fluffy, ice cream. I'm going to save that's going to defrost while we're doing the tier list. Won't be that long, about 20 minutes. Hi, Bonnie. Yes, I know you want to come say hi. Also, I'm alone with the little ones currently because Kitty's out for the weekend. So they're going to basically bother me all day. I want a dog. They are cute in their own way. In my heart of hearts, I'm a dog person more than I am a cat person, I think. Because as cute as they are, the thing is, they're also absolute menaces. Yes, I know. The thing about these animals is that if you don't give them what they want, they will bug you until you do. You can't really train them. They're incredibly independent, and they also just scream at you if you don't give them dinner. I don't think so. Like the dogs that I've had, I've like trained some dogs before. I just don't think I speak cat. I don't know how to communicate with them properly. I will say that cats are way more foldable than dogs. Look at this. Look how foldable he is. Watch this. Okay, buddy. Thank you for letting me know you've had enough. He did not like being folded, and I respect his boundaries. I got like 3 Maine Coons. That's what I was going to get. He wants food right now. But the thing is, he had 2 breakfasts and lunch. So they're both currently very well fed. The other cat is also to my left, and she's waiting for her food as well. All right. You guys will get some treats, but not too many. Shh. It's not dinner time. 1 dog and 3 cats, they all live in harmony. I'm going to say Jack Russell. I think that he would like cats, or I think he would like dogs. I don't know about her. She's 15. She's kind of toward the end of her life. Like, she's already a lot older as a cat. And so she's a little older. Hey, can you see my screen glitching, by the way? Sometimes it does this. Is it glitching for anyone else when you actually look at this? I see like the picture of the dog come up randomly. But as long as it's not actually recording on the thing, it's fine. Nope. Okay, good. All right, come on, guys. Give them treats. Then come out of the room. So I do think it's very cute though, Kiroshi. The older cat, she's going blind. So when you give her treats, you can't like scatter them. You have to actually place them right underneath her, because if they're not close enough to her face, then she kind of just sits there and she's like, "Where are the treats? Hello? Where are the treats?" Like her eyesight is really starting to deteriorate. So so you need to put the treats like pretty close to her, otherwise she won't be able to find them. So basically with the male cat, he's 10. We just throw the treats. You just go like, whoo, so he can like chase them and kind of hunt them around a little bit. And then you throw them for him, and then you turn around and you go, here you go, for the girl cat. It's very cute. All right. So do the tier list. When I do this, for what it's worth, I probably will just direct clip it to YouTube so that anybody who didn't actually get to watch the stream, this is valuable content. What we're going to do here is answer some fundamental tanking questions, and I hope that I can actually provide good, meaningful advice. Tanking can be very stressful. It shouldn't be, but it absolutely is. So I hope that this is something that can help people when it comes to learning how to tank. So let me just get my icon somewhere over here. I think we can turn off the Opera GX sponsor for now, just for a little bit. And then we put my camera like so over this side. Perfect. And then we have the tier list. Now you can see all 6 tanks. So let me think about it for 2 seconds, how I would actually like to start this. I'm going to adjust my leggings because I think they're cutting off blood supply. Reminder, I do not edit my videos. So if I was going to clip this, part of it has to be mentioning a few other things. In particular, I will be announcing a video that I want to make next week. Haven't made it yet, though. And I will pretend that you guys are not here. So, TH, you go mod the chat. What do you guys think is the hardest tank to play to start? I have a pretty clear answer. I think there's actually only one tank at the very bottom now. I'll give you my opinion on it. Okay, it's actually interesting that we're all disagreeing on this. That should be interesting then. Interesting. We've gotten Brew, Warrior, VDH, and Blood DK. Those are 4 different tanks. Which one? I'll give you my take. I'll tell you why. It's Guardian? Not quite. I don't think anybody would really argue for that one, so. I'll tell you why. If I need to, I can edit this. Hardest, yeah. Not easiest. My mind is going to wander, so I want to make sure that I'm on top of it. Let me get this right. I really should get a second monitor. I'm realizing I'll have no way to see what's going on because I actually have no second monitor. I should get one. So you guys are all saying it like this, but of the people who just commented, do you all play tanks? See, on Hollowed, we're all talking as if you already play. Imagine somebody who's never played tank. I think that the problem is that we have this sort of bias of the fact that we've been playing tank for so long. And I ultimately think that when you haven't, so I've been playing tank forever, therefore when I think about how to play tank, I think about the maximization and the optimization. At the start, imagine that somebody hit all the wrong buttons. Which tanks still are effective? If someone doesn't like Paladin DK, should I go for Bear or Warrior? I ended the last season. Oh, yo, thank you for this up. Guardian. So they're basically, let's call it forgiving versus not forgiving. Let's call it the tank that punishes you the most for playing poorly. Because that actually matters a lot. Now, the other thing that we're going to talk a lot about is positioning. See, now when I say it like that, all the tank mains should come up with one thing in their head where they go, oh shit, yeah, okay. Because there's one tank more than anything that we'll talk about in the video, but you kind of already get it. Yes. I think that the most unforgiving tank is the one that will be more challenging. Imagine. So that's forgiving shrapnel. That monk is forgiving. What would be the most unforgiving? You think so? When did you start though, Missing? Did you start Midnight? The reason I want to make this is because Midnight changed tanks a lot. Brewmaster used to be very hard. I agree. Like now we're on the 2 that we can have a conversation, but I still believe that there's one more than anything. And I think that people are kind of getting it now. I would agree with that's what I think. Because if I think about you've never tanked, imagine that you're just learning to tank. There's the VDH jumps in and dies. Like that's 100% what's going to happen because fundamentally, I think it's very difficult for new tanks to understand just raw defensive cycling. Like defensive cycling is weirdly hard for a lot of new tanks. For experienced tank players is like what we do. But as a VDH, if you don't have a plan to walk in with brand or whatever you're going to do, like you are crazy punished. You have almost no recourse. And DK, I don't know. Yeah, so it's you have to be specific. VDH is technical. And technical means at a higher level, it's tuning. The thing is, tuning matters. And right now, Blood DK, if you go on PTR and you press almost all the wrong buttons, as long as you get the gather right, I think like Blood DK is actually my argument, and I'll make this argument in the video itself. We'll start the video basically. I actually think Blood DK is not that hard to play at a basic level. I think that people overcomplicate Blood DK a lot. It has 2 rules, and if you follow the 2 rules, you will do well. And Blood DK is one of those tanks where you get the initial part right. If you hit 1, 2, 3, or 4, you'll probably be fine. Don't hit Death Strike 3 times in a row. As long as you are hitting 2 or 4, you're fine. And 2 or 4 is basically it would be Heart Strike or Blood Boil. And I guess Sand Lane has the extra element of you do need to actually weave in the Marrow Rends, but your tier set will kind of light it up anyways. Yeah, you don't want to Death Strike. I actually think that at a basic level, Blood DK, all of the reputation, the problem... Well, I'm getting ahead of myself because this is supposed to be in the video. That defeats the purpose of the tier list if I start giving you all of the individual takes before we even get to the tier list. It kind of defeats the whole purpose. Death Strike cleave? It does cleave right now, actually. I'm here to fight your tanking anxiety. Great. We'll watch the video anyways. Thank you, Just Blings. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's why I'm actually going to have to I'm going to have to totally do this, though. Watch the video. I made one with Obly yesterday about Blood DK. Tish, if you can find it and link it, that'd be good. Obly, it's not on my channel, but it's on his channel. We talked about Blood DK. That is my absolute concern because holy, and I'm going to get to the tier list in a second. Bro, I'm not going to say this in the video because it's meant to be kind of beginner friendly. He does. If Blood DK is meta next season, God, gathers are going to be terrible. Because I agree with you, Chris. Currently, how many times have you seen your Guardian Druid die on gather? Guardian Druid is like one of the friendliest tanks for gather. And I have watched so many legit evaporate. If a Guardian Druid playing this build right now is dying pretty consistently and struggling with some threat and aggro issues, imagine that was actually a Blood DK or a VDH. Just think about that for like 3 seconds. Any tank main should know exactly what I'm talking about. If the meta tank this season was in fact not Guardian, like I shudder to think what this season would have been like if it was actually a VDH meta, for example, just because it currently aggro and tanks gathering improperly and dying is already a problem. Yeah. Monk Gather is like a little bit, it's like mid. Monk Gather is mid. You don't have range. The fact that Moonfire is 40 yards is kind of broken. People don't realize how powerful it is just to have a 40-yard ability. No tank has a 40-yard, and it's 44 if you play the talent. 45. like that's range gather is super important. But the best tank for gathering is actually not Bear. There is a tank that is better for gathering. And it is... I won't probably go over this in the video because it gets a bit too niche. It's actually Paladin. Paladin is the best tank by far for gathering. Because it is the only tank that doesn't have to build resources and has range tags with several abilities. But it's the only tank that when you start the pull, you are basically just as tanky as 10 seconds into the pull, whereas almost every other tank has to somehow kind of get settled. They have to find a way to gather a little bit more technically so that there's min-max. I think at a higher level, that's actually not true for Pally because you have to really game your uptime, but there's like a technicality that Pally, you hit Sentinel into Toll and you are in that moment immediately as tanky as you need to be, whereas every other tank has a ramp-up time with resources. And that ramp-up time is when they tend to die. Even changes, there's a sum. All the patch notes today was just a collection of all the things that have happened. And shield bouncing on the packs. That's actually true. They should fix Avenger's shield pulling things out of combat. I think if you're not in combat with something, well, no, they couldn't do that. That's actually not true because you would have to be able to tag with it. But like maybe the bounce from the shields cannot tag to something that's out of combat because that is very annoying. If it's a courtyard or something like Magister's Terrace, it's super annoying that Pally does that. Yeah, it's actually a good point. Okay, shall we? I am going to try to keep this friendly and fun and give meaningful information and whatnot. Something that I will clarify, when I make an actual tier list next week, I think I'll do a day of like proper tier listing in my opinion on specs. I'm collecting some information. I'm going to do something really fun for that, for like a season 2 meta type thing. Yeah, I will in a second. Or you guys can be involved if you want. I think I can put chat through to the thing if you guys want to be involved. But if I do that, you kind of have to, you sort of have to like say something. Because I think it's super awkward if I think this works, no? Does this work? Oh, no, that's not working. What would happen? Wait, hold up. No, wait. Can I do that? I don't know if this has a dock. New widget, toggle borders, the settings. Ah, subscribers, thank you for the video. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. I meant to do that way earlier, but my health, it was late. Like I really meant to do that much earlier, to be honest. The route thing. I think that people get that wrong a lot, and I hope that my videos can help people feel more comfortable on tank. That's the goal of this. If you are an experienced tank player, I'd be curious to get your thoughts on this video as an example. I think that I want to know, this is meant for beginners, but I am curious to know if experienced tank players would agree with me on my takes about this, because these are not, I'm going to give you some spicy takes. I genuinely feel, I don't know how to actually get this into, I don't think I can actually show chat on this. I don't know how to do it. Create widget. I probably have to actually create a widget, and I'm not going to mess with that right now. It's going to take me forever. All right, never mind. So I'm just going to close it out. But I would be curious to know what people think. These takes are from playing tanks myself for a long time, but also having now made videos for about a year and a half. I've just gathered a lot of information about where tanks struggle. And the point of a tier list like this is specifically to address some of those troubles, given that every tank is playable, but it doesn't mean that you're going to have an easier access with each tank. There are some that are going to give you a much better first experience, in my opinion, to develop the confidence and feel better about tanking. Then you can pursue whatever it is you want. Then you go into whatever class fantasy, whatever this, and I think that I'll really clarify that at the beginning, because I don't want people to look at this and view it as the gospel, you know? It shouldn't be viewed like that. Let me run one ad, and then I swear we're starting. If you're new to my stream, I get distracted. I get very distracted very quickly, so give me a second. Should be fine. 1 second. I just run this so there's no ads during the thing, and then we're good to go. Yeah, I would be really curious to see if actually people overall agree with this. Bye, Vati. Gonna hang out with your kids? I like parents that hang out with their kids. I wish, honestly, I should just learn how to edit videos. What's up, Zeke? We're about to make a beginner tier list. I actually have been meaning to make this for a while, because this is the type of thing that will actually help people. This way of understanding tanks is a different way to look at them. We focus so much, and I believe in this, and it's cool to learn how to min-max and understand all the nuances. But I have a take about tanking that I genuinely feel will help people. I don't want to be rude in saying it. That's why I was really thinking about how to present this thought, because if I say it the wrong way, then I'm actually just being kind of a dick. And I don't mean to be a dick. Well, no. Good filter. Thank you, TH. I could feel you thinking that I should stop talking. Solid. Let me see. I'll change a few of those things. Editing is all. I actually straight up just don't edit. I actually am like, whenever I've been doing the podcast too and missing, I literally just don't edit it. I actually am just like, hey, whatever is going to happen. If I need to edit it, I will. But for what it's worth, just to let you know, This is actually going to be I hit start record, and then like an hour and a half later, I hit stop record, and that's it. Post. Just like that. Some people be putting the chariot before the oxen, if you get what I'm saying. Exactly. That's the one, pretty much. Cool. Ad done? We good? What's up, Silent? You come at the right time. There are automatical tools to cut out stuff. I don't want to use AI to like cut stuff or whatever, because I don't think it'll do it right. I don't know. I mean, maybe it probably is smart enough to do it. I am warming up. Yeah, I mean, it just takes time. See, you're just thinking because of RNG. That's actually not why. I'll give you my thoughts. This is pre-A. I just recognize this lack of audio. Oh, you mean like the jump cuts? Luckily for me, Zeke, I kind of just talk. I don't have a lot of dead air. Like maybe when next season rolls around. Is the ad done? I think we're good now. All right. Once we start this TH, all right, I'm gonna pin something. This is a live tier list. Not reading for like 20 minutes. Hopefully this helps. Boom, pinning it. Now people know. I have good takes. You ready? No, it's going to be like probably twice. Normally I do it once and I'm like, I don't like that one. Then I do it a second time and that's perfect. Flawless. That's what it is. That's exactly what happens. Oh, it's not an hour. No. I'm not going to debate this. I want this to be like a clean, digestible video. I specifically will not debate this. I think that it's important. This is the type of tier list where you don't milk it for content. You actually do this to help people. The next week, like next week, or maybe even in a few days, I will milk something harder than a... Next time. But this time is... Yeah. It's true. If I start thinking about milking, I'm just all of a sudden I'm going to think about what the best race is and WoW, and the answer is Tauren, and then it just sort of go from like Tauren to Draenei, and then that kind of tells you all the things you need to know about me as a person, and then you stop watching my content, and then it's just sort of an unfortunate situation. All right, closing chat. Bye. Can't see you. Wow. It's so peaceful. I actually close that out. I can't see anything you're saying. I have my phone open to the left, to be fair, if I look to the left. But I could also get rid of this. It's kind of lonely. Sort of a little bit lonely. All right, covering my phone. Literally, I'm doing this right. We're focusing. Now, it is just me. That's a bad, actually, because I wouldn't wear clothes if it was just me. And I have no block of cheese. I do have an ice cream next to me, so this will be defrosted by the time I'm done with this. It's kind of like my timer. Focus, Awoo. Focus. Come on, Steven. You've got this. You can do it, Steve. Thanks, Mom. All right. Being on a podcast with me is so weird because this is just like the warm-up. You like show up to the call and you're like, it's nice to meet you. And I'm like, hold up 1 second. You know? It's okay. I think I'm funny. 3, 2, 1. Nope, hold up. That's not the right intro. No, I haven't started yet. When all else fails, just... Yeah, no, let's just do it like this. Okay. Okay. 3, 2, 1. This is the most important tanking tier list that I could possibly make because there's a lot of stress on tanks for new... Oh, no, that's not the right one. Nope, hold up, nope. That's a take 3. That's a take 3. It's not quite how I wanted to start that. I like the intro. I just, just remember. Underpants, potatoes. Let's do it. That's okay. I can't see what people are saying, but obviously they're laughing, so that's no problem. Oh boy. All right. 3, 2, 1. This is the most important tank tier list that I could possibly make because this video will help teach you a little bit more about each tank and why there are some tanks that are more forgiving and a little bit easier to play as a first tank. If you have thought about trying to tank in World of Warcraft, there are a lot of barriers, and there are some tanks that are way more forgiving and will allow you to actually learn the role of tank and build that confidence. But I want to clarify something before I even get started. All tanks are viable. At the level that most people are playing, the tank that you play the best is ultimately going to be the best. If you spend more time on something because you like it, you will develop a bit more mastery, and that mastery will allow you to express the skill and bring that tank up to the degree where it will be valued. You will be valued if you're good at any of the 6 tanks behind me. That being said, I do absolutely believe that there is a ranking that can be made here because there are some tanks where if you're not so familiar with them, you will walk into a pack and you will die pretty much immediately. Those tanks can feel very frustrating for new tanks. So, without further ado, let's get into it. I want to start with the easiest first tank that will basically give people, in my opinion, the best experience learning how to tank, and that tank is Guardian Druid. Let me explain. I also want to clarify that there are 2 different hero talents, and I have to talk about each one, because sometimes that affects the difficulty, given that the hero talent will give you fundamentally a different playstyle and abilities. So we're going to be starting with the Loon's Chosen Guardian Druid. Guardian Druid is the only tank in World of Warcraft that can allow you to walk through enemies. For any experienced tank player, they know that one of the hardest things about tanking is positioning. And Guardian Druid allows you to basically forget about positioning because you can walk through things. This is the only tank that is allowed and quite qualified at taking back shots. Every other tank has to watch their behind a little bit. So most tanks have a shield or a mechanic where they take significantly less damage if the mobs are in front of you. And although that sounds simple, so much of tank gameplay is actually about keeping the mobs in front of you. As you're dodging a mechanic or as you're dodging a swirly, you have to basically use your movement cleverly so that you're not getting hit in the back. Guardian Druid is the only tank fundamentally that does not have to worry about this nearly as much. It's still good practice. You can still dodge some melee hits and whatnot, but it is the tank that is omnidirectional, and that gives it the most access compared to any other tank. Its rotation is very fluid, and there is a build I would highly recommend playing if you are trying to learn how to tank and you choose Guardian Druid. I would highly recommend that you play the build. It's linked in my Discord. There are a few variations on it. In Season 2, both EC Apex and AC No Apex, both of them will be completely viable. One of them is slightly more complicated than the other. But as you're learning how to tank, you just want to be successful. You want to be the rock. You want to lead your team and you don't want to die. I think Guardian Druid is by far the best tank. You can macro your Iron Fur. There are some arguments we'll get into another time. There are plenty of videos I've made about this. But you macro your Iron Fur, get that macro again from the Discord, put that on. It's a few buttons that you really have to manage. When you want to get better at it, there's still plenty of min-max. But it's a perfect first tank in terms of teaching you how to rotate your defensives. It will still punish you if you play it wrong, and you can still die. But I think that this is by far and large the best kind of beginner tank to just get your way into it. Now, if you play Druid of the Claw, there is actually a fundamentally different playstyle, and I think that it's way harder because you're now dealing with managing 2 resources and a proc. For experienced tank players, that doesn't sound that bad. But I think that as you're learning how to tank, you are managing so much. You're thinking about the route, and you're then thinking about the positioning and your own defensives and this, that having to manage something that either procs or doesn't proc, as well as choosing between offensive and defensive, can really trap a lot of new tank players. So I would recommend EC Guardian Druid, regardless of tuning, even if Druid of the Claw is slightly better for the meta keys and what you see being done at the top. I think EC, based on my PTR testing right now, will be absolutely great for Season 2, and I predict for future seasons as well. So those are my thoughts on Guardian Druid. There's a lot more I can say about each tank, but I want this video to be digestible. I want it to help people, so I will move on. The second easiest tank to start with, this one is interesting because I think this one has changed the most going from previous expansions into Midnight. It is a tank that fundamentally used to be very difficult. I actually think that this tank was one of the hardest tanks to play back in the day. But nowadays, Brewmaster is very friendly. When you are learning how to tank, the hardest, probably most sketch thing in your mind, the thing that gives you a lot of anxiety, at least one of them, is threat, aggro. And that is where Brewmaster falls behind Guardian just a little bit in terms of the fact that you have to manage your aggro on your gather a little bit better. But where Brewmaster really shines, and in a lot of ways I would almost put Brewmaster ahead of Guardian, because you don't have to cycle defensives. Every tank fundamentally, and if you're watching this and you want to learn more about tanking, there's a video on my YouTube channel. It's coming out next week. I haven't filmed it yet, but I'm going to. This is a statement that I'm going to do it, explaining how to tank. And there will be guides, a lot of them. Don't you fear. There's already some on Patreon and whatnot. If you want access to those, go find them. A lot of them are free. But next week on the YouTube channel, there's going to be a lot of great videos about this. I want to help. Brewmaster is a tank where once you get the gather right, once you're in the pole, you basically are now executing a DPS rotation. Once you understand that you basically press 2, 1, or 3, those are your 3 buttons. You kind of manage them. If you're playing Shadow Pan, it's 4. If you're playing Master of Harmony, it's actually a little bit more like 3. And either one works. I actually feel like Shadow Pan Brewmaster is the recommended hero spec, even if Master of Harmony is doing a bit more single target, a bit more prio, a bit more fun. Those types of things, those terms that you hear high-level players talk about, they don't impact you nearly as much at a lower key level as you're getting into tanking. Your job is to not die and hold threat. So I think Shadow Pan is very much keg fire. There's an excellent video that I made with Shaw, literally top Brewmaster, I think, on NA Realms right now, Giga Tank creator, Giga Tank player, and I made a video with him giving a guide, it's like 17 minutes, about how to play that version of Brewmaster. It will be the perfect place for you to start. It's on the YouTube, just look it up. And that Brewmaster, once you're in a poll, you don't have to manage defensives. You do have 1 or 2 of them, but you don't have to think about it that much. Every other tank is kind of in a constant thing when you're learning how to tank about, do I press my Bark Skin, my Survival Instincts, my Guardian, my this? You have all these defensives that can decrease your damage taken by a lot. They're not 10%, they're not 5%. You can basically be taking double damage or half the damage depending on how well you use these things. And it can add a lot of stress because if you don't use them correctly, you die immediately. And that can be stressful. Brewmaster doesn't have to worry about that. The mechanic of stagger allows your healer to actually carry you. The downside is that even if you're really good at it, I think that even at a moderate key, you might feel a bit more like your healer does need to help you. But most healers going into Midnight have way more ability to help the tank. Depends a little bit on what's meta, but most of the time it's not a problem. And the fact that you won't get one tap nearly as much on Brewmaster, especially at the kind of more intro level keys, This is anything, by the way. Any key that you want to put here, it's pretty hard to get absolutely annihilated. You don't go from 100 to 0 very often, but you start to have to learn a bit more of the tanking skill about how you can actually get to the pack, how you can generate the aggro. Ultimately, Shadow Pan, Keg Fire. Should you weave other things in? Again, yes, but this is not meant to be an optimization guide, because as I keep talking about the tanks, I also want to give you some perspective. Since I've been making content on YouTube, which has been about 1.5 years now, I've learned a lot about what the community actually needs for tanks, because I have been tanking for a very long time. And I think that sometimes we forget that as a tank, what you actually want to do is you want to take yourself from 0 to 80% efficiency as quickly as possible, because then you will succeed at your role. But you don't have to worry about 80% to 100% just yet. If you perform decently, you will do well and you'll be a successful tank. You don't have to be perfect. And I think that that is a big change of mentality for new players approaching WoW. It's really for any role. But if you aim to do well instead of perfect, the recommendations change drastically in terms of what hero talent, in terms of what talent build to begin with. And all these tanks, I will make sure I have talent builds that I view as kind of more maybe beginner friendly for a lot of the tanks in the Discord going into Season 2. So I think that's my thoughts on Brewmaster is the fact that Stagger exists, the fact that your healer can help you a lot more, you just don't get 100 to 0'd, and the fact that your rotation is, once you get into it, no defensive cycling, I think that actually allows Brewmaster to be played much easier. And taking it from 0 to 80. Now, next two tanks we're going to talk about. First one here in the middle difficulty, I would almost view this as actually easier to start, except that it has just enough nuance and has one element that is very punishing, which is Prop Pally. Prop Pally, there's a lot of good things going for it. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm actually going to put Pally as the easiest to start in the third category here. It's somewhere right in between middle difficulty and easiest to start. People have a opinion on Prop Pally if you've played Season 1. It was tuned quite low, and it was very punishing for most of Midnight Season 1. Going into Season 2, a lot of its baseline values have been buffed, so it's not nearly as punishing, but this is the only tank that doesn't struggle with one of the fundamentals, which is it has great gathering, it's great aggro, but primarily when you hit your button, you're immediately as tanky as you need to be. You don't have a ramp up time. All the other tanks here have some resource that needs to be ramped up in the pool, and so you have to be worried about just living the first 5 seconds. Once you live the first 5 seconds, you can kind of get into it. Prompt Pally is the one tank. You walk in, you hit Sentinel, which is now your wings. You don't have to choose. You don't have to choose between that. You don't have to choose between offensive and defensive anymore on Pally. You can kind of even borderline macro Shield of the Righteous as you're learning. Not recommended for higher keys, but you could totally do it. And just blast, and basically walk in, wings, into Divine Toll, and then bam, you're going to be doing just fine. I would recommend playing Lightsmith. I think it's just a little bit easier and friendlier with the extra Bulwark and Sacred Weapon. It's an extra thing to manage, but I think Lightsmith is a good place to start for Prop Pally. You basically walk in, you slam your buttons. Now here's the hard part about Pally. This is where it starts to get interesting. Brewmaster and Guardian Druid have something that no one talks about, which is that their rotational abilities, the ones you really want to hit, have a cooldown. So it's obvious when you need to hit them, because you can go Thrash, and then you have to hit something else because Thrash is on cooldown. And on Brewmaster, you want to go Keg Fire, but then eventually you don't have Keg and you don't have Fire. Prop Pally starts to get into the type of tank where you can always hit something, and now you have to make a decision. Is it the right idea to hit Consecrate, Blessed Hammer, Judgment, or Avenger Shield? There is an answer to that question. You have to choose right. Even at a medium difficulty, if you hit Consecrate every 4 seconds, you are losing so much value that you will do significantly less damage and significantly less damage. But many Prop Pallies, when you look, they're hitting Consecrate every time it comes off cooldown, because the button is there on your bars. You can't take it off your bars because it is an important part of your rotation, but not nearly as important as it used to be. So these are all the things that you have to start managing. What you want to know for Prop Pally as a basic rule, going into Season 2, Shield, Judgment. Those are your 2 big buttons. You want to hit those. Shield, Judgment. Shield, Judgment. If you have Shield, hit Shield. If you have Judgment, hit Judgment. General rule, there's obviously nuance to this, but just take that as a general rule that will help you a lot. Prioritize that over Consecrate every time. Prioritize that over Blessed Hammer. You use those other 2 abilities to fill during the downtime. Sentinel, boom, pop your wings, Divine Toll, shield, judgment. It'll help you a lot. And then the other thing about Prop Pally is that you do have to worry about getting hit in the back. You are a block tank. You can block. And so you need to make sure the mobs are in front of you. Your shield is in front of you. The best part is that you're a warrior of the light. Most Pallies at that level won't be using their utility properly, so that's not really a factor at this. When you get into tanking, don't worry about trying to help your team. Just make sure that you live first. But the hardest thing is that you cannot pop all your cooldowns at once. This is a tank where you have to start defensive cycling. You have to understand if Sentinel is going to be 20 seconds through the extension of a talent that you have, now you have to play, okay, so I'm going to walk in the pull, Sentinel Toll, 20 seconds later, I hit Ardent. After Ardent expires, then I need to hit Kings. After that, and so it's like even at a moderate key level, you have to start understanding and tracking. Middle of your screen, this is what I do with coaching, making sure that you can see your defensives and actually track them and understand. Don't hit all of them at once. Make sure that you have something up. That's the general rule for Prop Pally. You don't have 100% coverage. Your baseline is tankier. I think that this was an easier to start tank because of the no ramp. Okay, I could talk a lot more about this. I love Prop Pally. I could talk another 30 minutes. There's actually like a 20-minute video I already made ranting about it, so we'll go over that more another time. We're going to move on. The next thing in the middle difficulty, this was the hot take. This is, I think, where I'm going to start to lose people a little bit. I would borderline put this so it's a little bit easier, except that we start to get into more tank fundamental skills. Blood DK. Blood DK is looking very powerful, but let me dive into it a little bit more about what it means to really play Blood DK in keys. You have a bunch of resources, technically 3 if you count Bone Shield, Runes, and Runic Power. A lot of people overcomplicate this tank, and they view it through the lens of what they hear in the discussion for meta. Blood DK has certain fundamental problems that happen at the highest key levels, but at a mid-range of keys, this tank is very good. It has only one problem, in fact. 2. And I'm going to go over what those are and how you can overcome those problems. But there's a reason it's in middle difficulty. The rotation going from 0 to 80% is quite fluid. It's not that hard. It really isn't. I'll explain. What you want to do is understand, don't hit Death Strike 3 times in a row, and make sure that you're always casting something. In general, if you just, in a pull, you basically slam your Blood Boils into Heart Strike, you watch your Bone Shield. If Bone Shield going to fall off, if you're playing Sand Lane, you hit Marrowrend. If Marrowrend light up because tier set, you hit Marrowrend. But if you actually just straight up, if you're playing Sand Lane, Heart Strike or Vampiric Strike into Blood Boil, and you Death Strike when your health moves, you'll be fine. If you alternate globals, like if Death Strike is every 3rd or 4th global, at most key levels, you will be absolutely fine. That is not the hard part of this. That will take you seriously. You'll be like a decent Blood DK if you actually just follow those rules. Slam a Death and Decay down as well. Make sure you're in that, but it's really, that's actually fundamentally would carry you quite far with this. Here's the problem. You don't have full defensive coverage, and gathering is hard. This tank now has limited aggro range. The hardest part about playing Blood DK is not just you living the initial gather where you're weak without resources. It is also that Snap Threat is kind of difficult because your Blood Boil has a limited range. You need to tag all the mobs around you for Snap Threat. If you don't achieve Snap Threat, which all that means is when you walk into a pull, if you haven't hit all the mobs, the people behind you, they die because they're squishy and they decided to play DPS or healer instead of tank. So they're going to die. They're going to steal aggro. Most likely they're not going to wait. In higher level keys, people wait for the tank to gather and feel more confident and set up all their globals. But in mid-level keys, that's not going to happen. And so what you have with Blood DK is a tank that is quite powerful, very powerful, but needs setup time. The first few globals in a pack are so important, and the way that you navigate that, the way you use your movement. Biggest piece of advice, you have Death Advance, go fast. Don't go slow. The key with Blood DK is that you have to go fast, not slow. That's the key. Listen to me. That's actually like the most important piece of advice I can give you is go fast. Don't delay too much in fear of threat. Position, group, grip, bam. Just like that. So Blood DK is in the middle difficulty because it starts to get into not so much the defensive cycling, but now you have to really make a plan for how you're going to walk into a pack and then how you're going to achieve aggro, the snap threat, to make sure you've tagged everything, and the solution for that is Blood Boil. But Blood Boil needs to be close enough to the mobs. I think if they added 5 range, like an extra 5 yards to Blood Boil, it would help a lot. So you go in, you tag everything, and then you can set up your globals. That's why I think basically Blood DK. I also recommend that if they're relatively close in tuning, again, I'll update the Discord whether they are or not, but I think Deathbringer is a little bit more friendly, even though you have an extra button, because you won't have to worry about your bone shield nearly as much. You just walk in, Reaper's Mark, and then do what I told you earlier. I think that's basically kind of my thoughts on Blood DK. Taking this from 0 to 80%, not that hard. Taking it from 80 to 100%, very hard. This is a very difficult tank to master because there's so much min-max and there are some crazy passionate people out there like Kyrasis in his Discord. Highly recommend joining if you're a Blood DK. You should, by the way. If you don't know who that is, you don't know his Discord, but you want to play Blood DK, message. I'll post his link in the comment. He's super, super cool. All right. That's my thoughts on Blood DK. I've ranted enough. There are obviously more things to say, but I shall move on. Now, there is no tank in World of Warcraft that is more quintessentially a tank than Prot Warrior. I believe that Prot Warrior is one of the harder tanks to learn how to tank on. It's middle difficulty. The reason is positioning. The rotation of Prot Warrior, if you're playing Mountain Thane, it's probably the easiest rotation out of any tank. You actually just hit 1-2, 1-2, 1-2 on repeat. You hit Shield Slam and you hit Thunderclap, and you try to alternate those globals as much as possible, especially if you're playing the Apex version of this talent build. Super easy. And yet, Prot Warrior mains, it doesn't feel so easy to play Prot Warrior, does it? And the reason is simply because this tank is the block tank. Its icon is actually a giant shield. You have to keep the shield in front of you. The mobs must be in front of you. If you get hit from the side or the back and you cannot block an attack on a warrior, your health drops so fast it will give you panic attacks on gathers. The main issue that many new tanks struggle with when they're walking into packs is that they walk through the mobs instead of kind of gathering and letting the mobs come into them. And that mentality means they're going to take hits in the back. So Prot Warrior, rotationally, if you play Mountain Thane, is not that difficult. You actually have a ton of buttons to manage. You can make that pretty simple. But the key for Prot Warrior is you have to move very effectively, which means you need to make a plan for that. There are many times where new Prot Warriors should absolutely send their shield wall on gather, even though there might be a way to kind of charge tag, etc. I think that it's a general practice. At the key levels where this will start to really get clapped, I think that it's more important to just make sure that your health and you try not to trigger a cheat death right away. You don't want to trigger Battle Scarred Veteran when you walk into a pull. So positioning on Prot Warrior is the hardest thing. And if Colossus is meta, which I think right now it's going to be kind of more the play, then you have the added element. There are several more buttons to manage. If you want to play Prot Warrior and you are not doing the most competitive content, you don't have to tell anybody you're doing this. Nobody's going to judge you. But listen, play Mountain Thane. Your snap threat will be better. You will feel better. Play Mountain Thane. Colossus starts to you now have to weave in revenge to the 3 buttons that I already mentioned earlier. Plus you have to try to be managing each demolish window, which also causes you to plant and sometimes changes your camera angle. And if you're not careful, even though it gives you a much larger DR, etc., you can try both, but it's free to swap. I think Mountain Thane is the quintessential, this is pretty easy rotationally, whereas Colossus, now you have to start managing multiple resources effectively. If you are playing Mountain Thane, and especially if you're getting into Warrior and you want to take a lot of cognitive load off, I will put a macro in my Discord that I'm going to get a lot of hate for. It is certainly not optimal, but you can macro shield block and ignore pain into your shield slam. Prot Warrior mains, don't come at me. I'll defend myself. The reason you can macro that is because for the most part, the actual decision of how to spend on ignore pain doesn't tend to matter until a key level where that resource is getting eaten through at midnight because it's not the war within anymore. But I don't have to defend myself in this video. I'll save that for another video where I stand on trial for my crimes against Prot Warrior. Now, when I say stuff like that, remember that there are so many different perspectives on WoW. Many times what works for people when they're getting into tanking, and this is anything from a +10 to like a +18. I'm not referring to I'm not referring to 1% keys. I'm referring to somewhere in the middle. And as you just get into it, as you feel more comfortable, a lot of the advice is given as though you were trying to be rank 1. And I don't believe that that's the right mentality, because first you have to get comfortable. And first you have to actually feel confident in your tanking. Then you can min-max. Then you can optimize. Then you can actually see what maybe the sims even say that you could potentially chase for gear, or you play defensively. Your job is to live and hold aggro. If you do that, you're a good tank. That's it. End of story. Until a very high key level, that is actually your job. Be tanky tank. Don't let anybody else die from aggro. So that's basically my thoughts on Warrior. It's mostly a positioning thing. And when you're moving and any puddle happens, you have to be careful with how you strafe. Again, any small movement, your health will just go from 100 to 20% instantly if you actually walk through the pack to dodge a puddle. And there's a lot of things to dodge next season. So those are my thoughts on Warrior. Yeah. Okay. Last tank, obviously there's only one left, will be more challenging. It's the only tank I'm putting here because this is where you start to actually have to express all of the tank skills that I talked about is what allows VDH to be good. Regardless if you're playing, everybody talks about VDH as if the RNG was the highest element, but that is the conversation we just had about Warrior, where the highest level of play trickles down to what most people will actually experience, and the highest level of play basically says, but VDH, it's RNG in this. Doesn't actually matter when you're getting into tanking. Whether you play Annihilator with more RNG, or whether you play Eldrazi, which is something you can actually do, which has less RNG, ultimately, VDH has to express all three of the tanking skills that we've talked about. Your aggro is weak. You have to make a plan for threat. Number 2, you must perfectly defensive cycle. Even at a mid-level of key, if you are off-timed with your defensive, you will die fast, okay? Like faster than any other tank. If you leap into a pack, but you haven't leaped in the right position, and you leap into a pack instead of by the pack, and you take all the melees before you're actually set up, you may die. It's very punishing in terms of how you must create the threat, the positioning, and the management of how you pull. So you have all that cognitive load on top of the fact that you must time everything perfectly. I would say perfectly is a take, maybe even 50% as well. But if you miss the brand and you haven't actually made a plan for what happens when brand falls off, you can just fall over in the middle of a pack as well. Most of the other tanks, when you set up and you're in a pull, for the most part, you're not going to die. You actually just have to manage the first part of the pull, which is, again, when I talk about how to tank, I'm going to really dive into this and help people, hopefully. But the idea for VDH is you have to be constantly thinking about all those things. And you can't really take your eye off the ball. If you do the first pull very well and you've committed a big loss, you've done the big first pull and you're like, sweet, I feel very successful. But then the second pull, you breathe and you just blink 1 second too long, you're evaporated. Because the first pull cost you all of your resources and you don't have enough coverage. I think that would be great if they give Demonic back to VDH. It would give them a bit more coverage and you could actually press Feldev when you walk into a pull. Many VDHs are not aware of the nuances of this tank, and again, kind of just, they'll walk in, they have no plan for threat. Sometimes you should macro your demon spikes as a way of thinking, so sometimes you don't even have that up, and then you fell dev in your first global because it looks really cool, and why would you play VDH if you're not trying to fell dev, because that's the super cool ability, it's the one where you shoot a big laser in front of you. Except that actually right now with tuning, that doesn't really help you live, and you should be hitting all these other things, and you have to manage this, and then it's not so much the frailty stacking anymore, but now you have to... It gets involved, and it kind of highlights the technicality of tanks, where you don't really get to just go... You're kind of always managing something, whereas other tanks, they have these peaks and valleys. So that's why I think VDH is the hardest tank to learn how to tank on. You can do it 100% if it's something that you love and you really enjoy it. You just have to build that mastery and just know that you're going to flop. I think a lot on when you're learning how to play any tank, it doesn't matter if you start with the EC Guardian Druid build or a VDH. You're going to die. You will brick some runs. And you know what? That's okay. It's actually all right to learn something, especially in a video game. It's meant to be fun. Tanking is a role that sometimes gets a lot of blame, a lot of flack, for just not always understanding things, but you have to learn somewhere, and sometimes tanking feels like you're trying to apply for a job that requires 5 years of experience, but it's an entry-level job. and you're trying to get the 5 years of experience to even get the job, it can be that loop sometimes. Let it go. Turn off party chat if you need to. I have a lot more opinions on tanks, but I think that that's my tier list. And I hope that this information in this video actually helps people decide what might give them the best experience when they start tanking. I'll have a lot of helpful resources, hopefully in my Discord. As long as my health stays good, I will continue to update that because I just believe that people should have fun. And I think that tanking is fun. I hope this helps. Bye. Ha! One tapped it. Easy. Perfect. Easy one tap. Not even close. All right. I'm tuning back in. What do you think? So what do you think? Would you agree in a lot of the takes I had? I think that this is the type of tier list that actually helps people. I think that this is exactly what we need in the community. I think we need more of this. That makes sense? That's what I think. Bro. Rough. Oh, man, that would be rough, to be honest with me, though. I think I put Prop Pally here because Prop Pally is nuanced, but it's not that nuanced, Johnny. I think that weirdly, if you follow 2 rules for Prop Pally, you end up getting this, though. Showblock does it. I would say Disco Inferno, and that's a fair point. I should have clarified. I would really recommend that Warrior play Heavy Repercussion. I think you don't play Into the Fray. I think you play Heavy Repercussion as a new Warrior, and you just slam it. You can macro it. Heavy Repercussion lets you macro, even though it's a cook for sure. But I actually really think that if you play Repercussion, then you have full uptime. Yep. 2 rules for Prop Pally. Stop hitting Consecrate so much. Literally. Like that's like the first one. Stop hitting Consecrate so much. If you understand that you actually have 2 buttons in your rotation, and for what it's worth, you just fill with the other ones, you'll be so much more successful. It's unbelievable. If you spend effectively all Holy Power on Shield of the Righteous, and you only Word of Glory when you have a proc, again, there's nuance to that, but for the most part, it will carry you a lot. Prop Pallies do this weird thing where they see their health dropping and they only Word of Glory instead of Shield the Righteous. If you spend all Holy Power on Shield the Righteous and you just prioritize Shield and Judgment, you will literally be successful. And then all you have to do for Pally is manage your defensives. That's all. Like, your brain power is just gather, defensive rotation. That's it. If you just understand, you hit Shield when Shield up, you hit Judgment when Judgment up. I think that carries Prop Pally to a very decent level. Eventually, you have to get more nuance than that. Yeah. I think that Blood DK, it's the gather that really gets it, but the rotational elements when you're in a pull, people panic. If you actually break Blood DK down, there is almost a general rule. It certainly is not an absolute rule, but I really think if you Death Strike every 3 to 4 globals, in most scenarios, you'd be fine. And these are not rules. These are not meant to take you to the 1% keys. Like, they're not meant to... I know I'm going to get some hate for this because you're going to be like, oh, that's not optimal. It's not right. But it will work. And to get into tanking, you don't need to be perfect. That's actually... It really messes a lot of tanks up to think that they have to be perfect when they get into it. You know, I think that really, really, really affects people in kind of a bad way. Also, what's up? Thank you for the sub. I think tier lists are good content. But this is the type of thing that I want to try to help people. Harder than VDH to me, stagger just doesn't compute in your brain. Will they remove Folio next week? No, Folio stays the whole season. Nope. No. You got to play Folio. You got to get your Folio. It stays the entire season. It's expansion long. Just stagger is so odd for new players. I would agree, but the video I made with Shaw really simplifies it a lot as well. You know, like, I think if you just, first of all, if you completely forget about the offensive thing, what's their ramp mechanic? They don't really have a ramp mechanic as much as they have an aggro mechanic. Keg has a limited range. If you need 3 packs, you actually just need to make a plan with roll. You just Tiger's Lost roll, and you go, even if you did this wrong and you were to, for example, Keg fire Keg, and you should have fired Keg fire because of the tier set or whatever, you lose damage, but you'll be fine. Pretty doom and gloom. I didn't get to watch it. I watched like a few minutes of it. Brewmaster will get tuned. I think if there was one tank that was going to get tuned to the next notes that would get buffed, it's Brew. I think that guide I made with Shaw, best Brewmaster intro guide. Seriously. It will teach you, because it will show you what you need. Once you get what you need, you can do this. I agree with that. That's what I think, Eagle. That's why I recommended it. It's kind of a take. Like, it's super a take. I know it is, but I actually really do believe that as well. I think you're exactly right with that, to be fair. Let me read back some messages, because I was kind of locked in there. I thought that was good. Oh my god, I saw Fluffy Paws. He's cute dog. No! I scrolled to Discord. Dude, look at this dog real quick. Oh my god, look at this dog. Bro. That's Fluffy just got a new dog. I want a dog. It's a few months from now. I'm currently negotiating with the owner of this house because we rent. I want to live here for longer, but I want a dog. I am not mine. That's my dream dog, though. I really want a golden. I've always, that's all I want. Like, what's the point of making money and being successful if you can't get a dog? At some point, actually, like, forget about index funds. I just want a dog. Goddamn. I'm a dog person at heart. It's just who I am as a person. Okay, oh yeah, for sure. She wants a goat. She doesn't just want a dog. She also wants a goat. That puts me into a bit of a bind because we don't have farm or property. So we can't. She also wants a Highland cow. She is that sort of partner. She wants all of it though. I'm starting to like work out at home while watching your streams. Hey, Fornox. I missed that comment a second ago. Nice. It's actually, if you were to just do a little bit of workout when you're playing WoW, it carries you very far. Even like just a little bit. Yep. We had a mini pig one time is the worst. I've heard that pigs are very hard to take care of. I'm not 100% sure about this, though. You milk cows for a living? I know some other people in here also kind of milk cows. Blood Decay has no rotation, so priority system. Yes. Although, I also think that the priority system, Barley, is based off of DPS. If it was based off of living, it would be slightly different. And that's something I talked to Kyrasis about. There is a middle ground. It's hard to quantify. There are some people who would probably benefit from playing it both ways. So it's very difficult to say what you should or should not do. Also, next few days, I don't know if I have energy. I probably will stream long streams just because, I don't know. Kitty's away for the weekend. I'm home alone. And you should never leave me home alone. I'm going to start doing weird stuff. I shall take care of the cast and stuff. All right, let me sit down for a second. Ooh. Oh, with a rotation, trying not to die. When I'm playing Blood Decay, I made a lot of videos. I made a video about Blood Decay. It was not meant to be a rotation guide, but rather a pressure of what things... There's no thieves in Thailand. Bro, Thailand is super safe. What are you talking about? There's literally... We don't have thieves here. The first time I moved into a house in Thailand, I think for 2.5 years in that house, I didn't even know where the keys were. I never locked the door once. The only thing that happened is one of our elderly neighbors who had dementia, he accidentally left a bowl of fruit on our table once. And we didn't know where it came from. Thailand's super safe. You never have to worry here. Unless you're Thai. That's a little bit of a different story. All right, let me read up a little bit. I wanted to kind of stay here. Hi, hello. Not a cut, by the way. I've seen you interact with a dog. I would peg you for a cat person, not a dog person. Coltrane, isn't it weird? Yeah, so The social media is the cats. I am learning how to be a cat dad. They are extremely cute. I think in my heart, I'm a dog person. Cats are like, I really like them. We're besties. Like that cat and I, we're really good friends and we're very close. But I would die for a dog. And I don't have that immediate feeling in my heart of hearts, to be honest with you, for the cats. I like the cats. I really do. We're very close. I don't immediately have that like instinctual part of me that just goes, I would literally like it's not even a thought. You know what I mean? Like that's how I feel. But dogs, I speak dog. Like it's my animal. Like we can like talk to each other, but cats, I don't feel like I speak their language, and sometimes they piss me off because I can't communicate with them. Because for as cute as they are, they're also damn menaces. They manipulate you, they lie to you, they do all sorts of things. They roll in their litter box and expect you to not care. They are little sociopaths who have feelings, but also, you know, like that's the thing. Like you basically are their slave instead of sometimes their equal. They don't think of me like that. Look at him. He's screaming outside my door right now. All right, buddy. Yes? Hi. Would you like to meet the people? Yeah, come show them how sociopathic you are. Come here. Yes, look at this. So he's coming up here, and he does like attention, to be fair. He is actually he loves it. However, yes, hi, come here, buddy. I know. And you're so cute. You're so cute. And to be fair, this is just me being honest. I do like them. And of course, I'm going to take extremely good care of them. But I don't think in my heart of hearts, I think I'm more of a dog person than a cat person. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. And you want to tell the people anything else? Anything else, buddy? And what else? Yeah? Anything else? Okay. Yeah. And you just scream. And right now it's cute, but in an hour when it's dinner time, you're going to start screaming really loud. So loud. It's coming. I know it is. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. If you squeeze him just a little bit, he sounds like a duck. Okay, you done, buddy? You want treats? What? Alright. Yes, I know. The other cat is also here now. So now they're here because they want treats. Hi, Delay. Popped in to say good content recently. Thank you. Never watched you a week ago, but was spending the weekend going through your stuff. I have a lot of videos. I haven't been making content for that long. You know, I've actually been like a year and a half since I had a YouTube channel now. A little bit more. But I hope at the end of the day, I hope I can help people. That's sort of my goal, you know? What's up, boy Trez? Just arrived, no problem. I will put that through to YouTube tonight. I'll probably just I'll clip that and I'll put it through to YouTube, no problem. Don't worry. If you missed the actual explanation, more important to hear about that though. I think the roots vid was what people were. Dude, I meant to do the roots vid like a few weeks ago, Nilo, but the problem is I have certain genetic conditions and those conditions have been tough. I had a flare up that I haven't had in like a few years. And my health has been really challenging me. Much more than it has in a long time. And it's been rough, man. I would love to tell you that it hasn't. I'm starting to feel better. Like, I'm starting to have a bit more energy. Everything took a backseat. I also lost 2 clients because I just couldn't maintain some of the timing. And I hate, like, I really like my work. So the fact that I had to drop a few clients and whatnot, it was It's been a rough few months, you know? Is no Apex Bear still viable? Boytress. Guardian Druid is in a really weird spot currently. Almost all of the highest logs on PTR cannot agree on the build. There are actually several builds that are being played on PTR. I will go on a limb. I will tell you, as a straight up prediction, I think I know what will be played for Guardian. I do. I actually think that I have a pretty good idea of what the best build is. But for some reason, no one's playing it in the highest keys that are being done. And I've only tested on... To be fair, I've not tested a 19 on PTR. Normally, I play PTR significantly more competitively. This season, again, I just haven't had a lot of time to do it. So some of the videos that I would like to make, some routes, some this, some that, they'll be a little bit delayed. They'll be in the first week of the season instead of beforehand. But that's okay. Health first, right? I'm pretty confident. Like, I know what my logs are. I know what my numbers are. And I have YouTube chat open now. I apologize if I wasn't reading that for a second. I had to close it for the video. I'm... Like I said, maybe I'm just wrong. But I swear I have a pretty solid understanding about this. Flavor Squish is playing. I mean, I would want to give... I would want to have Squish test the build I'm playing, because I think he would agree with me. I actually think that he would agree. And, by the way, speaking of Squish, tonight, I'll post that video we just made. Tomorrow, I have a podcast episode of Banters coming out. If you are on YouTube watching, that's the Better Come to Mainstream. Yeah, by the way, Banters recorded a whole ass podcast with me. And it's cool. It is basically how to improve at Mythic Plus, although I would argue some of the advice around 35 minutes is gold. Actually giga advice. For most of it, though, I think that it's definitely a lot of min-max stuff. Talking about don't even do it, buddy. No! My desk! Get off that. Get out of my room. I'll be right back. Anyways, good morning, dupes. Cats, I'm all right. Yes, disco. I want to do a bunch of that. We'll see what the schedule looks like. You know, I'm going to do more Mythic Plus. What is the most anxiety you have, Barley? Tell me. Not perfectly knowing the route. Yes. Somebody asked me earlier about Lindormi's affix, the guidance. It's lackluster. At the end of the day, I think they need to iterate on it more. I think they should iterate on it more, like a lot more. But I think that Lindormi's guidance was a good attempt at solving one of the biggest barriers to tanking. I just don't think they nailed it. Because when you have it on, I mean, can you guys even see the route? Like, if I turn on Lindormi's affix and I walk into a key, let's be real, you can't really see what you're supposed to pull. It kind of just looks like every mob is highlighted. You should do a Lindormi's 20. I mean, I can, but I don't even really... I can't really see anyways, like, what's going on. Well, so we see any friends around? I have zero desire to do anything. I'm very satisfied with my IO from May. That being said, I guess we can help people My PTR is still brick, so I don't think I can do PTR keys right now. Whoa. It's crazy that there's just a 23 Algathar Brazil in queue. And the fact that these people are not on my B tag too. Something like MDI where you can plan that in advance. I think you should be able to plan it in the poll. Like, I think you should be able to adjust it in the poll. Now, instead of Lindormes, there's a different affix, which I would recommend. I think there's something better than Lindormes if you haven't seen this before. Some kind of swirly cloud line in the mob. Well, first of all, do you know about MDT Helper? The developer, when I made a video about this, the developer actually commented on it and then fixed one of the main problems I had with it. Look, when I zone into this key, I might have turned it off and I might have to reload it. You can have a mini MDT show up on your game. Yeah. Yeah, right here. And it will show you what pulls you're supposed to do. You just have to have a route planned in advance, and you can also right-click to either enable or disable if there's a butt pull. So this is my route. You do pull 1, and then it will update. You can put it anywhere. It's pretty simple to use. And you can go forward, forward. Is it perfect? Like, no. Should this be in-game? Absolutely. But for what it's worth, if you do need to reference something, you can go out, in, you can zoom in, and you can say pull 4 is going to be, what is it again? It's not perfect because you will have to actually hover over it to kind of see, but there's also an additional component that comes like this if you want to have this enabled, which involves showing you what the pull is supposed to contain. It ain't perfect, but it is something. This is just an add-on. Get it. It's MDT Helper. It's free. You don't have to pay anything. I think the guy who made it, originally you couldn't right-click in the middle. Like if I didn't get these two Berserkers, I can do that now. But I don't think you can, you right-click to take them out if there's a butt pull or something, and you left-click to add them again. And then it basically guarantees that you're at 100%. Cannot say which mobs are on map. Yeah, so that's, it's not perfect because of that. Now, if they could just do this in-game, problem solved. This is not new. It's an add-on. You have to get this additionally. It's called MDT Helper. It is just an additional add-on, MDT Helper, just like this. The thing that it depends on is that it does import directly from the last route that you have saved, and it isn't always the best at auto-advancing the route. But I would say that this is good. Yeah, so basically you have it on your screen, and you can just enable it like this, and you can put it anywhere that you need. Just put it behind somewhere. Like normally I have my chats here, so I have this here, but like I would probably just play with it like this next to the timer or something if I wanted it. A lot of times people who have been tanking for, I don't know, man, like Maury, you've been tanking for a long time, right? At some point, routing becomes second nature. And you get really good at understanding routing. But it's a huge barrier. What's up, Sampley? Yeah, I did. I'm going to post it tonight. If you missed the actual tier list, remember, I highly recommend you listen to it because what I go over is not just why the rankings are there, but hopefully actually going past that and actually explaining what hero talent to recommend, what the general tips and rotation of each tank. Like I try to go into it a bit more and explain why it's there. If I ever make a tier list, I'm pretty passionate about giving information that helps. So, yeah, that video was really good. Wait, really, Maury? For some reason, I thought you were just a tank main for a long time. But yeah, sample. Yeah, combine Lindormes and MDT. I agree with you, Crip. I think they should just do it. Also, hi, Little. Good morning. Good morning, indeed. We just finished the tier list. I'll show you the tier list, but I won't want to. It was like 30 minutes, so what you can do if you want to watch it now, I mean, just wait for it tonight. It'll be 4 hours from now. I'll just upload the actual video. Unedited. I don't edit them anyways. It was a one shot. I didn't have to do it twice. But yeah, it'll be on YouTube in a second. Like a few hours. I think that they basically just need to put the Lindormes glow is the right idea, bad execution. I'll call them out on that. I like Blizzard. I think that Lindormes was just a straight up, I just think it was a bad execution. Like it could have been, it could have actually solved problems, and I just don't think it does. A lot of people play with it. When I was doing old keys, I saw a lot of tanks using it, even in up to 20. I saw some 20s with it. Was using the mobs marked in MDT? Yeah. I try to memorize routes from online as much as I want. Yes, you have to practice it. Keep in mind that like if I go into one of the new dungeons, I'm not really learning the route because I played PTR. So we learned it in PTR. Are the Lindormi routes just bad? Yes. Are they better than nothing? Probably. But yes. They don't account properly for so many of the things that they're supposed to account for. And on top of that, I don't think it's obvious. Like, if I enable it right now, basically, though, the other problem I have with it is it's not obvious to me. Like, I think they should make it crazy crystal clear. And also, I borderline think that there should be a setting that you just have it as a tank, but no one else has to see it. I think that you should have a choice about whether or not your entire team sees it or not. But, like, I don't see why you couldn't just, if tank, enable overlay. If not tank, don't enable overlay. Yeah, it doesn't show how to group. It doesn't show how to split. It doesn't really tell you. And the routes themselves are not clearly, like, whoever made the routes, I don't know where they're getting it from, but I don't feel like they got it from players. Like, they did not ask me or someone, or, like, I don't think they asked a tank player to make the routes for them. I think that they did something weird, in my opinion. I feel like they were off with that. Little, can I ask you a question if you're still here, Mr. Little Tattoo? You tanked this season. Did you have fun? And what was the biggest barrier for you progressing as a tank? It's a good question, actually. Because we're in retrospect now. Season is done in 4 days. We only got 4 days left. But dupes, just know, you are not alone in that. Very important that you know. You are absolutely not alone in feeling overwhelmed by the routes and the fact that you have to see to do. I would argue that most people don't learn from a video. There's a lot of people who can. I think there are more who cannot. Like, if I'm in a competitive guild and they're like, hey, watch the video before the raid encounter, it doesn't matter. Dude, like, I can watch it and it will give me something, but my brain fundamentally does not work like that. It's so bad, it's unbelievable. I remember being in CE guilds and getting absolutely flamed, even if by the end of the time we actually killed the boss, I would parse in the 90 to 100 range. Even if I did extremely well, I'm the sort of person who needs time to learn, and if I don't have time to learn, I cannot actually perform well in this game. I really wish that people understood I cannot just watch a video and immediately understand what I am supposed to do. I need time. I need to practice. I need to see the thing. And you can clip that. But I think that, like, some people are capable of just watching the video and going, got it. It's not me. The first 10 pulls, I'm going to struggle, but then I learn, and then I'm good. You know? Your whole grew back to get a couple percent. Wait, what was it? I did have fun. I struggled with having the correct percentage. Yeah. What the mechanics looks like. I think it's good to know. Is good type. It's good to know for sure, and it's certainly a level of effort that you should put in if you're trying to be competitive, even just watching a dungeon guide quickly. But I need to see it. Dupes. I'm kind of with Dupes on that one. They work for old raid fights. I just need timings. Maybe I'm too competitive. Like, I just need the timings of the fight. I need to see it. Add on to change the mob glow. I just think, like, what if the mob glow was a straight up, I mean, they could just put, like, an actual arrow. Literally just put, like, an arrow over the head of the mob. Because, Little, you are not the first person to say that. Actually, Dupes was just saying that, basically. Like, the biggest barrier to tanking is routing and just having percentage and feeling like you're pressured into making sure you pull exactly what you need to pull. And I was saying that Lindormi's affix, I wish they kept going with it and made it better. Because there's no harm in helping tanks feel more comfortable in this game. Like, there's no harm to that. Adding a little, giving tanks a bit more access, no harm. Making tanks easier, good question. That's a question. That's actually a question. But, like, just helping tanks? seems like a pretty easy W to me. Like, I don't think that's actually a hard... Yeah. There was never a sweet spot. I agree with that. I think it was a good attempt, but I wish they kept going with it. Now, if you want, I was showing this earlier. If you look at my screen a little, it isn't perfect, but this is the best add-on that we currently have for it. There are two. This one's a good one. MDT Helper gives you an overlay, if you look at my screen right now, that actually imports the route from MDT. So you need the route first, and then it will give you an overlay on your screen. You can make it bigger or smaller. You can zoom in. You can basically right-click or left-click to add in the middle of a poll. But it will attempt to give you something to make sure you're at 100% by the end of the dungeon. Not perfect. Not perfect, but helpful. Yeah. If you want, it's called MDT Helper. If you are somebody who like constantly is actually doing this, I think it's better. Like if you're actually just like, as you're tanking and you're like, what is this? What is this? You just get this. This is actually like the same exact thing. It's just mini. And you can zoom in, zoom out, etc. Yeah, it's called MDT Helper. Probably if I make a add-on video, I probably would mention it. Super lightweight, super easy to use. And the developer, when I had made a video on it before, sometimes I think I make too many videos because actually a lot of the questions, I have actually made a video. It gets lost over time. I have had my YouTube channel for, you guys want to know something crazy? You ever thought about this? I don't know if you've noticed. If I look at my channel, I've had it for about 1.5 years. That doesn't seem right. That seems impossible. It's December of 2014. It actually was made. It was made in October. I started posting December. December was like the first video. If I go to videos and I go to oldest, I'm pretty sure it's December. Let me check. Oldest video. Dude, I was making tips way back when. This is actually when I played Prez Evoker. Let's take a look at this. This is some fun stuff though. Because every tank does that, dupes. They don't want to admit it, but trust me, more tanks do that than you think. Let's take a little trip down memory lane. Hold up. What window is the one? What window am I trying to capture here? This? I am Hexecute. I will play Guardian Druid next season. I also think that Guardian might get nerfed in an upcoming set of notes. No joke. All right, so if we look at my YouTube channel here, the oldest video is a 42-second clip about how to live the first boss of City of Threads. And it has a tag to it because I couldn't actually do it right. Oh, let's take a trip down memory lane. God, I was so young. Look at this. I was so young. This is my old room with all the anime posters. It has Movavi. It's got a watermark to it. Look at these frames. Dude, I was playing Augavoker back then. This is when I mained Augavoker. Look at that. So anyways, this is how to live first boss. And then, oh, now we're here. So if I go to videos, and go to oldest, this is still how to heal Stone Vault Fire Boss. Grim never died of this pack in Grim Batol. This is when I used to main. This was back in, so the War Within Season 1, basically, was the first time I started making videos. Scary Pull turns into Preservation of Ochre Carry. Yeah, this is way back in the day, man. Guardian Druid point of view. Anyways, my point is, I've only had this channel for 1.5 years. Look how many videos I have. Oh, I post a lot. If you ever want to find something, it might be worth just actually looking it up. Like, you can go to search and just find it. That is... I thought about this the other day. I was like, bro, that's crazy. Think about that. That's like... Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah. I really like streaming. Like, I have such a desire to make stream a part of my life. I know that I like this. I know that I want to keep doing it. So I just was like, I'll just do it. Passion, man. At some point though. Before that, only live streams? No, I've only been streaming for technically my first stream, I guess it'd be 2 years, but
I only consider myself to have started streaming around, kind of around like November, December. So I guess a year and a half, a little bit more than that now. We're coming up August, so I guess like January would be the 2 year mark. In my opinion, I started really in January of 2025. So all of 2025 and then this year. In BFA, wasn't me, my friend. I didn't play in BFA. That was not me, Mr. Barley. That was somebody else. That was probably some other Guardian Druid wearing leggings. You would think that there is no other Guardian Druid who has actually worn leggings like this and also played the game well. But surprisingly, I promise you, there is. It's kind of involved. It's like part of playing Guardian Druid is the leggings. Add in fox ears to that, and you've got a real Guardian Druid player. See? Were you in Thailand before you started streaming? Oh, yeah. I mean, when I started streaming, I'm going back for Season 2. Skip 12.07 is a special item for that patch. There's no item, Ducky, but you do need the... I need to do it as well, to be fair. I actually never finished my folio either. Yes, this does carry into the rest of the expansion. You need to do this. There is a catch-up for it. It's not too bad. What's up, Lois? You have, indeed. There have been a lot of ups and downs. God damn. So I consider myself to when I started streaming, for what it's worth. When I started, I was married. And then very soon after I started streaming, I got divorced. And that was randomly public because people knew my ex-wife. And then that was part of it. Have you seen your Raider IO recap? Dude, I don't even want to know. This would be the lowest recap I've ever had. I have not played a lot in the last 3 months, but is there a recap out? I would love to do my recap. Dude, I love the recaps. Yeah, let's do it. It's going to be really low this season. Seasonal recap? Get my recap. Let's do it. That's me stream. No problem. Of course. Log in to create the recap. All right, let's do it. I want to see it, though. In the last part, just doing a dungeon. Well, so, sorry. When I started, yeah, I've lived in Thailand for like 8 years. When I first moved here, I didn't have a PC. So that was my longest time I didn't play WoW. Basically like 4 years of my life. When I first came here, I only played mobile games because I had a phone, but I didn't have a PC. My midnight, okay, it's ready. Let me get this. Takes about a minute. Gotta refresh my Blizzard account, apparently. So basically, when I first moved here, I didn't have anything, and then I got a laptop during COVID that could play WoW. That's when I started again in Shadowlands. So I missed all of BFA, and I got to play only like the start of Legion before I left for Thailand. I think it's around the time. For when I started streaming, I had a headset that had really terrible audio and OBS that I actually use Streamlabs because it's easier to set up. That actually was terrible. You want to hear the quality of when I started? Yeah, I'll show you. There's a clip. You go back to the... I like how everything saves everything, actually. Here, let's find out. Let's go here, and we'll look at my recap momentarily. Generate my recap. Yeah. And very quickly, I was like, this headset ain't going to work. It was like a $10 headset, and I remember trying to pronounce the word Perry. But I used to pronounce it as pare until somebody said this, though. Yeah, I think you can do exclamation followage. I think that is a command that works. I'm not 100%. Yeah. Thank you, Lois. I mean, you know, I have my early stream summaries, and my first stream was like 0.8 average viewers. I'm like, damn, I count as one. And then it was like 1.3, 1.8, then it was 2. Yeah. It's a crazy journey that we're on now, Lois. I didn't have a YouTube channel at that point. Here, content, clips, and you just go to search oldest. You go filters. What is II Poppy? Holy shit. All right, I'm going to share this. I don't know what's happening right now, though. Are you ready? First of all, I got to look at my recap. Second of all, this will get interesting real fast. If I go to here and then I go here, and I go to my clips manager, and we look together. I don't know what we're going to find here, guys. But if I open this, and I go to clips, you can see the history here. And you go all time. I think you just filter it, and you go, oh, no, date created, newest first. I don't know what this I Poppy is from earlier. That's rough. I'm going to have to see that. This was an in real life stream I did the other day. So, oldest first. Technically speaking, yeah, this is the original stream. When was this clipped? Okay, I do know what it is. I do know. I was trying to play it cool, all right? Holy shit, you remember my old UI? Dude, look at my old UI. First of all, I'm playing properly here. Second of all, my old UI was so terrible. Oh my god. My old UI was so bad. All right. Yeah, that's rough. The audio quality on this is not good. Here, let me put it through. Yeah, back when we had proper add-ons and weakros. To be fair, I kind of miss them too. I didn't think I would, but I do. All right, here. This is what I sounded like back in the day. Oh, and affixes. Dude, I got stormed. I realized I went, oh, I got stormed there. Yeah. We have way back in the day, man. This is July 2024. Those I don't miss much. Yep. Yeah. Can you hear that in the back? Is that clipped somewhere? Oh my god, it's my wife. Holy shit. That's weird. Bro. I know what that clip is. God, that clip did not age well. Yeah. Yeah, this one, we got to delete this clip. Have I never actually gone back and deleted clips? No shot. I've never actually done this. Wait. Have I really never actually just gone back and looked? I know what clip this is. That's a tough one. That's a tough clip. You can do this, I'm pretty sure. You can do this, right? If you go to my Twitch page and you just go to clips and you sort oldest first. Yeah. Yeah. That's a tough clip. You're here. Are you in this clip? Is that you? No, it's Jesse, I think. Yeah. That do be rough. That do be rough. I'm pretty sure I was talking, like, it was a very positive take on marriage. And then she divorced me. That's a tough. That's super rough. I mean, we can laugh about it now. We couldn't laugh about it then. We can laugh about it now. Back in the day, that was tough to laugh about. I haven't changed that much. This was 2 years ago. This wasn't that long ago. It was 2 years ago. What age was I? 27. This is when I got the frack mount. This is proof I CE rated. This is proof. Yeah. Your name should be Tank Top? Yeah, the shirts haven't changed. What's very funny, actually, if you notice this, I have this exact shirt today. That's actually, you've noticed something, yeah? Same headset, same shirt. Nothing has changed. It is fundamentally the same exact shirt. From why would I buy new clothes? Look at this. It's true. Every single clip is just the same tank top. It's just different colors. Like, I'm not a full-time streamer, to be fair. Back in the day. That was us Prez, too. Dude, it's fun to take a trip down memory lane. What the fuck is my panties? Oh boy. I don't. That one seems suspicious. All right. I think we're done with memory lane now. Yeah, I did look very young. I do recognize that I looked way younger back then. I'm not a full-time streamer. Nor do I want to be. I like my job. I really appreciate my job, Coltrane. So even if stream made me 10 times as much as it does, then I still wouldn't. I would still have all my clients. I actually need to pick up another client or two. Always torn between that. I have just enough time right now because I just finished with 2. So I have like 1 or 2 slots open. I might only take 1 but give myself a little bit of a break. Like my health is healing, but I don't want to overwork myself. So I'll probably take like 1 more client in the next few weeks. What was I going to show you? Oh, this. The easiest way to tell is that I was on a podcast when I started streaming. It was the legend behind the cow. This one. And if you just take a look at how much I've aged over the last 2 years, all I can tell you is that divorce ages you, man. Because how come it looks like I'm 10 years younger in this damn podcast? This was not 10 years ago. This was 1 year ago. Look at this shit. Hold up. Look. No, look at this. This is crazy. It was this particular lighting too. Bro, first of all, that's the same shirt. Second of all, why do I look so much older? Is it the facial hair? What happened to me, man? What happened? This was a year and a half ago. This wasn't even 2 years ago. Look at this. What is this? How was I so young? What happened? I got gray hair. I'm like salt and pepper now. I'm just salt and pepper. Yeah, it's the beard. Actually, like when I shave, I look so much younger. Look at crazy, man. That is the same mic too. That's true. After I got divorced, I was like gym time, and I started eating a lot. Yeah, that's true. I worked out really hard that year. I'm not that much smaller here. I think it's just better camera or too much tanking. That's also true. Yeah, as I started playing, this was basically the war within season 1. I tanked Grim Batol for 1 season. After that, aged 5 years. That's a good point. You're actually correct that was the war within season 1 when that was filmed. So that was like the start of it. By the end of it, Grim Batol, Stone Vault, City of Threads. That was it. My my mental couldn't handle it. You're not wrong. Go back to Prez? No, that's the opposite. Prez is also stressful. The reason I stopped playing it is because it's a lot of work. I would play it on PTR if my PTR client could work. I like Prez. Prez is fun. I'm quitting tanking. Yeah, careful, Maury. You're going to age yourself. That's how it works. That's how it be. Okay, let me go make a snack, and then I'm going to decide what I'm doing. I have the potential, maybe, of doing a longer stream. But health comes first. If I do, I need to make sure I go eat dinner real quick. Then, when I come back, we could just do some chill keys. I would love to play PTR, but my PTR client has been bricked all day. I got the incompatible realm thing, and it's been bugged. I will debate, because this would be the night to do it. Tomorrow I've got more work. And the day after that. I had a coaching call this morning, and I felt so bad because I was going to show PTR stuff. Oh, the recap. Yeah, let's do recap. And I couldn't. It was just bricked. All right, let's do recap. All right, sharing. Let's see. What's this? It just flattened. It literally just flattened. It was basically like May, and then it was just done. Is that pretty good? 297, is that good? Which dungeon do you have the most success timing? Terrace. Oh, what? Crazy. Crazy. All right. Longest timed streak. 21 keys in a row. Does that count? But that doesn't count bricks. That only counts completed keys. Let's revisit the scene of the crime. Oh, no. Oh, no. The graveyard tour. Wait, this is great. This is so much better than it used to be. Wait, this is hilarious. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Wait, this is good. Play multiple specs, yeah. I didn't play a lot of alts this season. This is the lowest amount of alts I've ever played. That makes sense? Yeah. 879 players. Who is your ride or die? Arson. Arson or Deco. Probably Deco, yeah. Your Mythic Plus buddies. Top players, you ran it. Yeah. It was random, Deco, and Arson. And randomly, Mr. Suddy's in here too. 40 different specs. I grouped with all the specs. Think you know who had your back the most? Ooh, it's got to be Unholy, right? Yeah, okay. It's got to be Unholy. This is super meta. Got to catch them all. That makes sense. Yeah. A lot of Frost Mages, weirdly enough. A lot of Frost Mages here. Surprised to see Frost Mages. 5 raid across 4. I didn't raid this season. Took you the longest to achieve. Well, that's not hard. What? Oh, because that doesn't count. Wait a second. That was rated. That was phrased poorly. That doesn't count. I don't like that. I disagree fundamentally with this. All right. More time than the rest. Live tracked encounter time. Definitely Chimeras. Encounter time this season. Okay. Does it show me my logs? Messiest kill. Yeah. 21 item levels this season. Okay. That's pretty cool. This is the coolest recap that they've ever done. This is actually awesome. Not a raider. I am apparently verse. This is pretty cool. This is actually easily the best recap that I think we've ever had. My season 2 recap's going to go hard. This season got bricked for me. Yup. All right, fair enough. Voila. There's the recap. This is fun. You should do this. All right, let me go make food. I'll make food, and then I'm going to decide what I'm doing with my night. Either I play some Insane Aquarium Deluxe, or maybe I play with people I don't normally get to play with. I'll make the decision shortly. Here. Tier list will be... Thailand time. Cool, I'm bidding that. Alright, I'm gonna make some food. Give me like an actual little bit. Not a cooking stream.
I forgot to re-enable music. Not bad. I like gentle music. Okay, last thing, if you're listening to this, bro, I tuned into somebody's stream earlier and there was gentle music and I was like, oh, that's nice. And I didn't realize it was the intro to an absolute metal screaming song and I was shooketh. I hate when they do that. I was debated. Okay, perfect. Help. How's up? Had to make dinner. Had to make dinner. Oh, I gotta charge my phone too. We'll get a little fresh air in here. I kind of want to just hang out and game. I'm relatively talked out, but I just want to play a little game. How are you, Commander? Hello there, Kelty. I'm gonna eat dinner. Hello, game. I'm listening to an epic version of Davy Jones's theme song from Pirates of the Caribbean right now. What you eating? 300 grams of 90-10 ground beef, cooked in a lot of butter with salt. I am, in fact, a bro. Alex Cavo, it's an interesting question. I would ask that question on Twitch. If you have if you watch there, I would definitely watch it. I would ask that question here because there are more people who would be willing to have that conversation. If instead of a DPS missing their kick resulting in death, what if it resulted in an undispellable damage down? That's the question. I actually don't think a DPS would notice a damage down. I think that more mechanics should one tap. Opposite. I actually think that more mechanics need to kill you at a +10 so that DPS don't view it as the healer responsibility to heal them through it. It sounds toxic, but I think it would work. Like, you can quote me on this, not to be a dick, just DPS players, they're kind of brain dead, but actually they're not. For what it's worth, players are smarter than you give them credit for. Blizzard just needs to make the interface available to people to understand it. Yeah, kind of like the. I think there should just be pass-fail mechanics. Not too hard, but. Okay, first boss Pit of Saran, you have to line of sight around the rock, right? But I think it should just kill you. Like, I don't think it should do damage to you. I think you should die. If you do not line of sight and you get 6 stacks of the debuff on first boss of Pit of Saran, I think you should immediately evaporate. It should not be an overtime effect because you will learn to line of sight. I would say right now there's probably a lot of people who just stand in it at like a 10 or a 12 or a 15 even, and just expect your healer to heal it, or even take a few stacks. I think that if you get 5 stacks, you die.
They don't, not overdoing it, but some mechanics like that would be good. Yeah. Bro, the healer and the tank just get blamed for everything, man. Uh-huh. I think a silence is a better effect than a damage down. A silence or a stun, you feel that. Uh-huh. Yeah. Macros for Prot Warrior, mostly just a heroic throw mouse over. And then technically there's a macro if you want to have an easy time on Mountain Thane Warrior. I still think you can macro ignore pain and shield block. It's not optimal though. But if you're learning Prot Warrior, you can do it at a higher level. Maybe not. Just mouse over. At the very least, get a mouse over heroic throw. That helps a lot. I think that people don't realize, it's something I do in coaching actually, Eagle, is talk about how to avoid butt pulls and positioning for tank. Because, seriously, that's knowledge worth paying for. Like, that is worth your time. People don't realize how many keys around between 10 and 16 brick because of butt pulls. A lot. All right, now I'm eating. I think, like, I think it's kind of criminal that after 6 months of playing Pit of Saran, there are still many DPS players that don't know you have to line of sight the first boss, let alone the other mechanics in that dungeon. Like, I seriously think there are probably a lot of people who maybe even get like 34. I don't think they're not 1%, but you can get 3KO 3400 and just not know mechanics exist. You can play the whole season like that. DPS sometimes just really don't have to think, and I don't want them to have to think that much, but you know. Tito, the beginner one from today will be tonight. That's the one for meta.
What's up, Equinox? I mean dinner. It's pretty incredible to me how many times, even at like when I was pushing, I think even at 20 or 21, people still don't know that they can help you with, for example, the dot, the Cold Wraith dot in Pittisran. Like, there are still so many people who don't know it's a snare and then get out of it. Many abilities get out of it, but you still don't see that very often. Snares, not so much, Patty. Other things, yes. Snares, no. Easy. Wow. I mean, easily. I'll probably rant about this in a video at some point. WoW has a problem of interface, not a problem with gameplay. There is a certain expectation that people understand when your frame glows green, what does it mean? Like if I'm here and I'm setting up Ellesmere UI, right? And my frames look like this. And these are my party frames down here. Let me ask you a question. It's not that hard, but it's still, you have to think about this. If this preview, if my priest, if that frame glows green, what does it mean? If it glows purple, what does it mean? If it's blue, what does it mean? If it's a dark green, what does it mean? You can tell me. You should be able to. Not that hard. Playing WoW for long enough? Poison, curse, magic, disease. But that's information. That's not hand-holding. It's giving you information so that you can make a choice. If you have a dispel, you can see the dispel, you can do something about it. Snares should just have a thing that flashes on your UI, either your nameplates or anything, and just says snare. Put it on your screen. Just somewhere. On top of your screen, just says snare. Doesn't tell you what to do, doesn't tell you who to cast it on. You must make that choice. Interface. Snare. Right there. Helps new players. Dispel. Helps new players. Just put it somewhere. It's not hand-holding. Doesn't tell you what to do. But it should be on your screen. Yep. Snare. Mm-hmm. The game tells you a lot, but it also assumes that you understand a lot. If the game assumed you understood nothing, but still told you everything, you would have a better time. Think about it.
I want his... I don't want his... I want Platinator. I decided that Platinator was worth playing. I mean, I think mandatory dispels kind of suck. It could be interesting if they actually let the diversity shine, but mandatory dispels just end up being, hey, next season, 2 dungeons, you need Curse Dispel, and the rest of them you need Poison Dispel. They're not interesting. Poison Cleansing Totem is interesting, that's it. You have no other effects that deal with it. Revival, Poison Cleansing Totem, what else? Mass Dispel, if it's magic? Not really. You have no interaction with it. Just, I think you just make it multifactorial. Like you make it poison, disease, and curse are all the same dispel. I don't think it makes meaningful comp choices. Oh, no, that UI command used to be updated. Holy shit. No, that's an old UI command. Don't listen to that. That is wrong. That was very wrong. Yeah. Huh. God, back in the day. I miss Cell. Cell was awesome. Yeah. Who made that UI command? Patty. Long time ago. We do not have weak ores anymore. Ha. Ha. You can still get it, but it's not updated, right? Well, the main reason... Yeah, this is Ellesmere. The main reason I went this is for party frames more than anything. So, I like my Platinator. I made this Platinator in beta. Do you want to come tank some 23 Brazil? Absolutely not. No, thank you. Just chilling. I like my... This is so obvious to me. I think that it's so helpful to just have something like this. Look how clear this is, man. Like, you can just see that's a caster. Bright red. This one makes it super simple. That's a mini boss. Look how easy this is to see. If I'm in this poll, it's super clear, like, where the caster is and stuff. I like this more. I think it's clean. I think the things that pop need to pop. You have big blue nameplate for mini boss, and you have bright red caster. And I can see whose stuff is on. I just need to get rid of... This is what I've been using all season. But Ellesmere has this on frames, and it's way better. Hello. Hi. Let me read this. Leo was too short. Is it Iowa? Iowa's too short. Iowa? Leo? Lilo. You can set up exactly. I think you can. Yeah. Last time I took something from a guy named Jordy. I think Jordy has a Platinator. Yeah, it's a famous one. I just made my own this last season. It's not perfect for sure. It's Leo. Leo. Got it. Because the name Leo is too short to use as a name. Okay, I actually think that's funny. I think that's a pretty funny joke, to be honest. Hi, Leo. I'm finishing up dinner, and then I'm testing some stuff. I wanted to kind of redo my UI a little. Leo. I main healer, but I love watching and hanging out with tanks. Well, you're welcome here. I also actually play healer. I play everything. What is your favorite tank to heal compared to your least favorite tank to heal? What's up, Dark on YouTube? You said I play Blood DK up to plus 13 in the War Within. Coming back to Guardian Druid Midnight. Everyone says Guardian is easy. What's the mindset shift from Blood DK to Guardian? You swap from rotational pressure right now to defensive pressure. You still have, it's easier to gather. Your rotation's not as complicated or nuanced, but you have to make sure that you have a good rotation. You have to have, basically, you have perma coverage right now. The thing that separates a good Guardian Druid, currently Dark Reap, and a bad one is understanding defensive uptime. If you can play Blood DK, though, you can play Guardian. Okay. Easy. I ate all my dinner. Congratulations, me. Let's play a game. 1 second, Leo. To be honest, I don't really think I care enough to actually do. I just want to test UI stuff. Let's do not Nexus. We'll let Blood DK. The Death Strike 20 times less. I think that the pressure of tanking is quite different, though. Like, Guardian is all about uptime. When I'm in this poll, from the second that they actually contact me, Sonic, I have 100% defensive uptime. There will not be a second in the next 3 minutes. There will be maximum 5% of this entire poll will I not have a defensive up. If I'm doing my rotation correctly, maximum 5 seconds. Tops. I have it in my head. You can't see it because I don't have my cooldown manager up. But my Incarn has about 8 seconds, and I know that because Barkskin's about to come back up. And watch. At the end of Incarn, I've got Lunar Beam. Incarn expired. There's Lunar Beam. I can hold the Bark for a second if I want to. And then I would Bark. And then after this next Bark, I would have Lunar Beam and Frenzied Regen. And then after that, I would rotate back to an SI to fill if I need to. And then I would go back to Bark. And then I could Kite, Pull would be dead. Or I could fill with a second SI into the next Lunar Beam. Into the next Bark, which would carry me over to potentially the last SI if for some reason I needed to for 3 minutes. And then I go back to Incarn. You cycle. But other tanks like Blood DK have a more rotational stuff. Yeah, you can also, I mean, kiting is an option. You can roar, kite, whatever. Yep. But you're supposed to have basically perma coverage. A lot of Guardian Druids don't know that, and they get clapped because of the difference of that. So I think that's a different pressure than Blood DK. Because Blood DK is like you set yourself up, and then it's timing. The pressure is different. You were saying, this season I'm mating HPAL. I like Bear a lot. I'll also like Blood DK with HPAL. They're a bit of a joke right now. I'm not really healing them fair. They'll be like that next season too. If I had to rank them for your Resto Druid, that's your most experienced healer, I would do HPAL, Yeah, you do Monk, Bear, Warrior, VDH, Blood DK. Fair. My favorite healer to get healed by is a Mistweaver, I think. I like how Mistweaver is just kind of always healing me. I never have to worry with them. I'll always get healing from a Mistweaver, I think. Hi, kitty. I just finished dinner. The cats have also just had dinner. So now we're all set. I did my tier list. I did my content. And now I'm debating on testing a few things in WoW before calling it a night. How's the island? It's a very calm and peaceful dinner. You like the music? Yeah, I was going to change the music probably when I actually start gaming. Yep. Mistweaver makes me feel very safe. I like Mistweaver right now. I feel like I frenzied regen too much as a bear. Maury, it's I think a big source of debate. Let me put this here. I think it's a pretty big source of debate for bears. I personally believe that you should over frenzied regen, because frenzied regen gives you natural resilience, gives you a max health shield. Max health shield means Leo and your healers don't have to worry about you. You take none of their smart healing. But a lot of bears, it is a DPS loss, technically. And there's a min-max guide I made earlier, which is still going to apply next season, about alternating your globals properly. What's up, Sperry? Yeah, a little late stream today. Oh, I won't get to go to BlizzCon. I was excited to meet everyone, but I won't get to go to BlizzCon. But the idea is, in my opinion, if more tanks focused on being tankier and trying not to parse like rank 1 for damage, I think it would be better. You want to do a good rotation, but yeah. I don't think Sonic, I don't think it's actually a problem. I genuinely believe that any pull you're scared on, just thrash Frenzied Regen. You don't even need to Moonfire. Like, if you're scared, just be Immortal and thrash Frenzied Regen. You'll feel so much better. It actually makes a big difference. Next season, it matters more, but currently, the extra Moonfire's in there, the 1 Lunar Beam. It's not like it doesn't do any damage, but I don't know, man. Yeah, Potato. I'm going tank. I hope you're ready to get flamed. Sperry, what do you like playing in WoW? I just realized I don't think I've ever actually seen you play that much. I know of you. I've seen your Instagrams. You do now. I think it's not as big of a deal. There's probably as a new tank is good. There you go. If you want DPS right now, it changes next season, Maury. It will change a little bit. Lunar Beam out time and Thrash. Your DPS comes from these 2 buttons. Don't miss them. Don't take Mangle off your bar, take Swipe off your bar, take Maul off your bar. You'll feel a lot better. Focus on Thrash and Lunar Beam and whatnot. I'm an Altaholic, season play VDH, HPAL, and Survival Hunter. So you don't like to make life easy for yourself, do you, Sperry? That's what I'm learning here. Xenoscythe just subscribed to Prime. Yo, thank you. Got your Brazil 21. Congrats. That's 1%. EU Brazil 21 or NA? I have to go prepare a lesson. I'll be teaching in a bit. Have a good teaching session. EU probably. We technically don't know, but you'd imagine 4 days, maybe 10 more, 20 more points, but 21 AA probably the dividing factor for 1% in EU. Didn't get as high as I thought it would in NA, to be fair. Saying first and add later in the season, fair. I swipe sometimes, tag a pack of rats when Thrash on cooldown. I think that if you plan, that's fair, Sonic. And to be fair, even Squish or some top level bears do as well. I would rather plan better than have to fill with it. I think that the 3 times that it would maybe help, it's almost better if I can plan anything else. I thought NA would get higher too. I'm very surprised. I was very confident with my prediction, and to be fair, I was wrong. I was straight up wrong. Like, I'm looking at it right now. I really thought it would be close to 4K. I thought it would be like 39.90. United States and Oceanic, 1%. Dude, it's 39.26. How? I was straight up wrong. I actually made a few videos and I was like, guys, it's probably going to be like closer to 4K. It's not that far off, like, but that's only a few 21s. I thought it would be almost all 21s. I actually thought it would be really close because people would help. Surprised. Should I vote on your Season 2 tank? You'll be playing Prompt Pally as your main. Ooh, excited? Does that make you excited or nervous? What's up, Athamir? Our first season, also, I don't know shit all about it. Fair. I'm 39.44. I'm getting invites to the last few 21s. It's impossible this week. Yeah. The tip culture is... I don't like the tip culture. That is kind of crazy that happens, Fraggy. 39.44 on US. 39.44 on US. Oof. I think it's all 21s except Algathar and Seat. Those are clearly the two outliers. US. So probably, although we don't know the last 4 days how it'll jump up, maybe the last day. Somebody made a good point, though, that I thought it would move based on how the 0.1% moves. 0.1% moves a lot, but there's less players, so it's easier to influence. 12,000 people getting 1% means it's harder to move the general metric. So even if 500 people got boosted tomorrow, it wouldn't move it that much. I spent too much time in Raid, not as much as I wanted Mythic Plus. Sadly, you didn't make it anywhere near you wanted. Chaotic, did you have a good time in Raid? I have a Giga podcast. I did an episode yesterday. It'll only come out in a week because I have to delay it every Saturday. But tomorrow is how to improve at Mythic Plus with Banishers. That's a good one. A lot of helpful tips. But it is quite min-maxy. Like, I don't know how... You have to be kind of competitive to really appreciate it, I think. But I was asking him how they do their keys. Like, how do they do world first keys with their Hunter, Rogue, Warrior comp? Yeah, it's a good one. Yep. I did a whole... I heard the cats downstairs. 1 second. Hold up. No. I heard they've knocked something over. Cats. One moment. 1 second. Oi. Cats. I'm all right. Cats. Okay. Sorry. Where was I? I want all the min-max stuff I can get. No more maxing I want it. It's a lot. I think that people don't realize how much goes into timing world first keys, you know? I don't know if you can hear me. There's an ad playing. I don't know if you're a turbo enjoyer or not. Zeno can hear me because you subbed. Congrats. Seriously, 21 Brazil is a big accomplishment right now. I think that's like probably super safe on EU. And I don't know, see. Can you guys stop? Boy.
Okay, he's in timeout. He is now in timeout. This is now timeout. Don't antagonize your sister, little one. That's rude. She's in a bad mood today. Don't do that. Yeah, it's not a very effective timeout. Are you gonna behave if you're in here? I'm basically home alone with them now. Kitty's out for the weekend, my girlfriend. So that's why I'm streaming late, because I'm lonely. I'm so alone at home. Just this little menace. Just the cats. And a lizard, technically. There's also a lizard downstairs. But she's chilling. She never causes problems. Unlike these guys. They're so... I swear they're blessed by Satan. If I let you go now, are you going to cause more problems? Do you think that he would cause more problems? Let's observe. Don't let him fool you. That face says yes. He's absolutely going to cause more problems, and therefore he is still in air jail for a little bit longer. Come on. I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you know. They have had 3 meals today. Don't let them fool you. Don't let them fool you. Maury, thank you for the sub. And yeah, I won't get to stream late too often. This is pretty rare. This is like a pretty unique situation because basically, my girlfriend is super awesome and she's super awesome. Can you not? What are these claws? Hey, oh, yoy. What are these claws, huh? What are these claws? Ah, oi. Hey. Why are you in such a bad mood today? Why are you in such a bad mood? What are these claws, buddy? You can shit this way, but you're basically you're in air jail for now, my friend. What is this? Just because mom is gone, they always act up when I'm the only one home. They really feel like they can get away with anything. I'm an authority figure, damn it. I'm an authority figure. Respect me. They don't. Hi. What's up, Tispa? Gonna main Bear next season. First time as a tank main. I was checking PTR talent, see mostly EC builds. So, weird. Interesting. If you stream late. I normally don't get to. I mean, it's pretty rare that I get to stream late. I have a life these days. Unfortunately, having a life and World of Warcraft don't go hand in hand. Oh my god. Look at this. He is unfortunately in a house where he gets all the love, all the attention, all the food, all the snacks, all the this. He has 4 flights of stairs to run up, a window to look out at all the wonderful birds and squirrels and nature and this with AC and a nice bed. And unfortunately, that isn't enough for this greedy little menace. Yes, I'm aware. Yes, what do you want? What else could you possibly ask for? What else could you possibly ask for, little one? If I let you go, you're gonna cause problems. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it. Look at that face, you're a menace. Yes, you agree. He literally agreed. Clip it. Clip the whole last 3 minutes. The world needs to know. Expose him. Yes. Correct. Anything else you'd like to say? Okay, I'm gonna let you go now. He's not neglected, I'll tell you that. He's just actually spoiled. He's 10 years old, and he is giga spoiled. All right, you can go. Don't cause problems. Anyways, where were we? I guess, sir. In terms of Guardian Druid builds, I have a cook. I've been saying this for a while, since week 1 of PTR. I think I know what build we're playing, but no one can agree on it right now. So it's basically just a cook that I have that, for some reason, we see a lot of no Apex being played at the highest level. I swear it's complete laziness. It's because they're just playing it because they just want to play bear. Man. I don't think no Apex is the play. I think it's EC Apex, but you're not seeing any logs with it. And I think it's actually powerful enough that it might get nerfed. Like, if they nerf bear, people will just be wilding on it, but I think it's possible that it does get nerfed. I would easily say that bear is the second best tank. Third, competing with Prop Alley. probably right behind Prop Alley. But in terms of damage output, it's good. You play Apex. I was doing really decent numbers. So I think there's a build. It's in Discord if you want to test it. If you're on PTR, just by all means, test with this build. For some reason, people are super sold on either DOTC no raise, which I'm not sold on, or EC no Apex. I don't think Blood DK lasts. Yeah, look, I wouldn't mind a Blood DK meta, to be honest, but I don't think it lasts either. I just don't think there's really a way to do it. What's up, Squapple? You're welcome. So basically right now, no consensus Tisba. I think there are 3 different builds going around. We'll see. No, chaotic. You mean bear or Blood DK? I think that all tanks will be able to live much better next season. I don't think you're going to have much of a problem at all. Doing kind of keeps happening yet, Blood DK. I don't think so. Based on my PTR testing, let me put it this way. More keys feel like Algothar Academy and less like Mysara Caverns. Whereas the timer is a problem. And the Veximus platform is a problem. Not because the tank dies, because there's just a lot of kicks and coordination. 1 second. Like, I think the meta will shift next season to prioritizing some different things than they have this season, which was their intent. That was the point. Thank you. In terms of what that means, I have a feeling if they do the next tuning pass correctly, I think I'm a little allergic to cats. If they do the next tuning pass correctly and intelligently for tanks, and they don't mess it up, currently there will be like 4 playable tanks and 2 that are just below that. No tank. A little allergic to him. They need to look at Brewmaster slightly. I think Brewmaster could use a slight buff or maybe even a reversion to Celestial Infusion. At the very minimum, I think they should just bring Celestial back to 45 instead of a minute 30. Like, that would go a long way with Apex interactions and stuff. That, I'm assuming that's what Shaw said in his last video. I didn't get to watch it, but I'm assuming he talked a lot about that, yeah? If you're a Brew player, would you know? Shaw made a video like yesterday about kind of like the state of Brewmaster. I didn't really get to watch it. I watched like the first minute and then I got distracted. But I'm assuming he mentioned that because I feel like that was a weird change. But Blood DK, first of all, Blood DK going into Season 2 is just... I'm not going to put random numbers. For the sake of conversation, let's just say 20% tankier. More? 30%? It's a fair bit tankier. But also, the problems with Blood DK have been overhyped or over-talked about. A lot of people haven't pushed the limits of it, first of all. And I think Season 2 is different than Season 1. Because you will get to... Like, you're not going to do a 25. For tanks, it would be like a 22. Your team will be gated way more than your tank will. There just aren't Battle Axe mobs. There are a few mobs that hurt. I feel like End of Void Scar Arena, those mobs are pretty nasty. But for the most part, there's just not Battle Axes or like crazy first pull Algothar Academy with bleeds and stuff. The tank is going to be the last one left alive quite a bit. I think.
I genuinely believe that you're going to have a season again where very frequently the tank is just the last one alive. And then everyone else is going to have to kind of figure it out. Like they're going to run back. The last boss on Blinding Veil 20, he was getting one shot by the tank frontal. That makes me happy to hear. I think Varric. When I first of all, is that a RuneScape reference? I pronounced her name as Varric, but I don't know if it is Very K or if it's actually just Varric, because now I want to go kill some giants. But I think there's a weird conversation to have about it. I might make another video discussing it, but if the season doesn't check tanks, originally I was like that's what we want. Like that's bring it home. Like that's please, for the love of God, do not keep checking tanks the way that you have. Like tanks and healers, give them a break, check DPS. They did that. I don't think they did it successfully. I have a feeling that Season 2 will feel worse than Season 1, not better. Unfortunately, I can't say I'm truly optimistic right now. But you'd have to allow me to explain. I'm not dooming. Excuse me. I'm not dooming. Like, I'm not saying to quit the season and don't play. For sure not. It's going to be fun. It always is. But I think that the real issue comes with they put damage downs in. So first pull Altar of Fangs on PTR. It's a new dungeon. There's an AoE cast, does damage. It will one-tap you on higher key levels. And there can be 2 to 4. Normal pull has 4 of them. That's 4 kicks to manage. Each one of those is a 30% haste reduction. So that's the purpose of it. It's not supposed to kill you. It's supposed to give your DPS a 30% damage reduction. As in, they do 30% less damage. And it stacks. So you let 2 go out. Sorry, not damage, haste. You get less haste. Sorry. That one is haste. 30% less haste. It stacks. So you might just have 60% less haste in the average key. That doesn't kick anything. The problem is that affects the tank and the healer too. And most tanks at a reasonable key level with 60% less haste die. And most healers with 60% less haste can't heal. So if they did it where it actually only targeted DPS, then it would be an actual mechanic that shifts the responsibility. I agree with you, Chaotic. I don't know why they're unwilling to do so. I actually think that would help a ton. There are a bunch of mechanics like that, but for some reason they also affect the tank and the healer. If they only affected DPS, it would be much better. There are also randomly just fears and stuns that are 6 seconds long. At Blizzard, they all play DPS. I might agree with that theory. Like, in Temple of Sethralis, it's a stoppable mechanic, but God, most people are not going to stop it. A 6-second stun is a classic mechanic on a tank. Like, that's classic WoW. You can't design a mechanic, even if you fail the mechanic, that stuns only your tank for 6 seconds. You can't. That cannot happen. First pull of Temple of Sethralis, very more people. like a lot of tanks are going to just walk in and instantly die because there's the potential of a 6-second stun. Make it 2. Like, then it's still punishing and you might be able to survive. Like, make it 2. Don't make it 6. That's crazy. Even though it was originally worse, but still. At times, it seems like they don't even play their own game. Sometimes I wonder, Foggy. But I also think that we have a hard time with it because we're coming at them from the perspective of like, hey, we play all the time, right? Like, we're all, I mean, I don't know about you guys. I'm sort of chronically kind of addicted to WoW. So, take that as you will. I'd imagine that most people here play WoW a little bit too much. Well, let me just ask you. Does anyone have a healthy, fair, completely balanced, absolutely not one-sided relationship with WoW? Let's call it dedicated. Sure. Sure. We can call it dedicated. You don't play no more? Totem, you don't play no more, but you still come to say hi? I appreciate that. That's actually like a giga sign of respect. Anybody who tells me they're like, oh, I stopped playing WoW, but I come to say hi sometimes on stream, I respect that. Thank you. I got your PC in January. That took 1 day off. 1 day off yesterday. We don't ask that. I can quit at any moment, of course. Of course, Sonic. Yeah, 100%, 100%. Yeah, of course. Me too. Point is, sometimes I feel like they take advantage of that, but I also feel like we come at them as if they should design the game for us. I'll make a controversial statement. I don't think they should. I think they should design the game for people who are not yet addicted. From a business perspective, from a marketing perspective, from a company perspective, you need to get more people into WoW. Like, they should absolutely be making it so that more people get into it. I think that matters a lot. I genuinely do. Like, how can we get new players into tanking, into healing, into DPS, into doing keys, into playing WoW and enjoying it when you have to strike a balance between challenge, friction, and allowance and whatnot. You know? Well, hold up. Never say never. Why not? If I was okay, hold up. Now, I think that's a weird take, Zelnag. If I may, now hold up. Now, let's not jump on you because I understand what you're saying. That's kind of the mentality of. Think about it like this: if you were a CEO of a company, wouldn't you want to get to the point in your life where you could literally just chill and watch a World of Warcraft stream and play your favorite game? Isn't that the literal point of making enough money so that you're just safe and you can live your life the way you want? I never understood that. A lot of people who have not made money or not been very successful, they look at the top and they go, I can't wait to work 90 hours a week and not do anything I love. It's kind of the same mindset of fitness and nutrition where people go, I'm just going to eat salad 3 times a day. It's like, no, the point of getting fit is so that you can have cheesecake and not feel bad. Like, maintenance is great. You have to get to that point. That's hard for what it's worth. That's hard, but for what it's worth, like, that's the whole point. Yeah, you don't have to justify yourself here, execute. But for what it's worth, like, Zelnag, I see where you're coming from. Yeah. But also, that's the whole point. Like, if you are really successful, I hope you can play WoW. It's like the whole point of getting super fit is that you can enjoy your life. The point of fitness is not to torture yourself and not enjoy things. The point is that you can actually just do whatever you want. That would be my goal. If I was CEO of a company and I worked hard, I would definitely, you work hard, you play hard. You know? Yeah. Well, I think that comparison is a thief of joy. I think it's very easy to look at people who have what you want, Foggy. Let me put it this way. Do you think that a lot of people are struggling and maybe feeling like the world is incredibly stressful and perhaps financially not doing so hot, Foggy? Would you say when you look around, would you say that describes possibly the majority of people in the world right now? Pretty tough. Yeah. Yeah. So you might say, that's my problem, right? You might have the emotional intelligence to say that. It's much easier to lash out. And the reason that I harp on that is because when the world becomes divisive and we use our own struggles to justify anger and bias toward other people, we just feed into the divisive nature and the tribalistic arguments that dominate 2026. I hate that shit. I want to be able to have a conversation with somebody that I fundamentally disagree with. Just because I disagree with you doesn't mean that you're a bad person. I hate that. I really dislike it. And so I think that That perspective really gets it, you know? You have kids, yeah, it's true. We all just want more people to play WoW with. Yeah, we want more people to live life with too. I like healthy debate, but I can have healthy debate. Like if you come at me with a completely opposite perspective on the world or people, I will sit down and talk to you. Maybe not outside because I don't like going outside, but I believe in discourse. Like I believe in debate because fundamentally I don't believe you're a bad person. Even if you have you can have crazy views, but I'm not going to judge you for that. That's crazy. Imagine, I don't know, I never got that. You have to have a quite significant level of arrogance, in my opinion, to stand on a hill and say, "Nah, I'm better than you, and my opinion is better." Like that actually, that's not like Obi-Wan level of high ground. That's a Sith mentality. All I'm telling you is that I have a career that I like, a job I like, and a life that I enjoy nowadays. And sometimes I miss when I was irresponsible. I miss when I was irresponsible. I miss when I didn't have to worry about shit. I do. There's absolutely part of me. I think that's just called growing up, to be honest. I am 29 now, and I kind of miss when I was 22, and the only thing I had to worry about was not dying. My mission was super clear. I mean, I grew up with a lot of health problems. People don't know it today. You can't tell right now, but my body is weird. I got a lot of genetic issues, and I've had to contend with serious obstacles. And for most of my life, the vast majority of my life, all I had to think about was not dying. I didn't have to think about taxes and index funds and my future and all that shit. Oof. That's rough. Everybody's life has its issues. That's the thing, Foggy. I like talking about this stuff because I've seen enough in my life. I do believe this. I believe inherently, wholeheartedly, that no one wants to fail. I believe that people self-sabotage, but nobody wants to fail. People don't set out to fail, man. Everybody is doing their absolute best. Sometimes it's especially painful when that is not enough. I will not judge somebody in that situation for lashing out. I don't think it's the right thing to do. But, damn, sometimes the world is hard. But I don't believe that anybody wants to fail. I've never met, in my line of work, I have never met a single time somebody who is chronically obese, as an example, and 350, 400 plus pounds, 500 pounds. Never worked with somebody who's 500 pounds, to be fair. I've had a few clients in my life who have been around 400, but 500 now. Every single one has tried dozens of times to be healthier. They either didn't have the right information, didn't have the right situation, perhaps lacked a little bit of clarity or direction, but not a single one lacked effort. Nobody wants to feel bad, and that includes mental health as well as physical health. That's an easy one. That's an easy objective metric to see and visualize, but our mental health is the same. Nobody wakes up and says, you know what I want to be today? Depressed. I mean, we all try. You know, that's just my fundamental belief. So if you have developed a mindset and a perspective that I just vehemently disagree with, there is a reason. It's not random. Your life circumstances have led to this. Tell me why. You're not a bad person. Also, hi Grail, I see you there. Grats on your Resil 21. I saw you in the Discord earlier. Huge. You've secured your 1% barely. I think EU is going to be like just shy of that. You're welcome. Yo, congrats on that. That must feel kind of relieving that you finally got it. Man, Seed of the Triumvirate is not a fun 21. I hate that key. That key is Yeah. Yeah. Want to catch your streams? Thank you, Foggy. Thanks for hanging out. AA was worse. I mean, for me, AA was... I didn't mind AA nearly as much as Seat. Seat was an actual monstrosity. I didn't like that. Does anybody here really like Star Wars, by the way? Curiosity. Is there any, like, actual Star Wars fans? What's up, Insanity? Hello, hello. So that's some class of tech that makes it massively easier. I think that C is just... It's just the third boss. I think if they remove the third boss and reduce the timer by 5 minutes, the dungeon would be way better. I think that would be better. Yeah. You just actually take out third boss and then reduce timer by 5 minutes, and then you just 3 boss dungeon, still challenging, still hard, still has all the checks. Not nearly as bad. All right, let's just see what friends are doing, first of all. No keys online. Just apply for something chill. I'm going to get a few more steps in because I told myself I'd take care of my own physical health, first of all. You're quoting Obi. I know, but, like, are you a... I'll remove the second and third boss from AA. Ha! I don't mind AA as much. Like, I wouldn't even mind doing this right now. But we're just going to see basically what's up. We get through this 20 with a Shadow Priest and Arcane Mage. All right. Yeah, any boss and reduce the timer, see would be better. I think a third boss is particularly egregious. Like, I think the third boss actually makes it so annoying. I'm testing a new ping thing today. Big fan, never read the novels. Okay. I am currently testing teleport. I'm testing a new UI, and I'm also testing a new thing which should reduce my ping. World ping seems relatively similar, but home ping is definitely less. I normally play with 200 plus ping. Right now, that last key I did actually felt better. I felt like I got a few more globals. I am super interested because I got a potential new sponsor for stream. And I said this earlier, but if you want to support stream, a very easy way to do so. If anybody ever has a sponsor, I know it can be frustrating to, like, watch a video sometimes and be like, oh, like 30-second sponsored read. It is how streamers keep themselves afloat. It's so impactful to get sponsors. Well, I have to test it first. I don't want to tell you yet because they haven't like confirmed the contract with me. But if it works, I will make a whole video. Yeah. That's what they wanted me. They don't want to do a stream integration. They want to do a YouTube thing. And I don't even know if legally I'm allowed to tell you, but I'm testing it today to see if my ping actually feels better. And then I'll make a choice. And then if I agree with, if I like the product and I think it actually works and is impactful, it's better. If it's better than exit lag, because that's what I've been using, I will make some sort of YouTube video where it has it as a start, and I'll tell you. The first time she goes, hey, that's funny. It's like setting something up. All right, let's walk to this, though. Cool. Yesterday, after timing the A plus 21. Yeah. But I'll wait. If it works, trust me, I'll tell you, because ping is a huge problem for me. Also, Ether, you were here earlier, and you said, hi, you were in the EU? You're liking this playlist? I was going to potentially change music and just kind of chill for a bit. Has your UI changed? Yeah, I'm testing new UI. New frames, same action bar right now. And this. I'm testing Ellesmere. I basically want to get better at Ellesmere UI. All right. I don't have any crit flasks, do I? Just use haste. And no foods. I don't know where everything is in my bags. Here. Yeah. No void touch runes? No. I'm not using augment runes with this. Hell, no. I got my ethereal augment rune from last season. I have this and I have the dreambound one as well. Those are the ones I'm using. 1 second. A few more steps in. Where are people from? I normally don't stream this late, so I am kind of curious, I suppose, where people are from right now. 1 second. Sorry. U.S. Slovakia. Guess from my name? Didn't you tell me Romania before? I feel like I remember you telling me Romania. The Netherlands. Interesting. Midwest. Are you up early? Midwest, US? God, I am actually allergic to cats. All right. Do we like the peaceful playlist? Do we like the peaceful playlist, or do we like, what are we thinking? Peaceful playlist or hardcore playlist? You work at 6 a.m. Oh my God. 6 a.m. Really? Oh, I need to get my phone. 1 second. Digging it? All right. I was going to play some badass music. Only reason I'm able to stream this late is because I'm home alone right now. Otherwise, I normally like hanging out with Kitty around this time before work. Reconnect. Okay. Let's change the camera angle. You've been up all night, 7:30 a.m. Night shift is hard. Night shift is hard. What's up, Zach Leon? All right. Already. Just gotta put my treadmill on, get a few more steps in. All right, how fast are we gonna walk? I guess one of the questions I have to think about is how fast would I walk? Also, oof. All right, we're good. I'm ready. Easy 20. No problem. I got this. Do I have the right talents on? Probably. Hope I can heal the claudies on third ball. Are you in this run? Oh, that's you. Look at that. Okay, don't know. I'm not on a treadmill. You didn't see. Don't worry about it. Yeah. It's not a speed run. No. We'll be fine. You don't need to worry about me. Nah. I'll be fine. Me? If I die in this key, I'm bad. If I die in this key, it's because I'm testing a new UI, and I fully blame that. Like, I 1000% blame the new UI, and also the new ping software. Just so you know. But otherwise, I don't die. Chilling. My goal when I tank is to be the easiest tank that you have ever healed. It's very simple, actually. That's it. That's, like, literally my entire goal. When you heal me, you'll be like, wow, I wish all my tanks were this tanky. That's pretty much my mentality when I tank. Looks the same. So it's Ellesmere UI, basically. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I have done this dungeon upside down. Yeah, you're not wrong about that. I did do it upside down, bouncing on a yoga ball the entire time. Okay, so my new UI... I cannot currently see bleed stacks very well. I'm going to need to set that up. I can't see my bleed stacks well at all. I know that I bark skin here, and I know that I SI next. I don't need to kite, because I could just bark and then SI. After the lunar expires, I maybe overlap SI. Our damage is slightly suspicious on this. You spend the last SI there, and then you go here, and then I'll have lunar back up. So I've been at 5 bleed stacks for a while now, but I'm chilling. I just health potion there. And I'm good. Yeah. So my UI is a problem. I couldn't see my bleed stacks with the new Ellesmere nameplates. So this is... I'm testing new frames right now. This is actually like me testing new stuff. Where's the funnel? The funnel got destroyed behind me. It's not my fault. What do you mean, where's the funnel? I stealth past. Where's the funnel? You do me like that, girl. In a 20, there's no such thing as funnel, by the way. I swear. I'm actually like 100% legit about this. People talk about funnel and prio damage all the time. There's a podcast episode coming out with Banshers tomorrow. And in that episode, we talk
a lot about how the physical god comp... Dude, I hate this red. Okay, I'm going to need to redo the entire debuff section of this UI. I much prefer the way that bleeds look, not like this. I'm not a fan of this, actually, right now. But the idea is, people talk about funnel as if it was some, like, extraordinary concept. But you know that in lower dungeons, people just AoE. There's no such thing as, like, prio damage or AoE damage, because people just literally AoE. Like, actually, nobody does it to do more single target damage. People use it to do more AoE damage. They will full send their AoE rotation, which oftentimes is not the same. Yeah, but they'll actually, like, they should be doing prio damage, but they're not. Unless, I would say that there's actually, like, a very real key level where more targets equals less single target damage, not more. Obviously, depends on the class and whatnot, and who benefits more passively from that, but that's a real thing. In the podcast tomorrow about how to improve at Mythic Plus with Banchers, very cool episode for what it is worth. A lot of great knowledge there. One of the main things that we talk about is how the physical god comp relies on funnel and whatnot to... Is my healer a dwarf? My frames cannot currently show me. Oh, he is a dwarf because he just got rid of his bleed. Hell yeah. Good job, healer. Wow, look at that. My healer was aware. He knew that it was a dwarfable mechanic, and I think he's playing dwarf. I don't know how else he would have got rid of the bleed. Good job, healer. You're not gonna die. He's not gonna die. Success. But I think that these frames, I maybe either have to get used to them. It's possible that it is just a getting used to thing, but... You'll notice, Grill, and if I go and tank Pug 20s and stuff, I don't actually normally pull that much for funnel or stuff like that. I just play clean. You want to play the dungeon cleanly, but it's really... Like, right now... That was actually great. I'm going to incarn this. They're still very healthy. I should have... I can save Heart of the Wild for this entry. You're swapping over to EU? You're making the swap? Oh, LVUI. Sorry, I thought you said EU, like from NA. I would restart on EU probably just due to my timings and stuff, but I don't think I can. Yeah, I'm doing it at like 40, or I'm doing it at like 50, 60 stacks. I'm the only Dispel in this comp, so... Yeah, I'm my own Dispel here. You're welcome on EU. I would. It would be significantly better for my timings. However, the problem with me in EU is that I couldn't start my WoW account again. Like, starting fresh is so complicated. I would never. Yeah, Ellesmere UI is huge. It's really clearly the best. But it will take me some time to customize it to my liking because, you know, I'm weird. I've got pretty unique ways that I play WoW. I like it. Like, I think it's cool that I've adapted to how either my brain works or just how whatever. And I can play this way. I don't mind this dungeon. I mean, if I'm doing a dungeon for fun and for testing, there are some dungeons that I will religiously avoid. Like 100% there are. For example, I will avoid Seat of the Triumvirate. I don't like Seat. I don't really like Nexus. I'm not entirely against Nexus, but mostly like Seat of the Triumvirate. If I have a seat in my bags, I don't want to do it. We spread like 2 to 4 locations as funnel. On first boss, no chaotic. See, that's the type of funnel that actually does not help because of how that works out. My Sara. I like my Sara. I'm a fan of my Sara. I like my Sara. Seat was your most successful dungeon. You have to complete the dungeon for it to count on the Raider IO recap. So my recap didn't successfully capture my pain in Seat of the Triumvirate. That dungeon haunted me this season. I hate that dungeon so much. Okay, so like, see how I have a really hard time seeing my bleed stacks? I need to make that way more prevalent. Because if I didn't know any better, I would die like right now. I'm at 11 stacks. So I probably just SI. Or just Frenzied Regen myself. But it's not very obvious where that is on this UI. My Sara's fun with the ninja pulls. That's true. Actually, it happens at all key levels too on my Sara. But one of the reasons that I can have interesting takes on World of Warcraft in general, if you've watched any of my videos and stuff, is particularly because I don't know, I just kind of play uniquely, I feel like. And I like to come up with my own solutions to problems. Like, I know that if I Starfall right now, it's going to tag all these birds in midair. So it solves the threat problem for Devour. On any set that I feel like Devour is going to pop off, I know that I can do that. For some reason, I don't see a lot of bears do stuff like this. I think bear is like an easy tank to play lazily, you know? Any benefit for playing meta tank as a medium pug player? Absolutely. Meta is more invited on every level. I do think that tank role in particular... I would say... tanks up to... what is it? What is it actually? Like, a plus... is it 16 right now? 18? I don't know what the current level would be, but basically tanks get invites. Up to a certain level, where if you're not the meta tank, you don't get any invites. There's like a weird bell curve, you know? It's easier to get invites as a tank, no matter what tank you're playing, up until this key level. Then it's harder. Then it's like actually easier to play off meta DPS at like a plus 21. Yeah. My plus 20 is even though I think if you're meta, yes. If you're off meta as a tank, I think you're in trouble for that. Yeah. I mean, I don't blame them. This season, oh, I have a video next week. Not today. Today is going to be the tier list that I post, and then tomorrow is the podcast every Saturday. This podcast was with Banchers, who was very kind, by the way, to take my call. You know, he was very nice. Like, and it was, I mean, guys, I was trying not to be too starstruck. I was a little starstruck. There was a part of my brain that was like, hold up, wait a second. I'm literally on a call with Banchers right now. Like, that's pretty sweet. That's awesome, in fact. That's not even just cool. That's omega cool. And then I recorded next week. Well, next week is going to be a podcast that, let's just say, might ruffle some feathers. Yeah, next week, that's a good conversation. Where's the next orb? Oh, I thought we were about to wipe. We might be, but I'm going to have some strong recommendations about that button. Rock, if swipe is back on our bars, and on PTR testing, I have currently been using it, yes. Like, it is on my bars, 100%, I'm using it right now. Chilling. However, I am going to have extremely strong recommendations if I make a guide for Guardian, because people are not going to understand why to use it. The second you put swipe on your bars as a Guardian Druid, people like oversend it like crazy. You have to understand what it's for. Just like, well, you have to understand what Moonfire is currently for. Double Mango Claw. But I don't think you would play Harness Rage if you play Druid of the Claw. I think you would drop... The talent points in the bottom of the tree are so specific for Guardian Druid that they're very competitive. I think you might, even as Druid of the Claw... I'm not 100%. That one I'm not sure about. I'd have to play around with it a little bit. I'm pretty certain that you would consider dropping the Harness Rage, to be honest. I'm not sold that you definitely want to play it. Phase transition 1%. All right, I'll hold for a second. Stampeding Roar. So it's the opposite, Mua, right? Like swipe is specifically not OP. Phase, Thrash, Frenzied Regen, Thrash, Sundering Roar, Thrash, Incarn, Thrash. Also, keep in mind, I do not have the item level that I should have. If you're watching me play this, I never finish my folio, and I don't have my Sporefall items. Yeah, to be fair, I dare say, I don't mean to be sacrilegious. It's maybe just because I really like Guardian Druid Rock, and I've been playing this tank for an extremely long time. I can't say that I am the biggest fan with how some tank streamers, who will not be named in this particular moment, I can't say I'm the biggest fan with how they treat it. There's a certain lack of care and a certain hatred or dispassion that many top tank players have for Guardian Druid, and I don't think it's deserved. I do not think whatsoever. I think it's a genuine shame, but many top tanks who make content on YouTube just don't like Guardian. I have to wait. Pace the dungeon, pace the dungeon, pace the dungeon. This is one of those lessons where if I walked in without Barkskin, even on 20, there's a very real chance I actually die to this pull, because battle axes. Strong recommendations. See how I just waited? That's like an actual tank skill. Just literally make them wait an extra second, because I would have died. I like would have 100% just perished right there. Long stream? Yeah, maybe. Kitty's out this weekend, so basically I'm home alone, and I don't actually have work until late tonight, so... Yeah, I just need enough time to make a quick thumbnail for the video, and then go post the video, and that's it. I'm chilling. Battle axes, Barkskin's up for a few more seconds. I'll take that. Nice. We have clothies in here, so I'm also going to do this too. Yep. Basically. Well, it's mostly just like, actually, I'm not encouraged to long stream right now because A, I don't have a goal this season anymore. And also B, I'm not... It's simultaneously because I don't have a goal, but also I really like hanging out with her. And I work nights. Like, my actual job starts late for me, right? So if it's 8 p.m. my time right now, that means tonight my work doesn't start till 10 p.m. But basically from 10 p.m. onward, I have work. So I can't stream past that point. And I've worked 7 days a week. Pretty much right now. There are like a few days occasionally. Come on. Sometimes I have like a few days off. Sync. Your tank is your favorite tank to play. Never got the hate towards it. It gets hate because it's a tank that can ignore many of the fundamentals of tanking. So people who tank a lot like to express the skill of tanking, and Bear is kind of a tank that can just ignore a lot of it. You can walk through things, you can hit in the back. There are a few mechanics that Bear just doesn't have to contend with, and I think that's why people don't like it. There's not actually a reason to hate it, Rock. But there's still a lot you can min-max. Like, I personally, when the no Apex build came out, I get that a lot of people just didn't like it, but it was... You know, it was talked about in, like, such a negative way. People, like, really hated on it, you know? Not gonna die today. People really were just... The guides that were made about it, they didn't take it seriously whatsoever. They were very specifically like, okay, guys, you know, all you have to do is hit Thrash and Moonfire. It's like, come on, man. The reason I don't like it is because, actually, a lot of tanks are just hit Thrash and Moonfire. There's one less button on EC No Apex currently than actually any other tank. Sync. Yeah. All right, healer's doing good. Let's go here. So, I don't know. I don't get the hate toward Bear. But I also just don't like how there's a certain mentality in WoW where you are valued less if the thing you're playing is perceived as easy, even though that isn't actually a good metric for judging whether something is fun to play or cool to play or anything. But it's absolutely true. Like, you know, if Beastmaster Hunter is meta, there are still things to min-max. You still have Beastmasters who don't do a lot of damage. And yet, You know, people just get flamed for it. It's like, oh, but you could be playing Arcane Mage. It's like, I hate when a spec is complicated because I pug. Do you know how hard it is to find a good Arcane Mage? If that spec is meta, I don't know how it is right now, but in the War Within, when it was the best spec in the game, in Season 2, I just had a rule of, like, not inviting Arcane Mages. It's kind of like AUG right now. AUG is really good, but oh my god. I would not... If there was one class, and I mean, I don't like this. I think it's probably not the right thing for me to say. Listen. How do I say this? I'm thinking about it. I'm debating it in my head right now. I'm not coming up with a good way to say this. I'm debating right now. Hold up. Everything I say here is going to actually be wrong. Can I give a personal take and pretend that I'm not live? Let me just for like 2 seconds pretend for like a little bit that I'm actually just in a Discord call with friends. Bro, delete AUG from the game. Actually delete it. AUG, Mentation Evoker, gone, please. I don't want to play with Augmentation Evoker again. I hate that spec. I hate that spec for so many reasons, okay? Number one, you can't evaluate anyone's performance, all right? That's like the first and biggest one, obviously. But the other one is just the fact that it's actually hard to play. A lot of people don't understand anything about AUG, but I used to main it. It's actually super fun to play in keys, but that spec has weirdly an endless amount of min-max, especially with the current version of it. So unless you're watching Kess's videos and actually understanding what the hell you're supposed to do, you're probably doing no damage. And yet, because it was meta, everyone wanted an AUG. Your cousin wanted an AUG. Your llama wanted an AUG. Your goat wanted an Augmentation Evoker. It's like, bro, your goat has no concept of time. They don't even understand. And yet they still wanted, early this season, it was like, gotta have AUG. It's like, no, stop. Like, don't, you'll actually have way more success if you just don't invite them. But also, all specs are valid, and you should totally play what you want, and don't decline people based solely off their class, because player skill matters more than your class representative. However, if you have to choose, I would say no AUG. Oh, live. We let Norp hit the boss. Why is it hard to play? So, a lot of people think that AUG's damage is just buff uptime with Ebb and Might and stuff. It's actually not that anymore. That's part of it, keeping your uptime, but that was the original AUG. Nowadays, you don't have to time your breath. You can carry, yeah, it's basically your duplicate, your Apex talent with Introduced at Midnight, caused a lot of interesting gameplay mechanics, but also it caused all sorts of weird interactions with like holding, I don't know if you still do this, but holding Ignition Rush for your Essence Burst, and making sure that you actually game around your triple, quadruple bombardment windows and whatnot. There's a lot of intricacies. Every single pack, your rotation is basically constantly in flux, and you have to be aware of that. And if you just willy-nilly send your buttons... He has Ankh, yeah? Did he DC? Oh! I don't have my B-Res bound. Does he live? Please live. Please live. It's a new UI. It's a new UI. Live! 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 I'm so sorry. I just realized I don't have my B-Res bound because it's a new UI. They're new frames. And I never set up click casting. Well, I hope nobody else dies. That'd be bad. We have time right now. I was like, why can't I res? Buff it. Yeah. Thank you. I don't think the new UI has this. The new Apex for a Druid? I think it's a good middle ground. I don't mind it. I minded it when it aggroed the whole dungeon. I don't mind it right now. Yeah. I don't actually think that the new Apex is bad. I thought I would dislike it more. I thought I would like hate playing it, but it's okay. I think that currently what we have right now for Guardian is perfect. That's what I think. Like, there is a version of Guardian currently on PTR, which I think is the perfect middle ground. You're using your kit. I would agree that this season was a little degenerate of like not pressing Mangle. Was certainly weird. And if you don't know the history of this, this is interesting. People have selective memories, and you might not know this because it's been a while. I played the no Apex version when it wasn't as buffed. But when it became meta, The week it did, I told people, I said, hey, we're not going to press Mangle. And I was literally excommunicated from everything. People, I got very flamed. But like in the Guardian Druid disc in particular, people hated me for some reason. I don't really know. I really didn't cause fuss. I think like once or twice I initiated something. What are you doing here? No skip, no skip. Regular. But I remember like I was cooking on the build because I like playing like this. And holy shit. I didn't do anything. There was like one person that I have a problem with in there. Like I will say there's like one person that I do have like a small issue with. Okay. Actually, there are two people in particular in the Guardian. I won't name them. But there are two people. Because I've been in there for a long time. Like I think that people forget. Bro, I've been a Guardian Druid for like an extremely long time. So I can remember the same people back in Dragonflight and whatnot. That being said, I don't go in there anymore. I asked a question in there like a week ago, and I realized that I don't want to go in there anymore. I don't do it. I just ignore it. I check for a bug list. But I really don't like how they handled that. But it literally was the right thing to do. Like the season actually developed and the cook was correct. All right, this way. Walk around. Timer's fine. Timer's fine. Go safe. Go safe. You're at dinner right now. What's up? Walk around. Patience. Patience. Maybe a mind soothe. Maybe a little mind soothe. Don't pull these guys. We have time. We have time. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. I would say less boss. I think boss. I think less thing boss is better, but they're going to do whatever they're going to do. There's a fire show? Yo, what's up, Luigi? Yeah, I haven't been streaming a lot recently. Oh, that's not good. And a guy got a fire stick stuck in a tree. Is it, like, on fire? By the way, oh, live. Whoa, oh, no. Oh, shit. How do I got it. I got it. Run. Line of sight. Line of sight. Hey, why does it look like there's an invoker outside that's pulled? No! Uh-oh. Oh, no, that's not good. That's really not good. How did this pull? How did we end up getting this? No, the pat was perfect. The pull was good. Ah, yeah, that's not good. Lust. Wait, where's the other one? We didn't need this for percentage, you know, actually. I don't know if this was a thought process for like higher key strat, but I didn't do the skip. I got percentage earlier. What's our timer right now? Okay. It's slightly more suspicious, to say the least. ISI, live, on a sight. Oh, I need to res. Okay, target, manually target. Okay. There's a second caster in here, and we have no DK. Timer, pull boss now. Have to pull boss. We win right now if this. Yeah, that end got a little sussy. No, you don't need. Oh, he wants the MC. Does this still work? Wait a second. I'm remembering some old tech of a 50% haste buff. Is that? Did they never fix that? Wait a second. There's no... I mean, granted, you don't really play Priest this season, but... Is that a thing? Mua, you would know. Aren't you, like, Brazil 24 now or whatever? The MC tech was removed. Yeah. They would have fixed that. I feel like that's an old school thing. Put my thing in the corner. Running away. I don't like these new frames. I gotta increase debuff size. I like the absorb value. The caster has a second ability. Yeah. Well, they changed it this recent season, where now it's like if the tank is the only one in range. No, I think it's if the tank is the only one in range or something. Then it starts casting a damage amp. Like arcane damage increased by 50% or something. But it used to be an MC tech. Shaman, thank you, Lacouse. I always forget. We win if we just live. We have the damage in a second. Live. Go, 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 go. I'm stressing about it more than you. I'm a little too chill in key sometimes. I would say kill the caster because you're all the way over there. And I haven't done MC. Oh, no. Yeah. I was going to say kill the caster. Res. No tech, no tech, no fancy tech. No fancy tech. Ah, I got a puddle. Don't try to MC. Don't try to kill it. Kill. I vortex. Typhoon. Run. Okay, I'm rebuffing. Uh-oh. Okay, now the timer, if he lost cooldowns, I can't see if the power infusion was just lost. Now our timer's looking sus. I'm gonna combat potion this. Boom. Drop the lunar beam before the Pharaoh Frenzy. Min-max the damage. The next puddle I get is gonna be a drop, so I'm gonna go here. I only get 2 more Sundering Roars. Right in this corner is fine. Okay, back to middle. Stampeding Roar. Timer. Timer looking a little... I hope we have cooldowns coming up right now. Survive. Survive. Actually, we need to do damage. Don't survive. Greed your globals. I have another in card. Greed globals. More damage. More damage. I'm at 2 stacks. Hold. Don't survive. Don't survive. Just greed damage. Greed damage. This has been a saga, but we're winning. Bro, I'm gonna greed an orb here. Give me an orb. Give me an orb. I don't die. I don't die. Give me an orb. Give me an extra stack. Give me an extra stack. Good. It's winnable. We're winning. We're winning. We're winning. I wasn't even close. I honestly didn't doubt at all. Yeah, I knew we were going to time that. I knew it. I was calculated. GG's. Yeah, I wasn't concerned at all. I mean, yeah, I knew it was going to happen. It was just content. I knew it was going to work. It was a very chill run. How every A felt like. Hi, Raylan. Hello. Hey. I wasn't even close. You're welcome, exactly. You were fine. You did good. I was confused of why. I think it was like tech. Yeah. All good. All good. I knew that there was some weird tech. Like I thought we skipped it perfectly, and then I'm pretty sure they thought it was the thing. Great acting. Yeah. I tried to. No, I think that was an attempt at technology to intentionally pull the 2 casters, but I actually routed to not pull them because then that pull is very easy. Oh, is that actually tech still? Yeah, I wasn't concerned. I knew it was working. I was trying to get steps in. Okay, so basically with the UI, I want to change how the debuffs look. Okay, hold up. How do I go to buff manager? Is it debuff manager? All I know is that I miss how the old specs looked. I want his party frames. I don't want his debuffs. Yeah, I was trying. That's what I'm doing. I'm just testing stuff right now for new season. No, yeah, all good. Chilling. I'm just getting steps. No problem. Okay, so how must I do this? Also, hi, Maury. Auras, frames. I think this is the way to go. I just want to figure out where the settings that I'm looking for are. And I'm normally pretty bad at this stuff. Party mode. So I need it. Where's okay, let's do global settings. Probably click casting. How do I... Is it working? I swear this wasn't working. Right button. Is this still working? Left click, right click. I was trying to work. Oh. Oh. Alright, I'm getting off the treadmill for a second. It's called Hoover casting. Hoover casting. Hoover. Hoover? Casting. I don't see it. Ah, well. Alright, hold up. Yeah. It's under raid frames. Oof. I made a really good tier list. I hope it helps people. Giga steps. Yeah. Like, just click casting. I think it's working right now. I want to say that this is working. Because that regrowth is casting. I just think my B-res straight up wasn't casting. I knew I had rage. Like, I was making sure I had rage. I was not out of rage for it. But I swear my B-res wasn't casting. Was it? I think it was, like, dead party frame wasn't casting on or something. No, I have no desire to, Grill. Grill, here's the thing with me. For me, this is also why I don't really like raiding. For me, the fun part of content is figuring it out. I like puzzles. It's also why I do what I do for work. I love puzzles. Once I figure out the puzzle, it just isn't as fun. So I know what the puzzle is and how to solve 22 or 23 because I played so much this season. My issue is it's a lot about me finding a group to do that consistently in prog with, and that is where I've struggled this season. I am not currently enjoying that part of it because I just don't really have people to play with. If I had a reason to log in, I'll totally do it. You know, Bears meta, should take advantage of it this season. I'm chilling. I think I'm a good tank. I know how to play Bear. Yeah, my job is a puzzle. My job is to figure out the human body. Like, I work with people's physiology, right? Like, that's my job. And my job is to figure out what's wrong with you and how to fix it. Now, I would do that for TH, for example, but I basically, there's so much wrong with him that it's beyond even my capabilities. Perhaps a decade from now, I'll be able to piece together that puzzle. I can only do that because TH has known me long enough. I wouldn't say that to anyone else. Now you're puzzled. No, I mean, it's my job. So I have worked in health and fitness for over a decade, and nowadays I get to work with different conditions. There is a condition that stumped me recently. I will say, I'll say it publicly. The way that I work, as a business model, is basically I fix you. End of story. You work with me, you feel better. Done. Doesn't matter where you're coming from, what your situation is. You hire me, I'm in your life, you feel better. I will do whatever. I will think creatively. I will get outside the box, and I'm going to make you feel better. That's it. I excel at that because I have incredibly soft hands and a delicate touch. That being said, there is a condition that got me recently. A complicated one. I don't want to talk about somebody's case on stream, but yeah. Lacuse. Lacuse. You know, I didn't know you were into that, but that makes sense. How do you get most of your clients? Purely word of mouth. I'm very good at my job. I have a 21 Magister's Terrace. I mean, I'll come for fun, but, you know. Never want to be. I like complicated cases because it's fun. It's cool to figure it out. It's like, how am I going to get somebody that has whatever condition, whether it's a connective tissue disorder or an autoimmune condition or a whatever it is. How am I going to get somebody to... It's like, wait, it's like your wrist doesn't work. Like, how can I get it to work? Or it's like your knee is really hurting you. How can I fix it? Your hip is hurting. How can I fix it? You have low back pain. How can I fix it? And let me get creative. It doesn't matter whether you're 100 pounds or 400 pounds. I'll figure it out.
That's like the fun part of my job. My fiance is an occupational therapist, Johanna says on YouTube. There's so much it tells me about her patients that I would never have even think was in it. Yeah, exactly. And I have the opportunity. I mean, some of my clients, they're just older and they're trying to improve their quality of life. That's a big one. I have clients right now. I have 2 clients that I work with in their 60s, and I have 2 that are in their 50s. Like, I have older clients. One of them's almost 70, and my job is to keep him mobile. Like, I'll make sure that he can jump when he's 70. He's almost 70. Now I'll make sure about that. Easy deplete, now easy time. Raylan, I don't mind doing one more, probably. Chilling. But yeah, so basically, the puzzle is the fun part. Keys for me, if you give me a key right now... Oh, no, they're not Thai. I don't work with any Thai clients currently. All of my clients are foreigners. Unless somebody cashes in a favor, I will not go travel in Bangkok to see somebody. You would have to pay me upwards of $200 for one session for me to be willing to travel. To be fair, there was a German dude who did that recently. There was actually a guy who was traveling from Germany, and I had a family member ask me if I would go see him, so I did see him. Should follow up with him about how he's doing. Good call. Chicken. Bam. Do they come to your place? I work online. No, everything's online. I shifted my entire business online after COVID. Yeah, everything's online. I just take the calls. I'm pretty unprofessional. The results speak for themselves. I actually am everybody knows. I take a call anywhere. I'll take a call. Sometimes I want to take it in my living room. I'll do it there. Sometimes I want to take it in my bedroom. I'll do it there. Sometimes I want to take it in the room I'm in right now. I'll do it here. Sometimes I want to take it all the way upstairs. I'll do it there. It depends on the time of day. I like shifting around between different places in the house. Yeah. I'm not that expensive to work with. I wouldn't say I'm cheap, but I'm not expensive because I can work online, and because I live in Thailand, because I'm 29 and I'm not 39. You don't have to pay me crazy amounts to basically work with you. The only condition these days is I have to like you. That's a big deal for me. Because we're going to end up spending a lot of time. Like, I won't take somebody who's a one-off session. Like, for example, if we're going to work together, it'll probably take X amount of time. That time is going to be substantial. I want to make sure that I actually like you. If I don't like you, I will refer you to someone else. If you've ever been in the very extreme circumstance that you are watching this and you have been referred to someone else, I'm sorry to break it to you. Either that or I just can't help you. Like, there are some conditions I won't feel comfortable working with online, but yeah. Don't you feel you need to be able to, like, maneuver them? So when I was trained classically, and I initially got the certs and the education that I did, I learned physically how to establish joint mechanics and how, for example, to manually position somebody or do all the assessments in person. I've had to adapt them online, but I figured it out because it's something that I wanted to do. So because I'm passionate about it, fitness has a lot to... It's not that different than any other form of content creation, right? Where content creation nowadays is so much about copying the people that are succeeding. With me in fitness, I'm genuinely passionate, so I don't copy. I'm going to be creative. I'll use the references and I'll keep up with the science or whatever it is. But ultimately, I believe that fitness is very individual. So the reason that I can help people is because I'm willing to treat you as an individual. And a lot of trainers are just going to treat you like like somebody in a book.
But Johannes, you know, you are not somebody in a book. You are Johannes. Or TH, if I was to work with you, you are not TH. Well, you're THWL. Or, you know what I mean? Like, I think it's important to take people's personal history, their passions, their joys, their hobbies, their this. Like, it's important to take all that into account. Because fitness is as much psychological as it is physiological. It's not that different. The body responds to the mind, especially when you work with autoimmune conditions. Especially. Can't separate them. I do be a person? Well, I don't know. It's possible. But Ray, are we doing a key? Or are we calling it a night? I don't want to do my key. I have a 21 in my bag, so I don't want to do it. It's seat. Any other is fine. Seat, not so much. Sloth. Not Brazil. Ew. Oh, that's literally the Shadow Priest we were just playing with Mr. Ranlu. Good luck. Anyone has Skyreach? You still need a grill. Should be fine if you're on US. I don't know if you're US or EU. I forgot already. My memory is not what it used to be. Oof. Speaking of which, let's go move around a little bit. I've gotten a lot of steps in today, which is good. If I'm going to do long streams, that's kind of required now. What's up, Mr. Dad of Duty? Will Oru release Season 2 Masterclasses? Not initially. Later in the season, yes. And the reason is because normally I play PTR a lot. And I master the dungeons on PTR. Today, my health has been my priority over the last 3 months, and I've been behind on some of the videos I wanted to make. I had a lot of plans. Plans got shifted. Health comes first. Took care of myself, but a lot of it was delayed, and normally I play... At this point in PTR, you know, I would have played every tank, most healers in at least like 17, 18 range of key on PTR. Like, let's say 17 at least. People are doing 19s, 20s. So I would have been doing that. Right now, I have not, you know. I think I saw something about it, Grail. Yes, exactly. So basically, I'll have some resources coming out later, but not right now. Tonight, I'll have a video that I think will be very impactful and should be accounted for. Tonight, there will be a really cool video coming out. The tier list for today. If you feel like making Ultra for long form somewhere, listed 20 Brazil title, tips are welcome. Got silence for a week. Oh, did you? You got silence for the tips? Really? I haven't heard that actually happen to anyone. What do you think would be the best ratio for tank? We don't know. If there are meld skips, then meld. If not, whatever you want. I don't know. I find War Stomp to be useful. I like War Stomp. Oof. Here, let me move this treadmill off. Wait, that's crazy, Mats. Wait, Mats Masuda says, you listed a 21 Brazil with title, tips are welcome, and you got silence for a week. Ouch. Dad. Well, not my dad. Your dad of your children, which are not my children. Yeah, by all means, Johannes. I love suggestions. Yeah, shoot. The podcast is new. I mean, I've recorded a bunch now. I guess we're on episode 7 or 8. Past that point, I have a few ideas, but I'm still kind of forming out exactly what I want to do with it. What? Let me go get a snack. If you have suggestions on content, I love them. But just know I'm going to have a lot of stuff coming. It just depends on how much I can actually... A lot of times, if I want to have a day of making content, I have to not stream. That's normally the... Who dis? Six days ago. What is this? Okay, I'm interested, Johannes. Okay, I'm interested. I'm interested. This is the type of person I want to find out about, yes. This is the type of person that I would never know exist, and yet seems really cool. Okay, who's Silfridge? Wow. I'm intrigued. I'm interested. I'm not against the idea. One of the things I want to do with the podcast, the whole point of the podcast is to highlight different content creators and to basically get the chance to actually talk to people who might not have my perspective. That is literally the whole point of the podcast. Not to make your healer cry. All right. Thank you. I'll keep that in mind. I value suggestions. If people think that there's somebody who would be good on the podcast, let me know. I'm going to go get a snack and then decide what we're doing. But first, let me get this treadmill out of here. No more walking today. Interesting. I appreciate it. Yeah, no, it's not. I don't want to just talk to tanks. I don't want to just talk to healers. I mean, I think that genuinely one of the issues I have with a lot of the WoW podcasts currently is that they have very monochromatic. Let's put it that way. They have very mono views, right? And sometimes they talk about things which I don't think they're qualified to talk about. You know? I think in many ways. Podcast episode. Well, Curly Bros. Next week. Obly will be on next week. Tomorrow is Banchers. Next week, Obly. That episode, spicy. I invited him on for a debate. We talked DK a little bit, but it was a straight up debate. And I really enjoyed it. Very respectful. That was good. It's controversial. Oh, that feels nice. Oh. People should get a Roman chair. Oof. Yeah, people wish, Lucas. I mean, Obly's a hot man. He's an attractive gentleman. What an attractive gentleman, that one. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, but it's coming out next week. All right, let's get that right. I don't even feel better. Yeah. Kitty's out for the weekend, Harriet, so, you know. I've heard you say you live in Thailand. Curious on why? Oh, yeah. Let me show you. Can I show you, Ant Pony? If you give me a second. Boom. What's up, Harith? Thank you for the resub. I appreciate it. Thank you for the resub. Ant. I have lived in Thailand now for 8 years. Over 8 years. Have you ever been here before? Easiest way to explain it. I mean, have you ever been here? It's a really cool place. It's such a unique opportunity and just a really interesting place to live. Never. Okay. Do you know what Thailand looks like? Because I swear, many people do not actually know that Thailand is the best city I've ever lived in. I'll show you. Here. This is Thailand. Do I speak Thai? Thai yeah, it's hard. Thai is a tonal language. So this is Thailand. Like, this is the city that I live in. It's a giga, awesome, crazy expansive, vastly metropolitan city. Public transportation runs vertically across the entire city and underneath. And the city skyline stretches farther than the eye can see, with absolutely massive skyscrapers and pretty much anything you could want out of a city. And directly outside of the city, you can find whatever nature you'd like. Go north, mountains. Go south, beach. Like, you can... Thailand is awesome. But, like, you can literally just... I mean, I did a photo shoot on this island at one point. This is also Thailand. Or if you want to go a little bit more... You just literally... Like, what do you not want in Thailand? Yeah, so I think that, like, getting here and, like, figuring out if you have responsibility where you are is the hardest part. But actually... Bangkok as a city, like, people think that what Thailand actually is something like this. Like, this is Laos, and this is what people think Thailand is, I swear. People think that Thailand is sort of a flat... Listen, like, this is what I think a lot of people think Thailand is. Like, basically like a city with some temples and whatnot, and then you just have, like, a pretty flat village-type-esque vibe. But this is not actually what Bangkok is. That's a small city in Laos, and that's up north. Bangkok is more like New York. What Bangkok actually is basically New York. It's New York, except better. Less oppressive, a little bit more green, a little bit more space, a lot of traffic, very busy, crowded, but nice. There's a sky train that runs vertically across the whole city for public transport. I mean, I think there's less natural disasters in Bangkok than there are in other countries. The earthquake in Myanmar was crazy last year. We felt the aftershocks here, but it wasn't... I don't think that Bangkok has this. It's got flooding. Flooding is a big one. And it's got massive thunderstorms. Like, it's raining right now, but it's not that bad. But yeah, like, I think that people just don't understand how cool... I recently found out that there's a LARP that you can do here. Like, Bangkok has LARPing, too. Isn't that cool? When I grew up in the US, I didn't know any of this. I had no idea. But really, the reason I moved here is not the city or anything like that. I don't go outside. The reason I moved here is because the people. It's a culture here, man. I'll answer this question as many times. There was some stuff I was going to pin in Discord. Like, I put my medical history in Discord for people to read about if they want. Because I talk about it a lot. But it's hard to capture all of it. Culture. People care about you here. Growing up in America, nobody cared about me. They just cared about how much money I made and what I did for work. That was always the question. What do you do for work? What are you going to do for work? When I was in high school. Oh, what do you want to be when you grow up? That's all everybody ever cared about. Here, maybe it's because I'm a foreigner, but I find the cultures are different. It's not so much about what you do. It's a little bit more about who you are. It's a good question, though, Ant. A fruit vendor story. I don't know. Currently, I'm just getting absolutely smacked in the face by these Pikachu balls, so it's kind of hard for me to answer that question right now. Yeah. It's a cool place if you ever get the chance to travel. Sometimes, man. Yeah. I get it. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, well, I think I'll go get the video uploaded for tonight. Unless we want to push stream for another hour or two, but I think I'll just come back tomorrow. I'll get. All right, worst is on. This guy is actually a gamer. He is such a random gamer, this one. I'm gonna go say hi to him. He's probably one of the only people that yaps like I yap. And to be honest with you, it was actually like looking in a damn mirror. It was crazy. The first time I ever found this guy, it was like staring into a mirror because he talks the way that I talk about keys. It was weird. And his profile picture is Kim Possible. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. I'll probably be back tomorrow. I mean, I don't know if our personalities are that similar, but the way that he talks about keys is like he's just... He's doing a 23 Mysara Caverns right now. Tell him good luck. Bye. Bye. See you later. Thanks. Bye, YouTube.